Oh, that mic's sorted now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the culmination of the week. You join us on the Party Pokey Tour in Birmingham at Resorts World for day 3, the final table of the £500 main event. My name's Ben Shannon, and I am joined, as ever, for the 4th time this week, by Mr. Guy Taylor.
I hope you don't say 4th time as in like it's becoming a slog for you, Ben.
Slog's one way of putting it. No, it's been fun in this cupboard.
It has. We've enjoyed ourselves, and these players out here are certainly enjoying themselves because they're all playing for that beautiful Party Poker UK Tour trophy right there in shot. Look at that.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's solid gold, guys. And one of our players will be taking that home today.
Wow. Let's get some comments in the chat already. Who do you think it's going to be? Let's say nice and early. Who's the favourite? Who do you think is going to run well? We've already seen some of these players run very well on the stream so far this week. And lots of smiling faces, lots of people happy to be here. It could be the highest score for some people here as well on this table.
Yeah, so obviously a few big hitters at the table. Rob Duras, maybe the most noteworthy player, the champion of the mini-main earlier this week, and obviously a very winning reg on the UK Tour of the last few years. But he's not the only local hero here. On his right, there you'll just see behind him in shot, Tai Huang, who is another Birmingham player via Vietnam, his home country. But yeah, he's had a few big scores in his time, and yeah, he's coming in second in chips. And we did see him play incredibly well on the stream, not just on the final table earlier in the week where he finished second to Rob in the mini-main, but just on stream last night, guys. Tai playing some amazing poker, finding some great check-raise bluffs. Hero calling a river with king high as well. So, yeah, keep your eye on him. He's not to be messed with.
We're just having a little dance around here now for the photo. Oh, this is getting exciting. This is when you know the big money's up for grabs, when everyone is getting told to squeeze into the shop. We're going to have the trophy front and centre as well. Being very careful to not knock over any of the setup the stream team has put together. And a great job they've done. This is what it's all been leading to. Look at that, we've got the lights on. And James there in the middle, putting his sunglasses on just to make sure that he can still see, because I can tell you, there's a very bright light right there.
Yeah, we did have some headshots of our own taken today, and if you have been inside a casino for 4 days straight, like we have, that light is rather blinding.
I left my sunglasses in the room, but I feel like I probably need them right now. Lots of smiling faces, and Josh. People pretty pumped to be here right now, and we've actually been able to have a little chat with a few players. We've spoken to Mikey. We've also
spoken to Tony. Right?
Yeah, I had a chat with Tony, and it turns out he basically came here to play the PLO this weekend, and he just decided to flick it into the main. He's actually, right, get this, he's played a day 1 of the PLO today on the basis that if he does bust out of this, he'll be in the day 2 later on for the PLO Masters. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through, and the commiseration prize is to sit down on this, the day 3 of the main event final table, with 3k in the back pocket already.
Yeah, we've loved having Tony on the stream. Clearly, you could tell yesterday that he was really hyped to make this FT.
He's already got £3,110 locked. We'll get the payouts up on the screen a little bit later on in the stream, but just to give you a ballpark figure, 3k for 9th, 8th is going to be just over 4, 7th is 5.3, 6th is £6,770, 5th place will be 8.4k, and then the top 4 all getting 5-figure scores, which, as we say, will be the biggest scores for about half the table here. £10,400 for 4th, £12,970 for 3rd. Silver will get you over £18,000, and the winner will be taking home £27,420 and that massive trophy.
That gold trophy. It really is like silver and gold, you know, with the gold winners trophy.
Yeah.
It really is like an Olympic medal. And the man in prime position to take it at present is our chip leader James there in seat 5, who I can tell you is not afraid to to get busy.
Yes, we were hearing last night when we spoke to some of the players. We were hearing about some of the hands that were played on the outer tables that we didn't get the footage of, and it sounds like there were some big pots going on.
Yeah, James is not one to be pushed around, and yeah, he found some great spots to amass some chips last night, bringing over 5 million to this final table today, with just over 17 million in total play. And as someone that's worked with James a bit, I can tell you that he knows his way around a final table, guys. So I do expect him to be putting the hammer down. There is some other notables at this table, though, that we haven't mentioned. Another local hero there in seat 1, Tim Slater. He's been around the block a few times, and this is certainly not his first rodeo. I do believe he has final tabled a Genting poker series back in the day, I think. So in the previous incarnation of Genting casinos.
I was having a little look earlier at the Hendon mobs of these players, and I can tell you that Tim definitely had a few scores.
I do remember him coming maybe third in maybe the biggest ever Genting poker series that they had back in the day. The one that I think it was Tim, Simon Deadman, and then Michael Richardson free-handed, from what I remember. Maybe it was forehand, I don't know. But I do remember that one. And yeah, there's the payouts that Ben was just going through.
So yeah, a little bit more detail there, guys. The numbers, all the juicy money we're playing for here, and all of them will be happy to add those scores to their Hendon mobs. As we say, Tim, second place in terms of the highest earnings on this table, according to Hendon mob. We've got Rob, 572k lifetime earnings in dollars, that is, on his Hendon mob, and he's obviously added I think it was about 10 grand he took for the mini main just a few days ago on Thursday. So to be back on the final table and sat next to Ty, who obviously came second and also got quite a nice score. I think it was about 7k. I have slept since then. They'll be looking to potentially, a little bit, potentially go first and second again. But it'll be Rob wanting to, oh my God, have 2 trophies. Imagine that just next to each other. That would be
matching. This main event trophy is slightly larger than the mini main event trophy. It is. This is the biggest of the trophies available. You can win another beautiful medium-sized gold Party Poker UK Tour trophy this afternoon, though, if you do happen to be in day 2 of the PLO Masters event, or if you want to come down and play the 1K High Roller event. There's a one-day tournament. Late reg available in that one until 7:50 p.m, guys. And there has been roughly 15 people qualified to that event online, so it will definitely run. We are going to get underway here. Not too sure why Tim Slater has the UAE flag next to his name. I'm sure we'll get that rectified. And it looks like Michael Casson potentially going to be the first player to come in with an open of this FT. Michael will not be afraid to tangle.
Now, he isn't purposefully hiding his chips behind the hat of Rob there, but we do obviously have the knowledge of his chip stack, and we also have the knowledge of Jitten's Ace King.
Yeah, and Jitten was going to need to find a spot at some point early on in this final table, coming in second shortest and finding Big Slick almost immediately. And oh my days, what a spot for Nicholas right off the bat. Such a sticky situation to be in. Ace Queen off, facing a 3-bet jam.
We've started
16 bigs.
as we finished here, haven't we? Last night we saw some massive hands. And we're picking up the action straight away here on the final table, day 3 of the main event here in Birmingham. 9 players left, and it might be 8 players left after this hand. It could even be 7 players left.
I can't see it being 7 players.
No, you're probably right.
And in fact, it looks like it's going to be 9 players, because I do expect Michael to respect Jitten's jam here the same way that Nicholas did.
Yep.
Yeah, good fold from Nicholas. It would have been over half his stack with Ace Queen off there. Just not a great situation given the ICM, and certainly first hand of a final table, you just don't want some sort of disaster happening like that.
That's going to settle Jitten's nerves. This is potentially the highest score he's ever had. We were chatting to him about 5 minutes before he sat down at the table, and he has been playing here quite a few years ago, and he did grow up around here. He's telling us he's moved down to Milton Keynes now. He's come back for this. Imagine if he could take the trophy back there. And yeah, just settling some nerves. Ace King first hand. Not got to think too much. Just put the money in. Hope to get some chips back. And that's what's happened for him there. He avoided the flip. He's added a few big blinds. And just gives himself a little bit of room to breathe. Have a little sip of his drink. And, move on to the next one.
Is that yeah? This is actually Tony in seat 4, right? Not James. I think that is a typo on the stream.
Yeah, that's going to be Tony Pierce, not James.
We do have the flag updated for Tai Huang.
Wait, there we go.
He was flying the Thailand flag yesterday. It has been rectified to Vietnam. Everyone else here flying the flag for the UK. And it will be Tony all in with the King 10 suited. Under the gun. Nice pickup for him. Getting an ace to fold.
The chip distribution here, it looks like the short stacks both getting their jams through.
Yeah.
Adding to those starting stacks and just kind of levelling it out ever so slightly.
Yeah, a lot of stacks here in the sort of 1.2 to 1.6 mil region. Those middling stacks under a fair bit of pressure with 2 runaway big stacks and then a couple of short stacks. Going to create a lot of ICM pressure for those medium stack players. Some of those situations can be so hard to navigate.
And we're just trying to load up the current live clock to see how long we've got left of this level.
Yeah, because we did obviously end about 15 minutes before the end of level 24 it was last night. So the blinds will actually go up pretty quickly today. We will be hitting 60k big blind probably within the next orbit. And then we'll play 3 more levels after that, this first session, I believe. And yeah, we'll see. I do expect this to get wrapped up, guys, at maybe around like 8 p.m. And it will be not too long after that that we'll stream the high roller final table. I believe we'll be waiting until the bubbles burst of that and then picking up the FT late tonight. Rob Duras, the mini-main event champion, getting his first open of the day through one of the middling stacks. All smiles from the staff here this Sunday afternoon. It's been a long week for a lot of the team here. So much going on.
Chilled face from Tom Kong there, who is overseeing one of the side events.
And Tony's name's been updated, guys, so we did get that rectified sharpish. He's under the gun here with the ace 10 off. Going to come in with a small raise, and Jitten's found Big Slick again, and in it goes. 2 dream reshove spots for Jitten early on here on this FT, and I'm sure Tony will get out of the way.
It's exactly what you want when you start as the short stack or one of the shorter stacks on the final table. Some situations where you don't have to think too much, you find some big, pretty cards, get it in, add to that stack.
Yeah, nothing to think about really for Jitten, just always going to be sticking it in. And Tony giving it a bit of thought here, but I'm sure his plan was to raise, fold this one, or maybe try and play a heads-up pot against one of the blinds.
I mean, he could be eyeing up the PLO, and he is.
Oh,
He's
he
made
went
the
for
call.
a reach. Did he call?
He called.
Wow, he's gone for the gamble.
We're going to gamble, Jim.
Yeah, obviously hoping Jitten was on a pocket pair or a suited Broadway, but he's going to see the bad news here. And, well, hearts and clubs working for Tony. But he's perhaps not wanting the other short stack to get too far ahead of him here. He is the shortest. Jitten's second shortest. So it is the clash of the shorties.
Are we going to lose our 9th place finisher here, or is Tony going to turn it round? 25% underdog. Still behind after the flop. Some backdoors, but it's looking unlikely. Opportunities too, of course.
110 discarded as well by another player pre-flop. So only 2 10s in the deck for Tony. Ooh, but hello. He's just upgraded from 2 outs to 6. Sorry, 5. I think there was a king discarded, right?
Oh no, it's 2 because he loses the 10.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Of course, ace king, yeah.
There was a king discarded, yeah. So still 2 outs.
Can he find the king now?
And it's a 4, so No good for Tony, and we do lose him in ninth place. He did go out on his sword.
£3,110 locked up. A great run there for the local man who we did chat to just before starting. And I imagine he's going to play some side events, get in the PLO, and hopefully he'll lock that up. Or maybe he'll play the high roller and we'll see him again on the feature table.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't wait to get away there. He was straight to the red
Yeah,
desk for,
exactly.
the PLO. He did say he's very much a PLO player. So really impressive run to get to the final table here with so many good players in this field. We saw some great poker on stream yesterday, and including the Staples brothers. Outlasting them is no mean feat, Tony. So well played. So all these guys now locked up over £4,000. And I guess the tournament just got a fair bit deeper with the shortest stack busting to the second shortest stack. There will be no one in immediate danger. I think everyone's going to be over 20 bigs. And yeah, we're going to really play some poker here. Certainly not just going to be an all-in fest on this FT.
That being said, of course, the blinds are going to be going up shortly. And I think it's a 60k big blind when we go up. Trying to see how long we've got to wait until that does happen. But yeah, Jitten there going to add to his stack. Ace King twice and busting a player as well. So the remaining 8 players have all locked up over £4,000 and they are one step closer to lifting the heavy, heavy gold trophy.
Do we know how heavy the trophy is? I mean, we know how shiny it is. We've seen how shiny it is.
I can confirm I touched the medium one
a
few nights ago. But
you did,
the trophy,
actually, that's
the trophy,
right, yeah.
the gold trophy, this big gold trophy, they've not let me anywhere near.
Okay.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, rightly so.
That was rightly so. And rightly so that Tim's picked up 5s here in seat 1.
Tim will be the new short stack, and he's just folding the 5s there in the cutoff. I guess it's James's big blind, and he's seen how aggressive James has been.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, this is the 2 most aggressive players on the table now. We're going to be sat next to each other here with Mikey and James. Michael putting in some really nice bluffs together yesterday. We saw the river check raise out there. We saw the 4-bet pre with the king 8.
And of course, Mikey was on the stream a bit more, and the players might have been using that to their advantage. You know, James, I imagine, will have checked some of the stream footage out, and he might be building a range for Mikey here, and he just decides to check.
Well, they are somewhat familiar with each other, being both members of the TaylorMade Poker crew.
I thought you said they're both wearing hats, but
oh yeah,
they do unfortunately have the privilege of knowing Guy.
Indeed, and James putting Michael to the test immediately here, and Michael probably going to go nowhere. It's obviously a very connected board. He does have a pair and a straight draw. In some situations here, up against chip leader, you might just fold bottom pair with no backup. But with that straight draw, Michael going to come along. And the question now is, does James find another barrel? He'll be pretty aware that Michael will be very snug here in this situation, respecting the chip leader on his left, and he'll have a lot of Jack X and Queen X in his limping range. He's not going to go just like raising King Jack offsuit, etc. every time here with the ICM situation. Because you just don't want to get free bet, you just want to protect your range. But having got to the river here with just 8 high, we're going to see how much James wants to push the envelope. No. Going to check it down there, and I mean, probably quite wise too. I mean, he might have got Michael to fold a 10, but certainly not folding a Queen or a Jack.
Yep, and preserving that large stack there, James, you know, doesn't want to go too crazy, too early doors, I imagine. Does have quite a short stack on his left as well. In fact, no, of course, Jitten knocked Tony out, didn't he? So
yeah, Jen would be up to almost 2 million by this point now, right?
Yeah, well, above average. What do we have left? 8, 16? Yeah. The
average should be about 2.4. Yeah.
2.4 is it? We've got 8 left. 17 million in play. Yeah. 2.2, something like that. Just trying to load up the clock. But of course, the graphics and the dealer will be informing us when the blinds go up. I imagine it will be soon, because I think we had about 8 minutes left when we finished yesterday. And as I say, we will go up to 60k big blind relatively shortly. In fact, it's right now.
There you go. And we're going to see what Nicholas's plan is going to be. He's now one of the shortest stacks, having come in as one of the medium stacks. Did see him on the stream last night. Found a couple of bluff spots post-flop, but was generally pretty snug pre-flop. Queen Jack suited, very good-looking hand, and he will come in for the open here. Not going to meet any resistance from these hands. And yeah, he's going to take this one down pre, I'm sure.
So let us know in the chat if you are supporting anyone in particular today, if you're going to be making your way to Resorts World to cheer them on as well, or perhaps play some events yourself. We do have several things on. As Guy has mentioned, we've got the High Roller starting at 4 p.m. and it is a 7-max tournament. And late reg open until 7:50 as well. All this information available on the Poker Lens app. And we've got a few other events. I believe there's actually a satellite to that which has started.
Oh, so we satellited in quite a few players online, right? But now, how many are we satelliting in today? Is there a guarantee on that?
I think it's at least 2.
I think it was 3, right? Or is it 2?
Just trying to see. It might be 3. Yeah. Let me just find it again. There's at least 2 seats guaranteed.
Okay, 2 seats guaranteed. So that's going to be a total of 17 qualifiers, roughly, we believe, for the High Roller event today. So if you are perhaps traveling around, down from another event perhaps, or if you do fancy playing live today instead of online, get over here, grinders. There's a 1-day 1K event with a beautiful trophy up for grabs.
There's also a 1-day PLO, the 456 PLO Masters for £150. That's starting at 5 p.m.
Oh, that is dealer's choice or round of each?
It's 456, so I'm gonna.
I would imagine it's dealer's choice.
Yeah, you'd have thought so.
Yeah.
I know some places do like a round of each where it is a case of each level or whatever, or each orbit and stuff. But yeah, you'd have thought it's dealer's choice. And we're going to go back to the player's choice here. Ty's going to decide what to do with his 9-2 offsuit in the big.
Ty comfortably second in chips. We'll have played against him a lot. These two playing around the Midlands for many years. And yeah, giving him a bit of credit, not defending the 9-deuce offsuit. Tim did go down super short on our final table bubble yesterday on the outer table, but did survive and find a double late on, having been crippled with ace-queen into the aces of Michael Casson. But he is still alive and kicking here with roughly 20 bigs, and if you've got 20 bigs, you've got a chance.
Look at the smile on Jitten's face there as well when some photos are getting taken. He's loving life, isn't he? I mean, that first level for him, ace-king twice,
Yeah.
buster player, ladder up. Wishing him all the luck.
Yeah, really big spot for Jitten. He's only got to come 5th to get a new high score for his poker career.
$20,000 is his total lifetime earnings as well on
Wow.
Endermob, so he could double that today.
Amazing. James hasn't been getting too out of line with the chip lead and won't open up 69. Ty and Rob, another 2 players from Birmingham who know each other very well. These two were heads up in the mini-main event earlier this week. Rob, though, was simply unbeatable that day. Don't think he lost a single all-in on that final table.
7s were hot for him, and he's got a 7 in his hand here in the big blind.
Yeah, a little over 20 bigs to work with for Rob. He's got to decide if he picks this one as a check back or a bluff raise. I mean, if there's anyone who's going to be tricky enough to find these limp traps on this table, we do think Ty would be one of them. Another player that's enjoyed the trap yesterday a couple of times was Josh.
Oh yeah.
Who twice trapped successfully with pocket aces on our feature table.
It's a great situation to have there. You get aces twice on the feature. You managed to trap twice as well, and he got paid as well, didn't he? So.
Got the max both times.
Yeah.
So the flop has been whiffed by both players. Rob contemplating a stab with 10 high. And he will turn a pair, and Ty has turned a gutter. We can see he's only actually got 1 out to that gutter though. 2 7s discarded pre. And obviously, sorry, yeah, 2 7s discarded pre, and then Rob's got the 7 of spades. So actually only one out for Ty here. He's going to come out firing. Very easy call from Rob, and he is going to play very slow and deliberately against Ty. Ty just such a streetwise player. We saw him make some great reads yesterday. The King High River call was really nice, and the check raise with the open ender. Don't want to give him any more information to work with.
Yeah.
And he is going to give it up. And it is possible for Rob to go for a little bit of value here. Could potentially put Ty on a 4 or a 6 that he didn't bet flop with. But no, he is going to just check it, see what Ty was working with, and scoop in a pot. So, Ben, why don't you go ahead and tell us about the Party Poker Toolpath?
Yep, I was just going to say after this hand, you could be fighting it out. It could be you, guys. Everyone here, or the majority of them anyway, have bought in for £500 to play, and they're fighting it out for that £27,000 top prize. But some of the players will have won a package. We've got lots of 1k packages to give away, and that gives you entry to the tournament, £500, and £500 of expenses. Now, there are 5 steps on the Party Poker Toolpath. You can't actually buy in directly for round 5. You can buy in for round 4.
That is just so great.
Yeah,
right?
you can't just go, boom, right, I'm straight in this one. You can work your way up, and you can actually get a ticket for round 1, as long as you're raked 1 cent from a real money poker hand. You get 2 20p tickets. Yeah, just for that, straight away. And we've got daily MTT sit and goes as well. Loads of different stuff there. And then £1 the next level, £5 the next level. You could be getting in for, like, just change. And you could be fighting for a 5-figure score, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, and I do hope at some point we get one of those stories on the Party Poker UK Tour. We are here to stay, guys, and speaking of here to stay, Mikey's found a fold of ace ace suited. I was going to say he's likely to open this, and maybe he won't be staying in this pot. James finding ace king suited. Photography team there taking some great shots, guys. Do have a look at the Party Poker Instagram page. There's some amazing headshots that the girls have been taking this week of both players and staff.
Yeah, and I believe all the players that have lifted trophies have got some shots on there as well.
And you and me might even have some headshots to work with.
I have to check
we don't know. We don't know what they're going to look like, guys. So don't judge us yet.
Rumours are they're going to spend all Monday in the lab editing.
Yeah. We need like several AI bots to try and make us look presentable. But James with the very presentable ace king of hearts here. Nick with jack 7 offsuit. Probably one he's not going to opt to defend here against James. James with just a reputation for being so aggressive post flop. You've really got to pick your defends wisely in these situations where you are going to face aggression. And Nick wisely getting out of the way there. So James taking down his first raise and take it of the FT. Probably won't be his last.
Another ace king sighting as well.
Yeah, we've had
Quite
a few ace king
hands
sightings.
today.
You're right. Yeah.
Now, all these players, I believe, will be adding towards their scores on the Party Poker Tour Challenge. And that is, of course, a way that you can also win a package. I'm just going to bring the leaderboard up when I click the right thing. I can't find it now. Again, you can win a 1k package, which is the £500 ticket and £500 of expenses. Here we go, found the leaderboard now.
I think £5,000 package is the first prize.
Sorry, yeah, you are right, yeah.
That is quite the prize, by the way, guys.
Quite the jump, yeah.
And I would like to mention that this is all added value that Party Poker put out there.
That's correct.
There's no hidden fees in the Party Poker UK Tour. No league fee, no staff fee. They simply pay the staff the right amount and don't take it from the prize pool. So the lowest rate you're going to get for a major UK tour.
Yeah, and it's actually the top 7 finishers in the leaderboard will all get £500 tickets at least, and 4th is going to be 1k. So I believe that's 2 tickets. Basically, if you win it, you've got 10 tickets 5k up top, and we've got Alexander Georgiev, who won the Svitten a few nights ago here, who's currently top.
Wait. Before you go, anyway, just explain the rules of spitting for those that are new to the stream, because we've been talking about spitting all week, guys, but this may be the first time you've tuned in.
Right, okay.
And spitting might be
I'll do
an
my best.
unfamiliar game to you. It certainly was an unfamiliar game to me when I first learned about it.
Okay, so you've got 5 cards.
Mhm.
It's a drawing game.
Mm-hmm.
It's PLO.
Is it an artistic drawing or a
No,
card drawing?
there are no pencils allowed in this game. They take them off you when you walk into the casino.
Okay, rightly so.
After the flop, there is 1 round of drawing. Okay? And in that situation as well, if you only take 1 card, that card is face up. And you can decide to keep it or swap the card.
I see.
So that's the only way you get the chance to draw twice. You then play the hand as normal, 5 cards, and the pot is split at the end. It's a mix between Omaha High, so 2 cards from your hand, 3 on the board, and the best 5-card holding that you have. I think that's correct.
That is far too complicated for a simple mind like me, but to the mixed game players listening, that might just sound like music to your ears. So next time that you see a Party Poker Tour event, look out for that on the schedule.
It could be the first thing you try and find where this fit is. So yeah, in second, we've got Jamie Staples, Party Poker Ambassador, and he's got the 3k package locked up. And then our Manchester winner, who we did have a chat with yesterday, Dennis Orhan, has got a 2k package locked up in 3rd place. So lots to play for, as we say, added value, and it could be you on the next stop of the Party Poker Tour. And we'll tell you where that is at some point in the future. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it, guys. You'll find out. But let's focus on Birmingham for now. Here in October 2025, 8 left in the field from 343 starters, £500 each. So we've smashed that 100k guarantee, £150,000 in the prize pool, and the winner, one of these 8 players, is going to be taking home over 27,000. We're going to see an open here on the button from Nicholas with the ace-6, and he's going to be met with a little bit of resistance from Mr. Josh Curry in the big ace-10 off.
It wouldn't be out of this world for him just to send it here. Yeah, Josh going to come in with a not all-in free bet here. Both of them working with just over 20 big blinds. Josh slightly covering. Looks like he's made it 325 there. And it's interesting that he's gone for the not all-in free bet here. You could just jam this, but Josh and Nicholas may have some history. Josh may be thinking if he free bets, Nicholas would potentially ram in a hand like the ace-6 off. So I don't imagine Josh was free betting to fold there. The free bet will get the job done. A little wry smile from Josh. Happy to get off the mark on this final table.
So a few players not getting too involved, just settling in, feeling it out. And it is only the 2nd level of the day after all. Card distribution is going to be kinder to some players rather than others, but it depends what they do with the tools they are given. King Jack now for Al Dente, Mr. Casson. And it's going to be against Josh Curry, getting involved again from the small blind.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways Mike could proceed here. It isn't necessarily a mandatory raise blind v blind here, because you don't really want to raise this hand and get jammed on by the likes of ace-5 offsuit, for example, when you've got a hand that plays so well in position. So you can either check or go in for a small raise. Mikey does have a pretty aggressive reputation though, and he will bump it up and take it down.
It's a nice hand, King Jack suited.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if he was planning on raise calling or raise folding there, or just maybe raise deciding.
Well, Josh is playing on popping a little order in here, a couple of drinks perhaps.
Oh, he's settling in for the day.
Yeah.
He's ready to grind.
He's ready to trap. Mikey on the water, consummate professional. Tim going to get an order in as well. And the players, pretty relaxed atmosphere here, even though they are battling it out for some pretty serious money. No one's going to grumble when they are at the cash desk if they are taking home probably one of those top 4 spots. Don't imagine Ty will want second and second. He'll be going for gold this time, and he does have the suited big leg, but he's going to throw it away. Rob's got a much prettier hand, and it is also in a later position. So let's see what he does here with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, even though Rob will be somewhat handcuffed by ICM being one of the middling stacks, I don't expect him to play super tight, but he is going to let this one go. And some great instincts there, Rob, because Tim Slater's behind him and definitely would have ripped it on him. Tim here in the cutoff, ace-queen suited, just under 20 bigs to work with. Doubt he'll be going anywhere here. Mikey gonna get out of the way. Oh, and James has ace-10, and this could be a spot where he'll put the pressure on. If he thinks Tim's opening wide enough, he may put him to the test here for just under 20. Really just depends how he wants to use his chip lead and what he thinks of Tim, but he is gonna just call, I believe. So maybe sensing that Tim is gonna have a very snug range there from the cutoff. James, a guy with really good instincts for the game. Oh, and he's just flopped best.
Not just the good instincts, but the good ability to flop and get ahead.
Well, if I knew I was going to flop top there with this hand, I would have just set it in pre and hoped to get a call, to be honest with you. But instead, he's going to have the opportunity to check raise. Tim with a range bet here.
Only the backdoor straight draw. Well, of course, the queen's live as well.
Yeah, but pretty likely that this just goes check raise from James against a small C bet that he would have been expecting to face.
What kind of sizing do you think is going to be coming in here, Guy?
Pretty small. You just want to induce stuff like, you know, ace-8, pocket 9s to still stick it in.
Oh, it's a perfect check raise 3x there. 300k.
Tim won't be enjoying this spot. Kind of knows that with James' image that he could just be check raising a draw here, like the 9-7, the jack-9. Not a lot you can do here with no backdoor flush draw, just ace-high. You got to think James is really getting out of line to want to just send this back on him.
Maybe a bit of TV time here from Tim as well.
He's definitely thinking about doing something. I don't think you'll get much Hollywood out of Tim, but there you go.
It's the biggest stack you're playing against there, though, as well. And Tim is now the shortest, so he's got to take that into consideration too.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things I saw a lot of, actually, when I was playing out in Asia against some of these more aggressive Asian players. Then 4-bet jamming hands like this on these kind of flops, just because I think there's a propensity for the big blind players nowadays to check raise those kind of boards a little bit too much, perhaps.
Yep. And congratulations to everyone that had 39 minutes on their bingo card for when Guy mentioned that he's just come back from Asia.
I haven't mentioned my jet lag yet, have I?
So that's a house for some people, I imagine.
Can I talk about jet lag?
I can't believe you've got that written on your T-shirt today.
Oh yeah, speaking of T-shirt, I didn't change out of this one.
Well, thankfully we're only audio at this stop.
Yeah, we may have Cam in the booth for the future stops on the Party Poker UK Tour, guys. So you'll be able to see our wonderful withered faces.
Slowly deteriorating as the days go on, yeah.
I mean, I think I might have even improved, actually, from the day one.
What, your face?
I mean, my day one
Actually,
face
yeah,
was pretty rough.
You were in a
I'd
state.
had about 4 hours sleep in the prior 70 or something like that. But
that day was an interesting one. Not alone for us, also for Ty, who came second. And he's got a hand again here. A pair of 10s. And he's opening under the gun there. James?
He's not going to get any resistance. James getting out of the way there with the Queen 10 suited. Doesn't want to tangle too much of Ty, it seems. And yeah, I can't blame him for that. Ty, one of the trickiest opponents you'll come up against in a tournament like this in the UK.
What about if he's in the big blind there with Queen 10 of clubs? Is he flicking it in?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
He did have Jitten in between them, and
Yeah, you don't really want to go three ways out of position with a hand that can be dominated by the under the gun range fairly often in this kind of situation. So, yeah, with a slightly worse price, pretty wise to get out of the way there. But you can sometimes free bet it if you think your opponent's opening too wide and going to succumb to the ICM pressure. It would have been second in chips versus first in chips there, and Ty would have had to probably respect that.
also we've got to look at the form here. You know, Jitten, he's doubled his stack basically with Ace King twice, so you'd be pushing against the tide if you did call with the Queen 10 and then Jitten woke up with something in the big. I'm going to see Josh fold this one, waiting for the order. And it looks like nobody's really got anything this hand. So will we see James open the button? I believe so. The mouth is covered. We're looking at maybe a slightly larger size here. 135, so a little bit more juice. Charging a bit more for Jitten, who does fold. And Ty's got a very playable hand in the big. But will he want to tangle with the next biggest stack at the table?
I feel like the form Ty's in, he's not going to be shying away from any confrontations. Just a good enough hand to defend in almost any situation too. But if you know your guy is going to be wide, all the more reason to get involved. And there is a little something for Ty there. Backdoor straighting and flushing, but depends on the c-bet size we get from James here. I do expect him to bet always on this board.
It's a dry one, yeah.
Yeah, the 4 and the deuce shouldn't ever really hit Ty. You should be defending so tight in this situation when it's second v first. James immediately putting out just over 200k there. 250 it looks like. I do think that will get the job done. Ty though, if he wanted to, this is a candidate to check raise. Obviously in this ICM situation, you do have to respect the big stack a little more. But he could turn any 10, any king, any club.
An awful lot of options there.
Any 8
Yeah.
to find a draw. But yeah, it does get out of the way on this occasion. And I don't blame him because James, as we saw yesterday, capable of just putting the pressure back on against those check raises, isn't necessarily just going to yield. He might even flick in a 4-bet occasionally on that kind of flop. So.
And we may also then have seen, you know, a big bet on the turn and potentially a bluff on the river. So Ty's got to plan ahead and think about the later streets.
So what's next to talk about, Ben, in terms of the Pie Poker UK Tour?
Well, I was just
what
looking
do we
at
need to mention?
what's next in terms of the blind level, but I've spoken to you about the path. I've spoken to you about the leaderboard, which is part of the challenge.
How about the Pie Poker Tour team? How are they getting on today? I did see Sam in the PLO Hyper Turbo. He did have a stack. He could be bagging up for day 2.
Yep, we also saw a trophy lift from Lady Staples herself yesterday. I believe the photos will be online soon, but let's go back to this table for now. We're playing for a trophy. Tim's found the Ace Jack +1. He's going to be jamming 900k, 15 bigs. Just an open jam. What do you think about that, guy? Is that what he's got to do?
Yeah, I mean, he is the shortest, and I would say if it's suited, you could just open, because it's going to play a lot nicer post-flop, but with the offsuit, it does kind of feel like it just wants to go in and run it. You can still get called by worse occasionally. You can fold out a lot of flips, and just avoids, you know, the likes of Ty and Rob defending from the blinds, who are obviously very competent players post-flop and going to put pressure back on you if they're able to defend. And oh, the timing of it all.
I'm loading up the payouts because I do not like the chances for Tim here, unfortunately. Tim versus Ty, and yeah, it's going to be Ty that's the favourite. And he's just thinking, right, how do I possibly also get Robert involved here?
I think a flat would be just so suspicious. I do expect a
That's
tank
true.
and then a jam, and here it comes.
Yep.
Rob going to get out of the way, and we are going to potentially lose our second player of this final table. Tim and Ty will have played so many all-ins together over the years. I don't know who's run better in that particular battle, but today it looks like it'll be Ty.
He's not standing though, is he, Tim?
Tim's not too pessimistic.
He does have the diamonds working for him as well.
And I didn't see an ace discarded, so I think
No.
there's still 3 aces to hit. Any barriers around? He's got an ace on his jumper there.
It is the ace of clubs as well. Maybe that's the one he finds.
Imagine. Oh, he's found a jack.
He has found a jack.
So you're saying there's a chance. Also a backdoor wheel available.
Yeah, it's possible.
5 outs immediately.
And all the aces and jacks are left in the deck.
Oh, and that will end it. So Ty finding the set on the turn, and we're going to lose Tim in 8th place. Valiant effort from Tim Slater, another local hero of Birmingham. Going to cash for £4,120. Ty going up north of 4 million here, and our second place finisher from the mini main event looking to go one better here, and he's in a great position to do so.
I'm enjoying Rob's face there when he's looking at those chips. He knows how difficult it can be if Ty gets a stack. And thankfully, he's got position on him. I think the heads up today, whoever it is, might last longer than that mini main did, which was, of course, only one hand, a flip between the gentleman you see the centre of the photo there. It took longer to set the cameras up for the heads up confrontation than it did the actual heads up itself. We just had 7s v ace 8, the ace 8 of Ty flopping a pair, but Rob turning him dead with a straight and pocket 7s that were really kind to him on Thursday. And we'll see, with 7 left, how kind the cards are to everyone today. 5.3k locked up for all our players. Not bad for a £500 buy-in tournament.
And it does say something about the quality of Rob Doris and Tai Huang, that the two of them have the chance to go 1 and 2 in both the mini main and the main event still. The fact they're both still here 7-handed, and they're both quite different players. You know, like Rob's a very theory-orientated guy. You know, sticks to mostly the solver-approved ranges, whereas Tai likes to mix it up and play a bit of street poker.
We might see some street poker here. Michael's going to open 120, min raise, ace jack off +1. Not going to be met by any defence here. What about in the big blind?
Oh, not again.
Oh, it's the same exact hands. Kings versus ace jack, and with this stack size, what do we think? Is Michael going to call it off?
I feel like Michael might get away from this one. Nick's been pretty snug with his free betting pre-flop. But the thing is, though, he's now the shortest stack, right?
That's
so you
true,
might just look at it and think, well, he's now the shortest. Maybe he's gambling with, you know, a suited ace-x, suited Broadway. The fact that he's free bet and not just shoved does look insanely strong, though. And that
It does,
could
doesn't
give
it? Yeah.
Michael a chance to get away from this. Assessing the situation here, the Bluffalo, Michael Denty Casson.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a hand that you're going to bluff with here, is it, ace jack? But maybe he does sniff this one out. It does look so strong, doesn't it, from Nicholas? But maybe he's trying to use that as a bit of a reverse.
Yeah, I mean, if Mikey's thinking, well, this guy thinks I'm pretty aggro. He's seen me on the stream yesterday running a few bluffs. His nickname online is the Bluffalo. He's got a few nicknames online.
Yeah, he has actually. He likes to change it every so often.
The anti-aunt, and wow, he's going to find a
good
great
lad.
fold there.
Good lad.
From Denty. Surviving.
I mean, he might have won the hand. We never know. He might have hit the ace.
True, he could have hit an ace.
But he's gone for the safer option here, and he has folded, and he's not going to quite be bottom of the pile. Still got a very workable stack there. 30 bigs at the 30k, 60k level.
I dare say if that had been a suited ace-jack, he might have gone with it, and he certainly, I think, would have gone with ace-queen.
Much sexier flavour.
Calm down.
Well, when it's suited, it is. That's a categorical fact. It's in all the books. Just because the ones that I see are mostly pictures, that doesn't matter.
Speaking of pictures, there are some great pics from our photography team here on the Party Poker Instagram, guys. Go check it out if you don't already.
Yeah, everyone having a great time here, and they really have done a super job of capturing that. Just the atmosphere here at Resorts World is pretty good. Pretty good. Jitten's going to pass this one because it's not ace-king, and he knows he'll get ace-king again shortly. So why mess around with suited numbers when you can get double Broadway? Speaking of Broadway, well, you've got the ace of diamonds here in Rob's hand. He's going to be opening the button. Ace 9 of diamonds. So two of the shorter stacks probably going to tangle, if anyone. Yeah, indeed. Now you think about it here, I say the short stacks, but they've all got about 25 bigs around this part of the table. Josh probably going to shove. Yeah, he has shoved. There we go. So ace queen from Josh, and Rob already folding. Look at that. Not even giving us the time to say.
Yeah, not even a little bit of Hollywood from Rob. I mean? He's just like, let's get on with it. Let me find another spot.
And it's a really interesting situation here now because we actually have Rob all the way round to Mikey. All four of those players really similar stacks between 1.4 and 1.8 million. And so it could just be a case of who runs better here, who gets the better card distribution in terms of the player that is going to pull away from the middle of the pack and join Ty and James as the chip leaders in this tournament.
Who's your money on?
Well, I think Jitten might get ace-king again.
We'll see.
At some point, and it might hold.
The conspiracy theories will be out if he finds it this hand.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
It really could be anyone. We've seen some great play from all these guys this week. Well, Jitten's found something pretty nice there. Ace-6 of hearts, sorry. His early position, though. He'll come in with an open. Rob with the king-queen. A candidate he could pick as a free bet here, but respecting Jitten's early position raise here. Not getting too out of line. And Mikey in the big, ace-10 off. We just saw ace-10 in the big blind from James the previous orbit, flopping top pair. Don't expect Michael to go anywhere here.
Now, we've seen the worst ace get there earlier on in the stream. Let's see if ace-10 retains the lead post-flop.
Nope. Scratch that. Middle pair and a backdoor flush draw for Jitten. One you could either bet or check. He will come out with a bet straight away though. Wants to protect his hand. I think Mikey will get out of the way given Jitten's image. Yeah.
Dry flop as well there. Not really much going on for Mikey, unfortunately.
Yeah, you got to get real sticky if you're going to call ace-10 of nothing there.
Really opening up his range there, Jitten, and playing a lower ace than ace-king. Got to respect it.
Yeah, it's been a flying start for Jitten. Not only has he pretty much doubled his stack, but he's also just watched two other players bust before him. So already laddering close to a new high score.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a little look at what he's got locked. Yeah, so in fact, I think it might be the highest score for Jitten. He's got 5k locked. I think his highest one was about $7,500. So you do the conversion, guy. I mean, I've got a great app for it. I'm not plugging that app as well, though. I've not even got a kickback from Lens. Let me just see. Say it's that. Yeah, pretty close. What has he got locked so far? 5,340. Yeah, so it's just over $7k dollars. So he's very close. Definitely, if we lose one more player and it's not Jitten, it will be his highest score to date. And Ty might be helping with that. He might knock someone out here with the sevens, the hottest hand of the week.
Josh on the button, king queen offsuit, has a couple of options here. If he thinks Ty is opening up a bit too much, it is one you could free bet, and he is going to go for it. Looks like 325. Going to put Ty to the test here. Josh been relatively quiet on this final so far, and we'll see here how Ty wants to proceed. If he was to find the rip here, I don't think Josh is ever going to be calling this off. It looks like a folding face to me. In these kind of situations, you really want blockers in your hand to find the 4-bet rips. You'd see ace-7 suited probably doing more shoving than pocket sevens in this situation. But Ty gonna look at a flop regardless here. Try and flop a set perhaps, or just try and find a dry low board to get it in on. And that is not dry or low. That is ace ace king, and not much going on for pocket sevens there. Be interesting if Josh knuckles this one back, plays it as a bluff catcher perhaps. He might be a bit concerned about Ty occasionally having a suited ace or something. He's going to come in with a tiny c-bet here. And there's really not a lot you can do here in Ty's spot.
Also taking into consideration the fact he's second in chips, and there is a real gap between second and third. You might want to preserve that stack.
I don't know, like, I don't know if that's necessarily Ty's style, but I do think it's just the worst board ever. But not going anywhere just yet. Ty, maybe with a bit of a plan here, or maybe a bit of a live read. We've seen him make some sick live reads already this week. Deuce on the turn. And this will probably go check check. Josh maybe blocks again, just to try and get called by like the king jack suited, the king 10 suited that Ty could have. Also might be wary that Ty could have diamonds, like a 10-9 of diamonds kind of hand. So could be a block bet from Josh to check back the river with, or he might just check again. No, he's going to go for another block. What does Ty make of this? Very strong line from Josh. You've got to have a real nailed on read to do something frisky here. He does. Just let it go this time. Kept him honest for one street. Ben, why don't you explain to us how the final table clock situation works here at the Party Poker UK Tour? Because we did have this for the mini main event final table as well. We don't go for a traditional clock system here. We have our own system which prevents stalling.
That's very true, yeah. So basically, we're going to be playing 20 hands per level, and the dealer has got a hand counter there as well. So the dealer is well aware of how many hands we've played. And yeah, it does prevent stalling. It does kind of mean that we're not too sure when the breaks are going to be, but essentially the dealer will be letting us know when we're going up a level and how many hands we have left of each level. We might get a little counter on the HUD maybe after the break, but for now we'll just be letting you guys know when we go up to the next blind level. I think we are probably about due. Maybe we'll keep tracking here as well. But we are still, for now, on 60k big blind, I believe. It will be 80k big blind next, but we've got a few more hands to play before that happens. It's a good system. I do quite like it.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. It just cleans up so many of the issues you get with stalling and just slow play in general. It just means you don't need the shot clock as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, I'm not really a big fan of shot clock poker on final tables when you've got these decisions that are just for so much money.
Mm-hmm.
And particularly when recreational players are on a final table and they've just got so much to think about with the money jumps in situations they won't have been in particularly regularly, because obviously they're not like the online pros who are playing 20 or 30 tournaments a day. So yeah, I just think it's a much better system, because there's been situations, even as myself on live FTs, where I've only had a few time banks on a final table and I've been sat there just thinking like, well, this just isn't long enough for me to think about this decision, and I've just ended up pitching a couple of cards that maybe I could have done something with.
Yeah, and even if you are used to playing a lot of those finals online, it is a completely different kettle of fish, really, where you are then live and you've got to take different things into consideration. So the idea of players really be given the opportunity to take their time, and like you say, for a lot of people, it's their best result. So they're then taking that time to decide what they're going to do in order to increase their chances of finishing as high as possible.
Yeah, I have to say there's been absolutely no issues with stalling or slow play at all this week. It's been played in great sportsmanship here. Sportsmanship here in Birmingham.
Unbelievable, quite frankly.
Great work.
Thank
and
you.
Potential collision here. Rob will probably open this under the gun, yeah. And Nicholas, just over 20 bigs, ace-queen suited. Do expect to see a free bet here.
Nicholas has found some great spots so far on this final.
Yeah. He may opt to shove, but I prefer, personally, a free bet. You don't really want to shove and then find someone wake up with something massive behind. You just want to give yourself the opportunity to get this one heads up. You don't really want to be freeway all in with ace queen suited at this stage.
He's got to try and keep it similar to when he did this with the kings as well, really.
Exactly. Yeah, a good balanced strategy from Nicholas. James on the button with fives, our chip leader. Does he put down the hammer? No. I mean, it is a spot where it probably would have worked.
And just for all listeners there as well, do you think he'd ever be peeling, or is he literally fold or four bet?
He certainly shouldn't be peeling, and I can tell you, if he's got a good coach, he'll find the fold there every time.
Just going to pause for laughter there.
I'm saying nothing. Rob, though, will be probably either saying all in or fold. I do think he'll get away from this one. If you think your opponent's going to be using a few suited ace-x as free bet bluffs there, you might send it in with the king-queen, but Nick shows Rob the goods.
And he did show yesterday as well. I'm sure Mikey Casson will be paying attention there, and that might actually work in Nicholas's favour if the same thing happens later on. Because like we say, he kept balanced, he made that raise size with his kings, and now he's shown ace-queen when he did it. Obviously, Casson's ace-jack still behind ace-queen, but yeah, players can be paying attention to this, and who knows if later on this final table, with the remaining 7, that may be information.
I think Nick was the only player to show a bluff on the stream yesterday. As in, like, we saw plenty of bluffs on the stream,
we
but
did,
the only person to proudly throw in at the opponent when he got it through, Nicholas yesterday getting a couple of barrels through with just king high.
It was still the best hand though, wasn't
But
it?
it did happen to be one of the rare occasions where it actually was in the lead by the river. It actually got the best hand to fold on the flop, and then a draw called through, but yeah, it did get the job done. I mean, if he'd have checked the river and given up, he would have got bluffed off it likely. So there you go.
We're going to see these two tangle again, as they have several times already this week. Small blind on big blind, Ty versus Rob.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this battle today, I think.
We might be seeing it all the way to the trophy lift.
And Ty putting that big stack to work here. Just this situation where when you've got a medium stack in the big blind and you want the big stack on an FT in the small blind, you just get to open super wide and just put that pressure on your opponent. But Rob, with a suited queen, gonna get sticky. And he is gonna flop a 4. But Ty, it's flopped a gutter. And it's just always going to be a c-bet for Ty here. Keep the pressure on his opponent, I believe. And Rob with bottom pair, but no backdoor with it. Depending on the size of the bet, could be forced to make a tight ICM fold here. We'll see. 200k from Ty. He's got the overcard to the jack, though. It's not going to be loving life, but he's quite possibly going to peel one off here. Ty's a man that you need to keep honest in these situations. Rob reaching, puts in the call.
Any turn cards here that Ty's not going to be continuing on, what do we think is going to happen on the 7 of clubs?
Oh, it's a pretty good one for Ty. I mean,
Wow.
He's turned up and down. The problem is, though, is a lot of Rob's range when he defends the big blind here versus small blind open in this situation is going to be suited combos. And we've seen that, obviously, he's defending queen 4 of diamonds here.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have defended queen 4 offsuit. So Ty, you know, having the deuce of clubs doesn't really block any of those suited combos that Rob would defend. So it's not exactly the best turn card for Ty. If he thinks about how Rob's constructed his range, Rob also going to defend a lot of Jack X in this situation. So you are going to be betting into a player that's going to have a pretty strong range now. As we can see it is one of the combos that Rob would have had to fold on the turn if Ty would have kept barreling. Rob Going to check his option, and Ty does have plenty of outs on this river. That is not one of them, but I tell you what, that is a card Ty could definitely rep, and when it goes check, check, turn, Ty might be putting Rob on a 4 or a 5 here.
And he does have pot back, Rob, so what kind of size do you think Ty is going to be using here in order to get the fold?
Well, it just depends on how he thinks he's constructed his range. Probably won't give Rob credit for an ace ever. Most ace-X going to be shoved pre. If he wants to fold out a 4 or a 5, he doesn't need to just send it. He can just bet relatively big, and it looks like he's gone for 500.
Yeah, a little bit more than that, maybe 650.
Well, yeah, so
He's
he's going to
the
be
top of the stack, wasn't it?
600. Yeah, so he's leaving Rob 200k. Yeah, I do like this size from Ty. Will Rob sniff this one out?
Talk to us about this as well, guys. Chosen to use the purple chips here. Is he trying to make it look more intimidating, or
no? I mean, they classically say that the lower denomination chips supposedly are going to be the weaker part of the range, or more likely to be a bluff. Supposedly, if you look at the statistics on live footage, people use the higher denominations more often when they're value betting. But Ty could know that and just be using that as levels against Rob. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that will come into Rob's thinking here. Rob's just simply thinking, well, Ty's a very capable guy. He's not got a jack here. It's either an ace or nothing, or a slow played flush, maybe a slow played straight. Do you want to be a hero, Rob? If he folds, he's going to be the short stack. That's the other thing.
Yeah, and this is really where it is important that there's no shot clock, because Rob can take all of this into consideration and try and make the best possible decision for this stage of the tournament. And this is the business end now, guys.
Yeah, I love this tension, honestly. This is great viewing for me. Just like thinking about the cogs turning in Rob's head, what's going through his mind. These guys have so much history together. They've played a lot over the last couple of years in the Midlands.
Let us know. What do you think is going to happen in the chat? Is he going to make the call here?
Yeah.
Or is Ty going to get the better of him?
And look at Ty, just giving nothing away here whatsoever. Oh, it looks like a fold.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh,
you tease, Robert.
He's just double checking how much he would have back if he calls, I think, here.
That's why
I can tell you, it would be 3 and a bit big blinds.
Would be in the small blind as well the next hand. He'll be taking that into consideration. And it might actually be the blind's going up next hand to 80k.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely soon. It's within this orbit. Another peel there, probably.
Sick spot, and he gets the job done. Any shows from Ty? Of course not.
Imagine. No, I just want to see him flash the 6 of hearts. That's what I'd like.
Well, Deuce of Clubs is a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Either of them are good.
Yeah,
that would be a classic.
Yeah.
You can pick one, mate, kind of spot,
Or
right?
you accidentally
you can pick one. Yeah.
Accidentally on purpose.
So Ty up to 4 million there, just showing the kind of street poker he's capable of.
Do the really cheeky one of you can pick one, and then they pick one and you show the other one. I'd love to see that.
Okay, TD just explaining the, I believe the blind increases.
Yeah, potentially. Although it does look like it's still 60k there, so it's not going to be this hand that the blinds go up. We're folded around to the blinds here again by the looks of things. Ty might be trying to keep momentum going with a queen. Queen 3. No, just going to let it go. We do have now the shortest stack. Rob in the small blind, and if he finds something, he will be getting looked up by Nicholas.
Wow, yeah. Rob yet to box his cards. I dare say any ace will be going in. Quite a lot of King X and quite a lot of Queen X too.
This feels like a shoving hand here.
There it is. Ace 8 off. Oh wait,
we read the wrong.
It was an
No.
RFID error.
The slow
It's
roll.
a different one. Oh, and
The
now
ace
it's a
of hearts.
really close one
Wow.
for Nick.
Yeah, the ace of hearts. It was saying that Nicholas had the ace queen of hearts, but
Oh,
actually
wow.
it must have passed over the wrong box there.
Yeah, so the RFID refresh shows us that Rob has the advantage here, but Nick with such a nice looking hand. I mean, for chips, this is just obviously a call, but when it's half your stack on final table ICM, it's a lot closer, but he is going to flick it in.
Wow.
He will be a little upset to see what he's up against, but still got 40% equity here and a chance to bust the mini main event champion and perhaps propel himself over 2 million.
Could take us down to 6 players here. Let's see what happens. Will Rob stay ahead?
Any chance of back-to-back for Rob Doris? Oh,
It's
well,
a sweaty flop.
it is very sweaty. Open-ender for Nick. Any queen, any jack, any ace, any 9.
We've lost a few, but
7 on the turn. What's it going to be on the river?
it's a brick.
And
Yeah.
if you're watching the mini main event final table earlier this week, it will come as no surprise to you that Rob Duras has held.
And they're basically going to swap stacks there, I think. Yeah, Nicholas looking like, if this is correct, he's down to about 750 after that call, and he's kind of got a call really with the Queen Jack of Hearts. We did almost get slow rolled by the cards there.
Yeah.
Ace of Hearts passing over, and yeah, it's going to be a double up for Rob, who's had an interesting couple of hands. And we're also going to pop the blinds up now to 40k, 80k.
Yeah, so really bad timing for Nick to lose half his stack there. I do think that Queen Jack suited probably bottom of the range maybe for calling blind on blind there with the ICM situation, but a hand far too pretty.
So we're going to be playing 20 hands at this level, 40k, 80k, and then I think I might be right in saying we're going to take a short break at the end of that. I will get confirmation, but yeah, let's play our first hand of 20. We might play the 100k big blind before a break, but as I say, I'll get confirmation of that. For now, 80k is the big blind, and as a result, the depth of stacks has got shorter.
The chip leader has not changed though. James Fowler doing the business so far, and he'll continue to put pressure on here with the Jack 9 suited, and Jitten is going to have a decision. Ace Queen off here, another big pre-flop hand. 20 bigs to work with now. We did see him get it in with Ace King twice earlier on, and it go very well for him. He's got Rob behind, who's a bit shorter. He's got Nick behind, who's a bit shorter as well. He's not going to be deterred. Free bet to 500k. And he'll be planning on calling off a shove from James, but potentially giving himself a chance to get away if it did go a rejam behind him and a call. So very good ICM aware play from Jitan here, not to just rip it, but to go for the not-all-in free bet. James would have loved to get to a flop here with Jack 9 suited. He'll probably give Jitan the respect here, but you can see him eyeing up his opponent, and yeah, does rightly get out of the way. Really solid play again from James.
Yep, and it looks like Jitan really is loosening up now with the ace queen.
Yeah, I mean, before he was only playing ace king, right?
It's true. We did see the ace-6, but he probably misread his hand.
Yeah.
Thought it was aces.
Yeah, no, really good performance so far from Jitan. He's gone from short stack to, I believe, up to 4th in chips now, 7-handed.
Yeah. Short stack to middle of the pack. And it's a great first session here for Jitan. Nicholas has been a little bit up and down, found some great spots to squeeze, but did lose that 60-40 against the mini-main winner, Rob, who will be trying to build on the momentum and go back to back with shiny gold trophies.
James here, chip leader under the gun, likely to come in for an open with King Queen. Not really that many shoving stacks out there, just Nicholas really sub 20 bigs now. So James will be pretty comfortable opening up the whole range under the gun here. full smiles from Rob Duras there. Having a pretty good week, my guy.
He's going to be looking down at the king 2 there and going, I'm not getting involved here, though.
Oh, Josh has found a monster.
No wonder he was giggling. He's got Jitten's hand.
So Josh, just under 30 bigs here. Likely to just go with a not-limb free bet.
He's flatted. He's trapped again.
Flatted. This is not one I advise flatting, guys. Out of position, ace king offsuit.
I mean,
Doesn't play that great.
3 ways as well. If it does come king high, then James could be in trouble. But do you think James would have been checking out the stream? Will he be aware of the fact that Josh is quite often out of position as well, flatting these big hands and trapping?
Well, we saw him flat the aces as a trap twice yesterday, but ace king off is a one you don't expect people to trap too often. It has allowed Mikey to come along from the big blind here, and he's actually flop best. But James with a gutter and 2 overs as well. Really poor flop for Josh. He'll be regretting not going for the free bet now. And James will just check his option here 3 ways. It is a board that's just going to connect so often with these ranges that flat from the blinds here. And the Bluffalo, Michael Casson, upgrades the trips on the turn. I do expect a big chunky bet to come out from him here on a double flush draw board.
And it actually turns out that James is the player that would be leading because the Buffalo has decided to check and potentially trap here. You've got to imagine if he checks this turn, he's got to be thinking of check raising because there are a lot of rivers where he loses value or goes behind.
He's gone for the check. And it looks like we've got a bet from James. Is that correct?
That's what I've just said. Yeah, I think Michael basically is checking 2 check raise and he's going to find even more money in the middle here. It's probably going to be a jam from Michael, no?
It really could be, yeah. He's got pot behind here. Not a big fan of this call from Josh, to be honest with you. He's really not got much going on for him.
And Castle's going to get this through because I don't see how James, I mean, with a player behind as well, such a suspicious call from Josh.
Yeah, you're going to put Josh on a range like kind of king-queen, maybe queen-jack, jack-10 suited, maybe a 10-9 suited kind of hand. Pocket 10s wouldn't be opposed to just flatting the small blind here, but as you can see, Josh just drawing dead. He's going to be drawing dead a lot of the time on this kind of board 3 ways. And Mikey, yeah, I mean, maybe you're worried about the occasional better rate,
There we
but
go.
just no other option really but to send it.
I was just thinking he has to, unless there's part of him thinking, wow, what has Josh got jack, something like that? He could be thinking he's trapped a big hand.
Yeah, of course. 9's
88%.
definitely something you can have, but and James is going to ask for a count here, thinking if he's up against the jack, he's getting a pretty good price, but against an 8, only 12% equity for James, only a 10 working for him. James, I imagine, was betting this turn with a plan to probably bluff on a diamond or a spade river with the king, queen of diamond,
blockers,
spade specific, and they will both get out of the way. And yeah, Josh will be regretting not just free betting that one free, but the benefit factor of that, the Bluffalo, Michael Casson with essentially a double there without showdown. Great spot for him, and he'll be appreciative of Josh's flat, allowing him to come along in the big blind there.
This is the danger when you do trap, as Josh chose to there with the ace-king. Of course, like we say, if he did come a king-eye flop, he might have found himself doubling, but
yeah,
as
definitely
played,
would have.
It's a case of chips go to seat 3. And,
yeah, I mean, the traps worked so perfectly for him yesterday with the aces. Both times he got the absolute max as a result of that. He's probably just thinking to himself, well, it's been working. If it's not broken, no need to fix it.
Perhaps thinking that Casson might be squeezing from the big as well, knowing he's a very aggressive player and just wanting to trap that.
Yeah, so the big stacks have all leveled out a bit here now, with James taking a hit there. I think he's down to about 4 mil, which was what Ty had gone up to. And Mikey up to close to 3 mil here. So no runaway chip leader anymore here, all to play for on this final table.
And we're looking at about hand 4, I believe, of this level. I'm just waiting for confirmation on whether we'll go to a break after this level or if it's going to be after the 100k big blind level.
Nick, now the clear short stack, looks down at a decent ace high, is going to send it. Josh with a really sticky spot here with the 7s. Oh, he is straight in.
He's heard how lucky 7s have been on this final table, and they may claim another victim.
James asking for a count before he peels his cards.
Is that the GTO approved? You know, just so you know, if you do have aces, you definitely call it.
Well, you can always just get a little bit of a read on your opponent, maybe. But yeah, he's going to get out of the way, and we are going to have an all-in confrontation here, and potentially losing our third player of the stream today. We did see a couple of aces discarded pre, so bit of a fake flip here. Sevens out in front.
Will they hold? 57% favourite.
As we said, sevens were running real hot earlier in the week, but they did cool down a bit last night. Let's see if it's fully cooled down. There's the 8.
They're going to need to get some of that heat back if they want to send a player to the rail in 7th.
Nick currently surviving. Oh!
How do you like them apples?
So, Nick still with 2 outs, but the sevens continue to run hot here in Birmingham. And a deuce on the river. Sevens full of deuces. Will take it down for Josh Curry.
It's unfortunate there for Nicholas. The dream flop, but the nightmare turn. And it's going to be a 7, and it's going to see Nicholas hit the rail. Good for 7th place, £5,340, which means the remaining 6 players have locked up 6,770. That's nearly £7,000. Definitely the hand of the week. And we're now playing a 6-max tournament.
Yeah, incredible that just as I called them maybe cooling down, just instant service, 7 on the turn. We do assure you there are only 4 sevens in the deck, guys. If you've been watching the stream closely, they have been coming out so frequently. Josh, very happy to pick up that pot after losing the one prior with Ace King. He's up to 2.5 million or so now.
Sounds like the players just discussing how many aces and 8s were folded pre-flop as well.
So what does that do to these chip stacks? Looks like Rob is going to be our shorty now.
He needs to spin at this point if he wants to be laddering to 8.4k up in 5th.
Yes. No one in the danger zone though. Everyone over 20 bigs here. So plenty of play left at this final table. And Josh with plenty of hand in the cutoff. Ace Jack of clubs versus ties open with the Ace 7 of diamonds. 2 really good looking combos.
Going to be slow playing this one.
He is going to come along with a call. Yeah, not the kind of hand you want to 3-bet and get 4-bet with and miss out on the chance to go to the flop. Oh,
Jitten!
Oh, James, I'm sure, is going to get out the way here, but Jitten, who has been running hot this final table, looking at the kings right now in the big blind.
He's probably misreading his hand and thinking, this isn't Ace King. I don't want to play this. These cards match. And they're big. What a spot with the kings here for Jitten.
Yeah, just over 20 bigs facing under the gun raise and a flat from the cutoff. And, you know, Josh has got to be really snug with his flat in the cutoff here. He could have some really big hands here, like pocket 10s, pocket jacks, stuff that, you know, doesn't necessarily 3-bet every time here. So it's just a dream spot for Jit, and he goes for the not all-in 3-bet here. This looks insanely strong.
It looks crazy strong. When all we've seen turned over is Ace King, he's going to be betting. What is that? 700k from there, so about 40% of his stack.
You know, the thing is, though, in these ICM situations, there are going to be combos that you would 3-bet here and then fold if both players get it in behind. Like, you know, we've seen Josh trap quite a bit. If it went, like, shove, and then Josh shoves as well, you can get away from hands like Ace-Queen off in Jitten's spot there. But obviously, he was going to go nowhere with the kings. And another good pickup for Jitten, going up to 2.3 million. And the stacks leveling out even more. Just so condensed here with these stacks on this final table. It really is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and it might come down to who wants it more. Josh there having a good time now. I hope his order's arrived.
Well, if not, there might be a valet position open for me. Future job opportunities.
There we go. Well, I mean, you did bring some lovely coffees across earlier, so
I may go and get some more coffees momentarily. Depends how many hands we've got left of this session. I will go and check that momentarily.
I'd say about 10 of this level.
Okay, well maybe I'll still be here. Maybe I'll wait till the break.
Yep, just waiting to hear if this is the final level before a break. It's not going to be the final hand Josh plays though, you imagine, 'cause he's got a pair of 8s here.
Yeah, momentum building again for Josh. Oh, and it's nines for James, and there's a couple of options for James now. He's seen Josh open pretty frequently. He may just go for a free bet call with the nines, feeling they're strong enough. And it does look like it. And this is going to come down to how Josh wants to operate. Can you imagine when you free bet the nines here, you're doing it with a plan to call most of the time. If someone comes in from the blinds, you can then get away from them. Ty not going to get frisky with this combo. And yeah, what's Josh going to do here? I think ordinarily, with the ICM pressure, you don't want to ship this one. He's going to check how much he's got. Just comes down again though to what he perceives James to be doing. But yeah, he's going to get out of the way.
These middling pairs really being played as all in hands rather than any kind of set mining at this stage of the final table, because obviously you just have not got the depth.
Yeah, and you just got to preserve your stack utility as well when you're on a final table like this. And the more condensed the stacks are, the more the value in preserving your utility goes up. And you would rather have a hand like an ace-8 suited to 4-bet rip there on James, just as a blocker to the top end of the value.
Let's have a look at the stack sizes then and how many big blinds everyone has here at the 80k level. Short stack 21 bigs, Rob, and the chip leader James has 62 big blinds. 5 million of the 17 million in play. He came in as the chip leader. He's still the chip leader with 6 left. And as you say, the chips there with the bottom 3 players, in fact, bottom 4 players, all very close together.
Yeah, it's super condensed, and the more condensed the stacks get, the more sweaty it gets for these middling stacks. You know that anyone could finish 6th here, like literally. There's just like no short stack. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to find out if we're playing another level after this one.
Yeah, I've not had any response yet, so if you'd be so kind, I'll take hot water and honey as well if you're going, dear.
Oh, really? Pass me a cup then.
The sass on that, alright. Give it a rinse.
Maybe.
Rob's got a pretty hand there in the big blind. Oh yeah, we're just, what are these gremlins saying? He's in the big blind. Ty has folded. It's Rob that's called there with the 8-9 of diamonds. And can't quite see what Michael's hand is. Yeah, there we go. Ty's folded. Rob's called. And he's connected. So we're going to be sweating with Rob. It's the kind of board that hits Mikey's range more than Rob's. We have the luxury of seeing both hands now, and we see that Rob has flopped best. Mikey has a backdoor straight flush draw. He's going to be continuing on there. Let's see what kind of resistance he's met with. Rob could check raise this one. There's a king out there. Maybe he just wants to call and let the Buffalo do his thing. Shortest stack player at the table now. He is electing to call. If this could be a club or a wheel card, we could see Mikey go for it. It's not. It's the 6 of diamonds. So we're now looking at a rainbow board. The ace is still live, but you've got to imagine when Rob has double pot behind, Mikey will be giving this some serious consideration as to which of his cards are live and whether he can get Rob to fold the kind of hand he has. They'll have clashed before at previous tournaments over the years, and Rob will have been watching the streams and will know that Casson is capable. And here we go, we see that bet from Michael Casson on the turn. 375 into 690, and Rob here having to make a decision. You've got to think if he calls the turn, he's calling the river, failing it being a very wet one. We saw him make a fold earlier when Ty bluffed him. What is the mini main event champion going to do? Again, no shot clocks on the final table, really getting the maximum amount of time to make his decision. And he's going to let this one go. The Buffalo runs rampant, and he'll be eating tonight. We've seen a lovely bluff there from Mr. Casson.
Unsurprising, this guy was finding some super creative stuff on the stream yesterday. I've just been informed that it's actually at the player's discretion whether they want to play another level, so they'll be asked and it'll go to a vote apparently.
Is it not at our discretion?
Unfortunately not, no, we're not quite important enough.
Ugh. Alright, I'll see what they say. We'll see whether they want to allow us to actually use the toilet at any point today.
You can go.
No, I know.
I can hold down the fort.
We've got upwards of 3 buckets here.
Yeah, we won't be using those.
No.
Can assure you. I'm just going to...
6 players remaining. And, as you say, a couple of bluffs getting through against Rob. You've got to think he's sick of folding these spots on the river.
Yeah, he's not been blessed with easy decisions so far.
Yeah, it's not been a jitten kind of day where you just look down at ace, king twice, ace, queen, kings, ace, 6. And James is going to find another pair here in early position. Hijack the lucky 7s.
Yeah, 7's the hottest hand of the week, and with the chip lead, not going to be afraid to come in with an open here, James. Yeah, if you did miss the mini-main event final table earlier in the week, we did see pocket 7's sent pre for 40 bigs effective from Mr. Rob Duras there, the man on the right side of your screen. He ran into queens on that final table and found the lucky 7 to take, I think it was half the chips in play four-handed at that point, right?
Basically, yeah, and just from there he did not take his foot off the pedal.
Yeah, tournament-defining hand for Rob.
Like I said earlier, he also won the heads up, which lasted one hand with 7s, and he bussed in 12th place, the chip leader on the day. 7s versus kings, I've been told he made a straight. But let's get back to this tournament, and we'll see that the 7s have stayed ahead here versus Josh in the big blind.
Yeah, very unsurprising. It is a board that shouldn't really hit the opener's range too often, but it's going to be really hard for Josh to continue without much going for him.
Backdoor clubs, but not the kind of hand he's want to be putting in his check raise range, no?
Nah, you kind of just want like a 7-6 or kind of like, you know, something with a wrap potential around that board.
I'm hungry now you've said that.
A wrap?
I've heard the word wrap.
Fancy that Nando's chicken wrap?
It could happen, you know. Might be a little food stop in between the main event and the high roller, which will be starting, or it may have even started at this point.
Yeah, quite a few players qualified already. Has the satellite concluded for that high roller?
Look through the lens. I believe it's ongoing. Yep, so there are 2 seats guaranteed. I'm just trying to see the clock. It is underway. And there are 17 players, 14 remain. 2 seats there. So a bit of added value. Jump in. Light Ridge is still open, I believe.
Yeah, and there was quite a few added value satellites for the high roller, which has resulted in quite a few players being qualified online for it.
Got to imagine a few people may have arrived a bit early, and rather than jump straight into the high roller, they've gone, oh, is there a satellite? I'm up for that.
Yeah, I did happen to bump into someone on the walk over here this morning who was in that situation. Came for
£115, yeah.
a bit of lunch at the Resorts World complex here before playing the high roller, and then noticed the satellite. Flicked it in, and Michael's going to flick in a defend here with a 9-7 suited.
And he's going to flop a fair bit of equity here, up and down.
James will come in with a range c-bet here as the chip leader gets to continue just to apply the pressure to the middle stacks. And Michael, I think, is currently third in chips with 2.7 million, right?
Yeah, at the start of this hand, I'm just checking Josh's stat. Yeah, I think he is. Of course, we have
Yeah.
Rob as the shortest, and then Jitten slowly chipping up. But I believe it is Casson who is in the bronze medal position at the moment.
Yeah, just going to continue with a call. We can't really get too frisky facing aggression from the chip leader here. 1.1 million in the middle already. And the Buffalo will turn a pair here to
That's
go
seven
with his
again.
straight draw.
Was it the seven of diamonds to bust our last player on the turn? I'm trying to think. It was definitely a seven on the turn, but
It certainly was.
yeah.
Mikey not going to start leading here, which you would see a little bit of in the computer. James with absolutely nothing, going to just keep piling on that pressure. And a really close spot now for Mikey, because ordinarily, yeah, you're always going to continue your up and down in a pair in this situation, but as we've been mentioning, when it's such a large portion of your stack on a final table where you just want to preserve your stat utility, it just becomes so much closer. And obviously, he could get there on the river and hit a straight, but what if it comes the five of clubs? Do you love it?
What if it comes the five of clubs? And it's a 6-7-5 bet, like you said. Quite a chunky bet.
Yeah, I mean, James repping the queen.
Again, another hand where Mr. Casson is going to be given a lot of time to think about it and come to the decision he's happiest with. Real positive to not having any shot clocks on this final table. And let us know in the chat what you think he's going to do here. All options available, Guy?
I mean, Michael's definitely capable of all options. I think the most common would be a call, and there it is. And he's going to have less than pot behind here. Big river coming here in the context of this final table.
Anything could happen.
It's another queen. That's actually a really good card for Michael, because it's less likely that James has a queen now. James might be worried about Michael having the queen, and yeah, he does give it up. And pretty sick run out for James. And it is Michael Casson now is going to be our new chip leader after that. Getting sticky in the big blind and getting rewarded. And so, for the first time this tournament, Michael Casson taking the chip lead. The man who made the trip up here yesterday morning to play the Hyper Turbo Day 1D, played all the way through till 2:30 this morning to bag up for this final table. And man, is that grinder mentality being rewarded here.
13 hours for the Sticky Buffalo yesterday, and he has certainly found a way to build the stack. And I think also we might be having a break after this level. I think that's the plan. We're gonna find out. I think I just saw it update and then unupdate again on the Lens app. But yeah, we will keep you posted on that, guys. Josh having a great time. And you could be joining us and having a great time on the next stop on the Party Poker Tour. We are in Birmingham right now, and we'll tell you at some point where we're going to be next. Maybe. For now, let's focus here on the final table. 6 players left. They all have locked up £6,770, but it could be an even better day for them. They could have another 20 grand. Why not? Just a cash 20 grand on a Sunday. 27,000 up top.
So Michael, now with the chip lead, going to be blind on blind against second in chips. They are really deep though, over 50 bigs. Ace-8 suited can do either a raise or a limp here. Thing is, Michael might not be fully aware that he's now the chip leader. They are very similarly stacked.
And do you think that changes how he would play this hand? I mean, you can have a quick glance and see they're similar stacked at least.
I mean, certainly if you are slightly ahead in chips, you just get to raise a hell of a lot more in this ICM situation.
Yeah. I mean, he has opened here, Mikey. He has raised, and James is going to defend 265k from Mr. Casson. And so now we already have over 500,000 in the middle. That's over 10 starting stacks.
Yeah, crazy. Not a lot there for James.
Wettish board though, and it's going to go check.
A little surprised Michael not c-betting this.
And that's why.
He just knew it was coming. And having checked the flop, he may continue to check on this turn.
Yeah, what's really calling on the turn if he does decide to start betting now? Is he really assuming, yep, there we go, that is the check.
Yeah, he's going to hope James maybe has a smaller ace of his own.
We know he likes to put the pressure on. We were hearing a lot about the hands he played on the outer tables. He did check back the last hand, chose to not fire a bluff in, and took the ace-high showdown. But this time, king-high showdown not enough, and he's going to bet 375k.
Yeah, it's obviously a spot where James will still have a lot of ace-x in his range. Not really incentivized to free bet blind and blind here when you are second of 6 against the chip leader. But Michael is the one with the Barry. 1.4 million in the middle. Jack on the river. This really could be one that James gets tempted to bluff. It's not going to work if he tries it.
Would it depend on sizing as well? I mean, if we have a look, 1.4 in the middle, like you say, both players have about 3.5 million. Got to assume Cassen's not going to block a bet. He's probably going to check this one and let James bluff at it. As we know, he has done earlier in the tournament, but not earlier in the day.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got any chance of winning this pot, he's going to probably need to send all of it in the middle, which would be quite the play.
And I can tell you there.
Michael is going to go for a block here. Interesting. Did not see this one coming. Maybe he reads James for like a raggy ace and just wants to block and just get a little bit of value. Maybe just not wanting to go check when James has got a jack or something on the river that he might have fallen into. Certainly James could have the kind of hands like King 10, King Jack, and it's opened up the chance for James to raise and just rep something like King 10.
That's a big one.
Or a 2 pair, and there it goes. And
1.4 maybe?
wow. James,
a
player with insane instincts and a lot of creativity. These guys know each other's game pretty well, so this is super interesting.
Cassen won't want to lose the chip lead when he's just got it off him, but I think we're in for a bit of a tank here, and we'll see if the Bluffalo comes to the correct conclusion. What are you thinking in this spot here if you're Cassen, guy?
I mean, it's pretty sick. Like, it does look like 2 pair. You are blocking all the 2 pairs that would raise. And the only other combo you're really worried about is like a King 10.
Yeah.
Maybe Queen Jack is good enough, but then James didn't bet the flop, so unlikely to have Queen Jack ever in this line. Could have had a slow played flop set.
Maybe something like ace 3, ace 6?
Yeah, for sure. But again, you've got the ace blocker, so I don't know, you're probably going to come to the conclusion that this might well be King 10 or nothing a lot of the time. And James, obviously, with the King blocker, going for it.
It's a great bluff regardless, isn't it? But you've got to admit that Cassen, by putting that blocker bet out there, he gave James the opportunity to make a bigger sized bet.
Yeah, for sure. Michael's going to
fold.
let it go.
Wow.
What a hand, guys. 2 players who have been the most creative with their bluffs on the stream over the last couple of days go into war with each other, and James will reclaim the chip lead, having just lost it to Michael the previous hand.
Turns out you can bluff a bluffer.
Huge pickup for James there. I think he goes north of 5 million once again.
And I'm just wondering there, on that river, Mikey there has obviously done the blocker bet, targeting certain hands. However, do you think it's one of those where if he checks, you assume the bluff size is going to be smaller, right? So maybe he's supposed to check there with his ace-8?
I mean, I think ordinarily you would check. Yeah, I think like it's a pretty clean bluff catcher. Yeah, I mean the bluff size isn't necessarily going to be small. I think like a bluff for James on the river there, when facing a check, would have probably been a similar size to the raise he made.
Okay.
Which maybe Michael felt like he wasn't going to be able to call.
So
He
it
was
was
looking
1 point.
to block and try and prevent what happened, but actually
Yeah.
maybe just underestimated how often James would find the bluff raise on the river there.
1.2 into 1.4, wasn't it, the bluff raise? Over a 275 bet. So you think if it did go check, you think potentially James would have bet a similar size?
I think so, something in that region. I mean, like, maybe he may have even found like a double pot jam, you know, like, it's not out of the question.
Speaking of jams, I think we might find one here.
Yeah, Ty is going to be in a bit of a jam here because he's opened with the 8s and Rob 100% is about to send it with the 10s. And there it goes, our shortest stack at the moment, the mini-main event champion from earlier this week, sending it in against the mini-main event runner-up.
You see an 8 there in Jitten's hand, so if Ty wants to get his own back, he'd need to find the case 8.
Yeah, and it's a tricky spot for Ty. He's getting a pretty good price with a pretty good pair. Knows that Rob is going to be shoving a lot of suited Broadway still here, a lot of ace-X. It is a big chunk of Ty's stack still, and that's where these ICM problems come up.
These are patient players as well, though. They've just had to witness quite a long hand that they weren't involved in. And with some
Two
people,
long hands between
yeah,
the
actually,
two chip
that's
leaders,
true, yeah. Other end of the table. But sometimes that could affect the less experienced players, and they might then think, right, I'm finally in a hand, let's play this one. But Ty's going to give this some serious thought.
He's going to flick it in, though, giving Rob credit for a wider range. Can't really blame Ty there. And potential here for Rob to leapfrog Ty and go up to 2.7 million here. We have seen him run like God on this table this week. Doesn't need to run too well here. As we've seen, 1-8 has already gone. Oh, actually, I think both 8s have been discarded.
Oh, really? I didn't see the second
so it's
one.
actually just hearts working for Ty.
Or a straight.
Needs a lot of help here, Ty. 7's hot as ever.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Ty will be praying for an 8, but as we can see, this hand actually is already over.
It's a foregone conclusion. There are no 8s left, and Rob is sweating needlessly.
So Rob Doris is gonna double, which will be as no surprise to anyone who's been watching the stream this week.
Yeah.
And he is gonna be a dangerous man now, rivering a needless full house with the 10s. So it is dangerous Doris up to 2.7 mil.
So we're still at 80k big blind here, but if my counting is accurate, I think it's going to be the next few hands that we go up to 100k big blind. 2 starting stacks. In fact, if you're in the big blind, that's 4 starting stacks, isn't it? Because the big blind ante. What year did that become
The norm?
the norm? Do you remember?
Well, I remember briefly we had button ante, right?
Oh yeah.
When we got rid of the traditional ante. That was like 2016 or something,
That
right?
sounds about
Maybe?
right.
And
yeah.
then we flirted with the button ante, and then certain tours used the big blind ante, and then there was a little bit of a discussion over which was better for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And we eventually settled on big blind ante because obviously you can fairly often have a dead button, but you can never have no big blind.
That's very true. And the big blind is going to have a decision when the small blind gets involved here. Jitten has 10s.
Well, Michael's opened with the 10-8 suited here, so Jitten gonna go for a free bet again. And Jitten's had some great starting hands on this FT. We've seen him play them all aggressively, and he might be forgiven for thinking that he's getting a little out of line, because this is maybe his 5th not all in free bet of
Yeah.
the final table, right? Is that ace king, ace king, ace queen, and then kings?
Interesting
All
size
of them
as
got
well.
through.
640.
I kind of like this size.
Yeah.
Seems kind of nice. Just it's going to price out Mikey with a lot of his range. Can't take too many flops here with this ICM situation, but does give him the chance, obviously, to free bet and potentially fold if it goes all in from Ty and then a call from Mikey. So nicely played from Jitten, who's really put in a nice performance here on this FT so far, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that he might be in a very comfortable scenario for himself here, but actually this is the biggest spot he's been in for some time. We did speak to him earlier, and I think he may have already equaled his best cash.
Yep, I was going to announce that when he next won a hand, and he's actually surpassed it.
Nice.
£6,770. Let me just put that into the beep boop 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 and see how many dollars that is. Oh, dollary dues, if you will. So what do we say? 6770. Go on, take a guess. How many dollars is that?
Off the top of my head, that'd be like 9k, right?
I hate it when he's right. It's $9,088.
Oh, I missed out on $88 there, didn't I?
Story of your life. So let's go back to Casson now, who's playing another hand, and it's Ace Queen of Hearts. He's going to make an open from the hijack. It's a min raise.
Yeah, the dollar signs lighting up for Casson here. Ace Queen suited. He'll be going. Not quite at 100k big blind yet, but certainly a hand that he wants to go to war with.
Jack 3 suited from Rob, who will also be aware of the blinds going up soon.
Yeah, Rob with a few chips to work with now, but he's not going to tangle with Mikey. Obviously, seen him play pretty aggressively yesterday, and perhaps not wanting to tangle with him. And like all of these players, the remaining have not been shy post flop throughout this tournament when we see them on the stream. So got to tread carefully.
They've really put a show on, haven't they, for us when we have seen them different styles and of course different amounts of exposure on the stream. But yeah, we've seen lots of bluffs. We've seen a fair bit of trapping from Josh over there.
Josh the Trapper in seat 2.
Some massive hands from Jitten, and not necessarily got value on all of them. And then of course the clash of Ty and Rob, first and second on Thursday.
It's sort of some battles. So there's like a little bit of a battle between Casson and James Fowler here.
Mm-hmm.
Those two both found some really creative bluffs on the stream. And then obviously the battle between Ty and Rob has been going on all week. These guys heads up in the mini main together.
Yeah.
And they are sat together once again. Jitten and Josh stuck between these individual battles.
Just getting it quietly.
They really are. Rob, the 5-3 suited here, does cover Josh. Could come in for a raise here, just apply some ICM pressure. I think Josh might be our shortest stack now.
Yeah, it's going to be that way. 1.8 million, and when the blinds go up to 100k, that of course would be 18 bigs. So we're going to see a raise here.
Yeah,
from Rob.
that's a chunky one.
240. Going to take it down.
Yeah. Not a lot Josh can do with the 9-5 off.
And again, he's juiced it up a little bit. It's a pure 3x the big blind from a small blind to the big blind. Just trying to give an even worse price for Josh to defend. And in terms of small blind on big blind play at any stage of the tournament, really, this one in particular, though, let's say, that is probably where there's going to be the most mistakes, the most issues, do you think, for a lot of players that may not be familiar with this situation?
Yeah, ordinarily, because with ICM you're always learning. Every day's a school day when you're running ICM sims, honestly. But no one really blundering so far today, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a really good display of high-level poker here on the final table of the Party Poker Tour in Birmingham. The £500 main event.
We should say, though, on this stream this week, we have seen a lot of fun play on the stream table.
Yeah.
You should not be deterred
No.
from thinking that every table is playing as solidly
Definitely
as
not.
these guys.
We've seen
We
quite
saw
a few links,
some,
haven't we?
Yeah, we saw some stuff. We saw some things this week. And
the Ricky bluff, I remember that. Chatting to him in the chicken shop afterwards.
oh, yeah, that was... Yeah, I mean, Ricky's performance was incredible.
Yeah, we did enjoy that. And
And
do
just
check that out as well.
Back-to-back pocket kings getting cracked pre for Ricky was pretty sick.
Probably only just got over that and we're giving him a bit of PTSD, but sorry
Yeah,
about
sorry
that,
if you're watching, Ricky. That was a sick one for you.
Yeah. the same ace as well on the turn,
Mm.
both times. I will shut up about it soon, I promise. Some side events there going on.
Little update on the chip counts. You can see there, Josh is currently our short stack, but not in the danger zone just yet. Still north of 20 bigs. Ty, who did start the day second in chips, things haven't quite gone his way. Did find that really nice bluff against Rob blind on blind earlier, but does find himself 5th of 6. But those stacks still so condensed. This is anyone's tournament, guys.
Yep, and everyone's pretty deep here.
Couple of familiar faces here in the foreground. David Lappin there on the left. One of your favourite TDs on the right there, Ben.
Oh, Tom, he's disappeared.
Yeah,
He's
just
a good
right
one,
on
Tom
cue,
Cole.
he's exiting. I think
Yeah, of course.
RTD Sean there, just discussing with the players about the level change and how many hands you'll be playing per level.
Yeah, I'm just looking to get confirmation about that as well. It looks like it might be every 2 hours once a level is completed. But again, I don't want to feed you false information. If that is correct, that means we'll be taking a break 6 hands from now. And yes, I can confirm that. We're going to play 6 more hands, and then we are going to take a 20-minute break. So yeah, enough time for you to grab yourself a drink, maybe a bite to eat, drop a few comments, and we'll get back to you. But let's get back to the action now. Really, still some good stacks here on the final. Going to be a 15-minute break, actually, I've been told. Yeah, why have it too long, you know?
Yeah, let's get on with it, guys.
Yeah, we want to crown a champion.
We've got a high roller to stream later as well, you know. So yeah, how's the high roller looking, by the way? It's gonna soon be starting. I guess they might be waiting for the satellite to wrap up.
Yeah, they're going to wait for the satellite to finish first. I think it will be running, I believe. We'll get back to you about that after the break, but I think it will be underway, certainly by the time we're back from the break. We're going to update the chip counts as well on the break. So maybe it will go to 20 minutes, but if you just stay tuned to the stream, then, you know.
I can tell you, actually, that the high roller already has 16 players pre-registered before the start.
Lovely stuff.
And some great names in there. Heribert, who was on our final our
Oh,
stream
yes.
table yesterday, in there. I'm not really seeing any known tour pros on this player list. A lot of online qualifiers who have qualified for as little as $10
Yep.
are here, and you look at this list. That is not a typical high roller player list.
Whoa, hang on
for
though.
the UK.
Who's that at the bottom of the list?
That is no stranger to a high roller, Mr. Gary Spinks. He is in the field.
He's in the
Chris
field.
Johnson, probably the standout player here. Macapac, he was on our stream during this week. But yeah, looking like a very interesting field. I mean, if I was a grinder, which I am, but not today, I would definitely be on my way over here
Yep.
to play that one. I mean, I would love to play that one myself right now, looking at it, but I am stuck in the booth.
He's locked in the
with Ben.
booth. Yeah, he is in between a rock and a hard place. And I'm not just saying that because one of the names that are pre-registered is a Mr. James Buckley.
I thought you were going to say someone with the name Rock.
No, it was a really good reference because
Okay.
James Buckley is the name of one of the actors from In Between Us. But maybe a bit of a niche.
That is very niche.
Could actually be him as well, you never know.
Could be.
Probably isn't.
Well, I thought you maybe were going to say, and one of the players listed is Dwayne Johnson.
No, he's actually playing the 4-5-6 later on.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good to catch up with Dwayne. You know, we go a long way back.
It's true.
Speaking of wrestling, do check out my Instagram story for some very haphazard content creation, guys.
The one when you're in the vest.
No, not that one. Don't worry, we won't subject you to that one. But I've been playing with my green screen app this week.
Excuse me? Oh, right, okay, yeah, the story, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I tried a Bruce Buffer on the story. It's actually on the Pie Poker Instagram as well if you want to follow along with that. So we are just waiting for the action to restart here. Not too sure. I think we're just confirming number of hands before we go up in blinds, right?
Yeah, obviously the clock is not going to be running because we are doing the hand system. So I think we're playing 6 more hands before the break. I'm just getting confirmation of that. I don't imagine they're doing a break and staying sat down there, because if you're having a break, go and have a little walk around, maybe get some fresh air. Yeah, we have resumed play here, so this is going to be the first of 6 hands before we go on a break and they let us use their facilities. We're also going to have a dealer change. I know, mate, but I'm going to stay for these 6.
Okay, go
on. So we're going to have a new dealer for the last 5 hands as well. So yeah.
So you do hear there the PLO Masters main event, day 2, just kicking off in the foreground. A few familiar faces in that field. Did surpass the guarantee, I think roughly about 25k prize pool.
Do you think David's asked for that exact seat so he gets a bit of TV time?
Well, he's had some time in the booth this week with me, and he is regularly broadcasted.
Regularly on the airwaves.
I don't think he needs any extra. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, he'll manage. Right, so last few hands here. We are going to sort the cameras out so that you see the action. I think we've got 3 left. Tom Kong just walking into shot again. And there we go. Can't let him have too much exposure. Folding round here to the button. James, our chip leader, 5 million. That's how he started the day. And that's how he might end this level, because he's going to make the fold. Ty is in the big blind, and we're going to see Jitten open the worst hand he's found all day to open. It's pretty. Small blind and big blind. He's decided to limp here, and he does actually now, for the first time today, cover Ty. The tie is covered.
Yeah, Ty, unfortunate to run the pocket 8s into the pocket 10s of Rob a little while ago, and yeah, he's in a bit of a handcuffed spot stack-wise now. He does flop a gutter here. Jitten, with the backdoor clubs, just jack high, might opt to go for a stab. He does check. I don't expect Ty to check back with this one. He does just check. Maybe sensing... Oh, maybe you're sensing that.
That is a doozy. And Jitten here is going to have to pull something special out of his hat to win this pot.
Yeah, plenty of chop outs for Jitten, as you'll see there at the top of the graphic. But there is some serious cooler outs as well. An 8 would upgrade Ty to a straight.
Yep, and we can see now that it's going to go bet call.
Man, on a brick river, it would probably go with a small bet again for Jitten. That's not a brick. That is one of the chops.
Wow.
And it's going to be interesting to see if Jitten follows through here. Might check to lay the trap. No, he is going to follow through. And this will get jammed on, I'm sure, by Ty. And they will chop this one up, blind be blind. Ty will feel a little bit aggrieved to have ended up chopping this one when he sees how far ahead he was on the turn.
Yeah, maybe the player thinking the other has a 10 and seeing the dollar signs light up. Alas, it's going to be a chop and 3 more hands, I believe, until we go to our first break of the day.
You can't wait for that, can you?
I cannot. But just to remind everyone, we have lost 3 of the 9 players. So what do you think? Do you think we're going to lose another 3 in the next section?
In the next session? Yeah, I reckon we'll be definitely free-handed.
Could have lost 1 there, really, if it wasn't a jack on the river.
I mean, an 8 on the river would have been a nasty one.
Mm-hmm. going to be a chop there. We've seen all those. There we go. Nice little shot there. The 7 of clubs on the flop again. That's 7 of clubs. I know it's a lovely hand. Really good for the props. That's why I keep noticing it all the time. So a couple more hands, then we will give these players a chance to have a little walk around. Do you have any kind of things that you do in particular on break? Because you make so many final tables, Guy.
Not lately, actually. It's true that I've been very good at making the last 2 tables and not following through with a final table. But I will say, the best thing to do personally is go outside, get some air, get some sunlight if you can, get yourself loosened up, go for a walk, maybe do some stretches, because you are going to be getting tense when you're on a final table, not just because you're sat there, but just the tension that builds in your mind as well. And the best way to get rid of that is normally to get some fresh air, some outside space, and a little bit of quiet.
Different for everyone though, isn't it? You know, these runs you say in the last 2 tables. For some reason, in a lot of these 2-day tournaments, I can't stop finishing in the 20-somethings. It really does get down to those last 3, and then it's just like, oh no, lost the flip, or oh, got cooled, or oh, played wrong. That last one a bit more often than the others. But we're going to see James, who is having a bit more chips than the others, start from the cut-off and open the Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, and Jin with a couple of options here. Could 3-bet the ace-9 off if he thinks James is opening too wide. Might see him just call. We did see him take a fair few call spots yesterday, but now he will 3-bet this one. It isn't really good enough to just flat. The suited one, sure, but with ace-9 off, you don't want to really go 3 ways of it. And with the ace blocker, it's a pretty nice one to 3-bet. I dare say, though, I doubt James will want to fold here. Going to get a pretty good price of Jack-9 suited, and it is the kind of combo that he'll like to look at a flop with. So we could see some action here, but Jitten has been very snug so far, but obviously he's been winning the hands of our showdown. We've been seeing that he's had ace-king, he has kings, ace-queen, but none of the other players have seen it, because every single time he's just won without showdown. But
nice.
James finding a really good discipline fold there. It's almost as if he's got a great poker coach.
Yeah, we can neither confirm nor deny whether he has been subject to the torture of my booth partner in his ears several times, who sometimes even elbows walls for the sake of it. What we can confirm is that Jitten is really going through the gears here, and he's found the raise there on the button to add to the stack. And I'm sure at some point we will bring the image up that tells us who's increased their stack the most, and I think it may be the gentleman in seat number 6.
Yeah, certainly in terms of proportion of what he came in with. I mean, he's more than doubled through today, right?
Very much so.
Yeah,
there we go.
There you have
Look at
it.
that service.
Yeah, it came in with just under a mil, and
2.1. Wow.
And Michael Casson doubled his stack through so far today. That'll be of no surprise to anyone that's tangled with the Bluffalo. He is a man that likes to go big or go home, and one man that will be getting involved again here, tie on the button with the delightful King 10 suited.
It's a pretty one on the button, yeah. He does like to go big, and he will probably be going for slightly bigger than usual raise here, just applying the pressure. I think Josh is the short stack in the big blind, and we don't know his hand just yet, but we do know Rob is quite unlikely to get involved. Unless he really has expected a 3 down there. Yeah, Josh, I don't think he's going to be folding this one from 20 bigs.
Yeah, Josh could just send it here. It isn't the kind of hand that plays that well post-flop out of position, and you just do a great job of getting hands like this out of the way that aren't too far behind you.
He has shoved.
And do play better in position. So yeah, you can see Josh with the best of it pre-flop here, but if you play this one out post-flop a number of times, it is actually the King 10 suited that's going to come out on top so often with the positional advantage. So wise move from Josh to rip it here, and not a lot Ty can do.
Player's not really putting a foot wrong here so far on the final. Not seen any major mistakes.
Yeah, pre-flop everyone's been playing pretty well. Josh with a bit of a misstep with the ace-king off earlier on, choosing to trap it in a pretty unorthodox spot, wasn't rewarded, but Yeah, I mean, we've seen some creative stuff post flop, some great bluffs from both Casson and James and Ty. But everyone playing pretty well pre. And that will even the stacks out even more again with our short stack getting a shove through. And that might even put Ty down to the bottom of the pile here.
Speaking of stacks as well, you can see Sean there's just trying to eyeball how much everybody's got, and I assume we are going to have just one more hand.
So if he's updating the stacks, where would they appear, Ben?
A little app called Poker Lens.
Poker Lens. That's
Surprised you haven't heard of it. Do they not have it in Asia?
I don't think they do, funnily enough. It
No,
is very much a European
Yeah, it
poker
is a
app.
European,
And
yeah.
yeah, we do recommend it, guys. There's all the information about the tournaments that are running here today in there.
Hey, it's great for your seat draws as well.
Yeah, exactly. You can see what's going on. I can tell you also that the Mystery Bounty side event that got going here earlier today is at the final table. And you will not believe who is on that final table.
Is there an ambassador from Party Poker?
There is. Our ship leader is Matt Staples, but even more impressively, our 9th place finisher from the main event, Tony Pierce, is on the final table of the side event. He jumped straight into the Mystery Bounty, and he's currently 3rd in chips.
Wow.
On that Mystery Bounty. So it could be an amazing story for Tony, having busted just in time to max late reg it, and he is there battling out with Party Poker ambassador Matt Staples for a trophy.
Yeah, he came in for a trophy this weekend, and he will take one in any tournament he can play. But that's for this tournament. We're going to see the blinds clash here. Josh with the Queen 8, Mr. Casson with the Jack 2, and nothing really but a backdoor straight draw here for El Dente. Barry on the turn, so we're looking at high cards now, and Josh is in a significantly better position than he was on the flop.
Yeah, it's a pretty close one for Michael as to he might be thinking that he's not going to get a queen or a king to fold on this board anyways, so just opting to check back and take the showdown, knowing that he doesn't have much showdown himself, but with not much other option. I do expect this one to just go check check on the river.
Yeah, and a nice fast check check. Nobody getting any crazy ideas.
A few more registered for the 7 max high roller. We're up to 23 players there already. A lot of people were saying that they didn't think that this would necessarily run because of various other things going on, but you've got all the Midlands players coming out and supporting it. Ryan Mandara in the field now, Paul Grummett.
Oh, the Grum.
And Dara O'Kearney in there. And a lot of players still in the satellite for that one, guys. So if you are thinking of coming down to play, there is a great value to be had in that 7 max £1,000 high roller. But it looks like it is time for our first break of the afternoon.
We always knew it was going to run that high roller, and you can see in shot there, serial bubbler Brandon for the PLO. Hopefully he doesn't bubble the day 2 here, and he's just getting some words of wisdom of how to get to a final table from Rob. We're going to get some words of wisdom of how to go on a cheeky break. 15, 20 minutes, something like that. We've got to get these chip stacks right for you so that it updates Poker Lens. And when we come back, the remaining 6 players will fight it out for the trophy and £27,000. We will see you in just under 20 minutes. Yeah, see you in a bit. Lovely stuff. We are back in the booth for the conclusion of the Party Poker Tour Birmingham main event. Guy, what are we thinking here as we up the blinds to 100k?
Well, it is showtime. Things about to get serious. Average stack around 30 big blinds, still plenty of play for these guys, who have all been playing really good poker on this final table, has to be said. Not a foot wrong been put by a few of them. You can see the profit and loss for their final tables there on that top graphic. Jitten, who came in as one of the short stacks, has been taking a lot of pots down pre-flop without showdown. Michael Casson as well, he's doubled through his stack since the start of the day. And our chip leader from the start of the day, James Fowler, remains the chip leader, but he is down on the day.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see that for the rest of this final table, I believe. A really nice graphic up there that is just showing you the recent form of these players. Going to be getting folded round here to the button, and Mr. Casson has found an opening hand. Ace-9 offsuit. He's got 32 bigs. And it's going to be a little bit over a min raise. 250. 2.5x. He actually dominates both the hands in the blinds here, a couple of nines. And let's see if Jitten decides to defend.
Yeah, Jitten locked up his best ever live score at this point. So it will be maybe opening up a little bit.
Oh, and sure enough, he has come back with a bang. Looks like he's going to be 3-betting here, and a little ponder there beforehand. The nice ones to be doing it with.
Yeah, small free bet from Jitten, laying Mikey a really good price. There's the full chip counts of the top guys. Michael could go either way here. With an offsuit ace, doesn't play as great in position. May feel like he wants to just 4-bet, try and take it down here and there. Sorry, here and now.
Here and now, there and far.
Yeah, all the options available for Mikey. He is just going to take a flop. A little concerned about Jitten's range, perhaps. Can see Jitten has slowly but surely widened things up. Not a bad flop for Jitten. He's flopped the gut shot here. With the queen and a jack out there, it is kind of bored that the c-bet's going to work against Michael's exact hand. It would be fairly common for Michael to have a queen or a jack in this situation when he's called the free bet. A lot of the call is going to come from those kind of suited Broadway kind of holdings. We'll probably see Jitten get this one through.
Yeah, is it going to be a case of the bluffer getting bluffed again?
Yeah.
And if you can hear any rustling, don't worry too much. We're just making sure we're nice and fueled for the end of this tournament. And of course, we're probably going to need to have a little refuel at the end of this tournament and the start of the final table for the high roller, because I've had a little walk around during the break and I can tell you we've got over 24 players in the high roller right now, Guy.
And late reg is open for what, another 3 hours?
Something crazy like that. And
Yeah.
also, we do have the satellite just concluding. It did break the guarantee, so not only will there be 2 players coming into the high roller just after the start, but there will also be, I think the 3rd place finisher getting like £300, something like that. So there's going to be people playing a 1K for just £115. How crazy is that?
Nice.
All in one day as well.
There's a lot of players in that satellite who will be planning to play regardless. I spotted Florin Duda in there, for example. And there's a few players in the PLO Masters final day running alongside this main event final who are likely to fire the high roller as well if they should bust. Spotted David Lappin and Brandon Shields, Min Ji as well in there. We'll come back to the action here on this final table though. James, our chip leader, finding a nice combo to 3-bet the button with here against Josh. Gonna put Josh to the test here, opening just over 20 bigs. Just pocket 5s here. Gonna be in a sticky spot. You've got to really think that your opponent's getting way out of line if you fancy shoving the 5s here. In these ICM heavy situations, the computer does tend to favour hands with blockers, so it would be more inclined to jam a hand like ace-5 suited than pocket 5s in some scenarios. Josh is going to give it some consideration though. You may have watched some of the stream footage back and seen James getting pretty aggro, but wisely lets it go here. And James will extend his chip lead back to where he started the day with 5.2 million chips.
Yeah, he did start this session of play with 4.76 million, but that has quickly risen. Mr. Casson came back from the break with 3.2 million, but he has given a little bit to Jitten, who is definitely up from his 2.7. Robert yet to be involved. He is now going to be the big blind. He has 2.5 million. Josh Curry losing a little, was at 2.3 mil, and our short stack at this stage of the tournament is Ty in the small blind, and he has 1.65 million at 100k big blind. So just working with 16 bigs there, but very capable of spinning that stack up.
Yeah, Ty, the only player in the danger zone right now. And Mikey, I'm sure, will open this up with the King Jack.
So just a reminder, £6,770 locked, and they are fighting it out for the £27,000 top prize and a large gold trophy that you will have seen on the socials.
Michael going to take that one down up to just under 3 mil. A little bit more comfort for the Buffalo, or Anti-Aunt, or Denty, depending which nickname you want to give him.
Thatcher, could that catch on?
No, that one did not.
We'll
that one didn't
that
catch on.
Tyrone, I like
Tyrone didn't really catch on either.
It's a shame.
If you are wondering what we're on about, last night it was revealed that Michael's middle name began with a T. We did try a guessing game before coming to the obvious conclusion of it being Thomas, rather boringly.
MTC is a good little nickname though, a nice abbrevo. BTC, MTC is the new currency. The currency for him is bluffs.
Oh, and James with a premium here and the chip lead. Ace Queen. Putting a little extra juice on this one. 225 to go. Oh, and Ty with the suited ace on the button. Could fancy this. The ace blocker, suited wheel ace, quite common to find these ones as free bet jams. And he's probably been seeing James going after it quite a bit.
Quick glance at the chips, and we really could see some action here. The chip lead could change again, or we could be down to 5 players if Ty decides to put it all in, and he does.
Yeah, and it goes. And I don't blame Ty for this. It looks kind of bad on the graphic, but it is one of those hands that's normally going to play pretty well as a shove. James going to be going nowhere here. Just going to ask for a count to be confirming it.
But yeah, we're expecting to see a call here. And if he holds, he will be far and away the chip leader. If he loses the pot, however, wow, we've got a game on our hands. Again, just getting a quick count. Maybe just seeing if he can pick up any live reads in case he does lose the pot. He doesn't know, of course, that he's in such great shape. 74%. The thing dreams are made of at this stage of the tournament. If it holds.
Just counting his stack. Looks like he's putting together more than...
He can't give you any more chips here, James. He can only do what's in front.
Are we sure it's 1.4? I'm pretty sure it's 1.4. He's got 1.5 in his hand.
Yeah, because he came back with 1.675, and he's in the he was in the small blind, big blind, and he folded. So yeah, I believe it. I believe this is correct. 1.4. Yeah, did just hear Rachel say as well. And he has called.
Yeah.
On your backs, boys.
And we are gonna see an all-in confrontation early here in the second session. And like with this shove from Ty, it does occasionally get a better ace to fold. Not going to fold out ace queen on this occasion, but given how long it took James to call there, he might have folded a hand like ace nine offsuit, etc. Stuff you're dominated by, and that's why these suited wheel aces are such great shoves. And there's the deuce.
Ducks ahoy on the flop here for Ty, and he's got the backdoor straight flush draw. Dreamland, unless we find a lady on this run out.
That's a free. Well, it's actually some opportunities here for James.
Fumph or queen?
What's it going to be? Oh, he's hit the post.
Hit the
King
cross.
on the river, and Ty will double up to 3.1 million. Sick one for James.
Sick one for the rest of our players as well, who would have had a ladder there from 6,700 to 8,400, or the better part thereof. And Ty, you just cannot get rid of him. That's going to see the chips balance out a little bit more, and we have got a game on our hands here, Guy. We're in for the long haul.
Kind of crazy, you know, like looking at this shot here, Ty and Rob heads up earlier in the week in the mini main event final table, and we've seen them both double up on this main event final table already today. They are just immovable objects here this week. It feels like almost destiny that we're going to get them two heads up again, to be honest. But James, still plenty of chips to work with. I think he's still narrowly the chip leader.
Yep, that is correct.
But these stacks, so condensed, it's anyone's game.
Maybe it is a case of the fact that the heads up between those two players you see in the centre of your picture only lasted one hand earlier in the week. We've been a little shortchanged, and we want to see a large battle. Well, the battle's going to continue here. Jitan finding another premium in the hijack. 33 bigs, ace queen off, and he may run into some resistance.
Yeah, King 10 suited for James. Going to be an open. He would much rather be opening this off a huge chip lead that he almost just had. Jitan, I imagine, will come in for a small free bet. And he has free bet so many times in this final table.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
He's just had a spot to do it with. It feels like once in orbit minimum. Like just ace king, ace queen, pocket kings, just premium spots to do it each and every time.
The important thing though, Guy, how many of those hands have actually been seen by the other players at the table?
Absolutely zero. It's literally, he's had it, got through every time. And that might play on the mind of James here, who's got a hand you could potentially turn into a 4-bet bluff.
And he's just saying there, have you got it again? What is this?
Yeah, he's thinking, is this real?
A bit of table talk here.
Actually, Jitan did free bet the ace-9 against James.
That's true, yes, on the
before
button.
the break.
Yeah. He's got a 3-bet out of position with the king-9 as well, and that was after the break. So James obviously aware that Jitan's very active and going to make the fold here.
Discipline lay down by James. Again there. Making the right choice pre-flop.
He newly lost the chip lead and probably didn't want to play a bloated pot out of position. It's
And
pretty
do you know
as
what that
king 10
means?
suited is.
Jitan, who came into this final table 8th in chips, is
Oh.
now our
Wow.
chip leader. Everything has been going his way so far. He hasn't had to win all ends. It's just taking it down pre so many times after the initial double he got.
More biscuits for Guy.
No biscuits. I'm just doing my job, getting the old headphone out to monitor the stream.
So yeah, if you have got any comments, any questions, anything you want to know about this stop of the tour, or about Birmingham in general, because I mean you were here for university, so you Birmingham knowledge is wow.
7 long years. But actually, was it
9? You told me earlier.
No, it was 7 years.
Was it 7?
Yeah.
Exaggerating.
No, 9 years. I said 9 years.
You said
no, it was
9
9
years.
years ago.
Oh, 9 years ago you did 7 years.
Yeah, that I left. Yeah.
PhD chat. 9 years ago that you left. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Don't do the math on that.
No, we have not got the kind of time to work that out. Not when we're looking at dominated aces on the screen, blind on blind.
Oh, baby. And Rob opening King Queen here off 23. Michael with a hand he could elect to 3-bet bluff.
And he
Put
does.
the pressure back
Yeah.
on Rob, and here it is. Could honestly ship this if you think Rob's opening too wide, but Rob's been pretty snug so far, but it's a good hand to have in your 3-bet bluff range. If there's a man that's got a bluff for almost every situation, it's the Bluffalo there. Michael Casson in seat 3, and Rob, he's not going to like this situation much.
He might make a stand at some point though, because Rob has been bluffed off a lot of hands today, and no doubt people will be feeding that back to him when he does get to go on breaks.
Yeah, he'll be pretty sick from the one that Ty ran on him earlier today. Blind v blind. That one's going to make the highlight reel, the 6 deuce off. But he'll get out of the way here. And Michael Casson taking one down pre-flop, maintaining a plus 3 mil stack. But that's only good for 31 bigs. Everyone's really bunching up in this final table. Just makes it so much more sweaty when these stacks get all bunched together like this.
Why didn't he show the deuce, Guy?
True. I mean, Rob's probably not a guy you want to show a bluff to. He's playing live at almost every stop in the UK the last 3 years. I imagine he's picked up the odd live tell reading ability.
Josh hasn't played any hands at all really since coming back from the break. We're going to see Mikey open the button here with a suited king, and it's going to be another clash between the players that couldn't help but bluff each other earlier. We're going to see king queen from James, and he could use the 3-bet here. Just a min open from Mikey on the button, trying to play the rush, and James king queen off. He is going for raising chips.
Yeah, throws out. Looks like about 750 there. Sorry, 650. Pretty good candidate to 3-bet here, blocking the ace kings, ace queens. Michael would occasionally find a bluff here with the king 4 suited though. Depends on his read on James. He's obviously seen James play really aggressively. Yesterday these guys were at the same table, last 2 tables of this tournament. And obviously today James not been afraid to get busy.
This might be the one, you know.
I mean, it's the kind of hand that you love to find a 4-bet jam with, because if you think your opponent's 3-bet bluffing like the offsuit ace-x here, that would be quite common ones to use, like ace-7 offsuit, then you're unblocking the bluffs, but you got a bit of equity if you're cool, but no. Throws it away, and James will take down another, and I think that allows him to regain the chip lead. The chip lead is just changing almost every
It
hand.
really
right
is,
here.
isn't it? It's back and forth. And
Such a sick game we're playing here when the stacks are this close together.
Casson getting the 3-bet bluff route, and then shortly after, getting 3-bet himself. One of those where you can't let it go to your head. You've got to retain composure and keep fighting out here, because you know the money jumps starting to get significant, and plenty of play left in the tournament. But with every hand that passes, the blind levels are getting closer to an increase.
Just seeing some great poker on this final table, we really are. Everyone's getting after it. Everyone's fighting to survive with some aggressive play. I mean, the way that it's going with a 3-bet almost every hand, you're just going to have to get in the mix.
Do you think we need to see a cooler guy in order to lose our next player?
I don't think it will take much of a cooler, because everyone's playing so aggressively. Eventually, you just kind of loosen up your range, right? And you just know you're going to have to make a stand. So we're not exactly having to wait for a massive collision of monsters. Could even be something like this. Pocket 4s, 10-7 off. Possibly not, though. But I do expect Ty to sometimes shove here and just try and take it down pre. Against James, button open. He's been opening very wide, as we know. Ty not afraid to put it all on the line. It looks like he will just defend here, perhaps hoping to flop a set. And I'm sure if he does, he'll probably slow play it against James, the way James has been approaching things, but that's not a great board for Ty.
Not a great board for anyone, really.
I do expect James to take this c-bet. It's going to be difficult for Ty to continue, but on a paired board, pocket pairs do go up in value quite a bit. So will Ty get sticky here? Ty knows his customer. Going to flick it in with the 4s and have a look at a turn card. Oh, and James picks up showdown.
So what we're going to see happen here then, because ordinarily James might keep firing here to try and take it down.
Now that he's hit a pair, I'm pretty sure he's going to just check back here. Oh wow, he's carrying on. Didn't really expect this. Ty can have a lot of ace-x in his range, given the ICM situation. So when you bet twice, you are in danger of just running into it.
What do we think James is trying to accomplish here with this bet?
I mean, he's gonna fold out stuff like King 10, King Queen. That's still got a fair amount of equity against you. Also, you fold out maybe like King 4 of diamonds that might float the flop, etc. So you do clean up some equity, and yeah, it's gonna work. But he actually was only up against a one outer potentially. James went mine though, up to 4.4 mil, and yeah, slight extension on his chip lead, but it really is all to play for still for all of these players. Everyone's in with a shout here.
We have seen the one outers come in so far this week at Resorts World in Birmingham.
Normally in the shape of a 7, right?
That's very true.
Yeah,
And,
it's always a 7.
4 is not a 7. What's a 7 on the turn again then?
That's true, actually, yeah. Damn.
7 on the turn may well be the phrase of the week.
Alright, in terms of updates on the other tournaments we've got going, guys, the 7 Max High Roller £1,000 buy-in is up to 31 players. So my prediction of 40 for that maybe is going to be correct. It's still almost 3 hours of late reg for that. Josh here with just under 20 bigs, our short stack, finding ace queen under the gun, and Jitten has been finding a lot of free bet spots so far on this final table, and on the button here with ace 10 off has another candidate, and they've been working for him, so you cannot blame him for going for this one. There it is.
He's finally going to get met with some resistance though, you'd imagine, when Josh has a holding as strong as ace queen offsuit and a stack as short as 20 big blinds.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do for Josh here. I mean, at this point, if Jitten's got it on the button, you just say he's earned it, right? Because he's been free betting so much.
Yep.
You just send the ace queen here and just got to hope for the best.
And when Jitten does get back to actually having strong hands, or stronger hands, in his 3 bets later on in the tournament, you may see some lucid jams against him as a result when he folds versus this.
Yeah, he certainly was just free betting with the goods earlier on in the FT when he was shorter stacked, and once he got a stack together, started taking a lot more of these kind of spots. Josh giving this a lot of thought.
We have seen him trap earlier in the day and earlier in the week.
Yeah, this would be an ill-advised trap.
He did earlier with ace king, but with ace queen, I think you've just got to get all the money in the middle and realise that equity.
Yes, it's kind of a see you at the river spot. Wow, he's found the fold?
OMG.
I did not expect that off 20 bigs. Not loving going up against Jitten's free betting range there, but yeah, this goes to show that, you know, with the stream on a delay, Josh unaware that Jitten had started opening up quite a bit with the king 9 off, the ace 9 off free bets, and still getting credit for
Wow. Take a sip.
taking a sip of the Corona as well, you know.
I mean,
You got a man sipping Corona and free betting the button,
Yes,
and
of
you're
course.
folding ace queen.
I'd love to know the amount of times he's 3 bet basically. I mean, I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if in the chat the people are smitten with Jitten because he is really putting on a masterclass here. He's had the
Yeah.
goods a lot of the times, but he's just getting it through.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a lot of free betting spots, and they're just working for him every time here. It'd be great to see his actual statistics, like his free bet frequency.
That's the
We
word
can
I'm
see
looking
that.
for.
Never mind that for now, though, because Michael Caston under the gun with Big Slick.
Probably one of the highest VPIPs at the final table.
Yeah, I would say Jitten certainly the most frequent free better we've seen, probably all week.
Mikey under the gun, going to take this one down, you'd imagine, and
Yeah.
a bit frustrating to not get any action from it, but at the same time, you're about to be in the big blind, and you're not the largest stack at the table, so anytime you can add chips to the Cassell, you'll take it.
The Casson Castle, I like that.
Yeah. There we go, just making sure his head's on correctly. Don't want to lose your head at any point during a final table.
In the foreground there, you'll see Brandon Shields and David Lappin at the PLO Masters main event day 2. We'll have a quick look at how many players are remaining in that.
Well, we know it's not the bubble because Brandon's still there.
Yeah, no, if it was the bubble, he'd be gone. A serial bubble boy this week, Brandon. Just seeing that there's 24 players remaining. So actually, I believe that means They are getting close to the money. I think it was 16 paid from what I heard earlier.
And we could be getting close to another confrontation between these two chums.
Wow.
Ty and Rob, it's a pair versus a couple of Broadway cards, and let's see how this action plays out. We're going to start with a raise from Ty in the cutoff. Min raise.
I think Rob's not going to love the situation, but he is going to send it.
Yeah, on the button.
Ty's going to have a decision, really. With King Queen off, he doesn't play great against a shove in these scenarios.
Even a shove from the button, though?
Yeah, it's just going to perform pretty badly against... If you think about, like, a lot of those suited ace-x wheel cards, they're going to jam, and... Yeah, I mean, maybe you're ahead of King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited, but you're not dominating much.
Michael's just going to pretty quickly get out of the way there with the threes, reading the situation well, and Ty's going to have a decision to make, but it doesn't look like he's going to be calling. He's pretty casual here with the King Queen.
He might be tempted, though, just because the history these guys have. Does see that Rob is joint shortest with Josh.
Flush draw is working for him as well, obviously.
Just slightly behind in equity. Obviously, in chip EV, this one often goes in, but with the ICM situation, it becomes so dicey here with King Queen. Certainly King Jack off would be in the bin by now.
And another little peel. This one may also be going in the bin. Oh, you tease.
He's having a little look at his customer. I mean, these two have played so much with each other, not just this week, but, you know, over the last couple of years. Ty is going to get out of the way. Rob avoids flipping for it and will take down 450k pre-flop, keep himself above 20 bigs.
I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to ask you to dumb this down as much as you can for some of
Okay.
the people that might be listening.
Radio.
So, the abbrevo we're going to talk about there is ICM. And I'm going to say to you,
God.
why, Guy, are we looking at those numbers and you're saying in this situation ICM? Let's just try and explain it as simple as possible for people who might be tuning in
essentially,
and often play this situation.
Yeah, when you have big pay jumps, you have something called an ICM risk premium on every spot. So in other situations where you might call, when it's just early stages of a tournament where you're playing to build a stack, you have to add the risk premium of potentially busting, and that just means you tighten up your range by a certain percentage based on the percentage risk premium that you're under. And Rob's going to be under no risk premium here. He hasn't peeled his cards yet, but there is a couple of ladies under there.
Yep, he was giving them a good rub, and he's going to be delighted to see that they're both red.
Yeah, so potentially momentum building here for our mini main event champion from Thursday. Oh, and Michael has a tempter in the small blind. He's just seen Rob get a shove through. And he's got one that he could shove himself here. Of this kind of depth to put pressure on the 23 big blind stack. It's kind of spot where King Jack suited would potentially fold out King Queen, potentially fold out Ace Jack offsuit as well. Michael gonna just come in with a smooth call, avoiding potential disaster. James will likely get out of the way with a 7-5 off, but he is a big chip leader. Might feel like he's got a bit of equity against these two tighter ranges.
Is he ever thinking about doing a raise here?
Anything's possible with James. We've seen him get very creative.
Rob is playing off a shorter stack there with 2.1 million. And no, he is just going to complete. And we're going to have a three-way on this flop. There's a couple of ladies there, don't worry. And King Jack of diamonds, along with 7-5 offsuit. Let's see what happens.
Oh, that could spell danger for Mikey. Something for everyone on this flop. Rob staying out ahead with the overpair. Michael, top pair and a backdoor flush draw. James with the bottom pair of sevens. We've seen how hot sevens are. You wouldn't be surprised to see one come on the turn again.
It's true. 7 of clubs is the hottest card of the week.
I'm sure Rob's going to come in for a pretty chunky c-bet on this board.
What are you going to do if...
Oh, he's checked it back.
Oh, wow, okay. Never mind that. Diamond sweat at 5?
Oh, the sickness.
Wow.
This could go bet, raise, and then Rob might have to think about folding.
Backdoor spades, a possibility. but no one obviously that way inclined. And James starting to eye up his customer here, and we're going to see a lead from Michael.
Yeah, unsurprising having this checked round.
Rob's going to be licking his lips.
So is James.
Oh yeah, but I mean, when he sees two aggressive actions, and it might actually save Michael, depending on how the players behind choose to do this. We might see how. Do you remember earlier, Michael? He flopped a flush, didn't he, Casson, on day one?
He did.
And he got away against the
Day
boat
two.
when Nicholas. Day two, sorry, yeah, day two, and it was checked. Yeah,
He got it. He got it. The check and check after.
that was it. Yeah, flopping a boat and then losing to a backdoor full house, and he might actually survive in this tournament here as well, because James is going to be raising here, and you can't imagine Rob wants to fold his hand.
Well, yeah. If Rob saw some of the bluffs that James made already today and potentially yesterday,
Wow,
it's
going
a
for a little
big,
bit extra
chunky
cheddar as well.
bet. Do like the large bet here. You know, you've got bottom two, a lot of dangerous river cards for you. You're not going to love a spade, an 8, a 9, a king, a queen, an ace. So building the pot now while he's well ahead of their ranges, and this puts Rob in such an awkward spot, having checked back the flop.
And this is where tournaments are decided for players. Let's face it, if he did get it in with queens, he wouldn't be dead, but it would be an uphill battle, and he has had to make a lot of folds today.
That looks like a folding face.
Yeah.
Probably
He's not let
thinking
go
that
of
he's
cards
up
yet.
against the big draw or the kind of hand that James has got.
He doesn't block the spades, he does block the king queens, but he's going to let it go.
Yeah, he's going to get away for the minimum and back on Michael Casson. And he's been bluffed by James once already.
Is it one time too many for Mikey? If he finds the fold, he'll have 24 bigs, but he doesn't know how bad a shape he's in.
Yeah, you can see at the top left there, 10 outs for Michael if he proceeds to a river here. What is he feeling?
It would be almost half of his stack, and I know it's a bit of a silly question, but is he ever just calling here?
It's difficult. It's really difficult.
When you look at the other stacks around the table, can you be justifying putting it in? It's not as if you have a straight draw 2, even then, you're struggling.
Yeah, I mean, Michael's going to know he's either way behind or up against some kind of monster draw here. Kind of hands that you might bluff as James here would be like a queen 9 of spades, or you know, maybe even just like a 7-8 of spades.
James looking pretty relaxed, but what could that mean? Casson just going through the motions.
Looks like he's reaching for calling chips. Might be planning to call and then on a brick river stack off.
Well, let's see what the river holds. It's the biggest hand of the day in theory, and this could determine who wins the tournament.
Yeah, this is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Michael with half pot behind on the river, and it is the biggest brick in the deck. So if he did have the plan to call and potentially check call on a brick river, we may be losing Michael Casson here.
And this is the danger. If you do just check call the turn.
Oh, he snap
wow.
checked back from James, sensing maybe that was as much as he was going to get off Michael.
And Casson will be
Very relieved, man, that
very
he didn't
relieved.
shove.
That's the third of his 9 lives in this tournament.
And Rob will be looking at that, kicking himself that he didn't see bet there, because somewhat likely that he would have got a couple of streets off Michael there. And he would have obviously folded James out on the flop, but allowed James to upgrade to 2 pair. And James just upgraded his stack to once again being our runaway chip leader. He's had a big chip lead once already this tournament, fell victim to tie with the ace-queen versus ace-deuce, with tie flopping a deuce. But he has rebuilt, and it's not so much Castle of Casson anymore, that is Castle of Fowler. Doesn't quite sound as good, but
let's say Juggernaut James.
Juggernaut James, why not?
That's a bit of wordplay for us at this point, and he's going to be very happy to have that many stacks in front of him. Very up and down today for James, but as you say, back in the lead, and the pendulum swings again. Casson here. Right back at it. Probably going to be opening this button.
Yeah, 14 bigs now. He is the shortest by some way. Might be tempted to send it here.
Let's see, it would get through the small blind, but based on the card distribution for Jitten, he's probably going to have a minimum ace king.
Yeah, with ICM you can definitely just open this one if you wanted. The suited combo would certainly be good enough to jam. But looks like Michael gonna go for it all. Try and put pressure on Jitten, who is now a middling stack.
It's 1.2 there, the raise, and we see this quite often in tournaments. After the hand's played out, Guy, I'm going to ask you why this kind of thing happens. I mean, it is going to get through, so if you want, you can share with the group now, essentially. Why has he made it 1.2 rather than just a pure shove?
Yeah, so there is obviously the odd occasion where the big blind and the small blind wake up with absolute monsters there, and if you make it 1.2 rather than shoving, it does give you the chance to then fold, assuming that you would have just so little chance of winning a three-way all-in, and that's the kind of hand that just wouldn't be in a great spot to do so. So if it went perhaps shove from James over the top, and then a call off from Jitten, I imagine Mikey would fold and take a potential ladder. It is more common to do that when it's the biggest stack in the big blind and then a bigger but not biggest in the small blind. But yeah.
Well, there we go. A little peer into your mind, Guy. Thanks for that. And helping some people maybe understand why that happens, because you do see it quite often in tournaments. About 75-80% of the stack going in spots like that, leaving 3 or 4 blinds behind. And of course, Mikey is in the cut-off now, so he would have had plenty of time to pick his spot and get the last of his chips in. But the raise got through, and he's going to start renovating, rebuilding the castle. James, however, rolls on the Juggernaut, Queen Jack of Spades on the button, and he's going to be opening this one up for 2-5.
Yeah, really good looking hand on the button here. Ty may well defend the King 5. It isn't the best defending hand, but obviously aware that James will be opening super wide now that he's got this big chip lead once more. Could even be a candidate for a not all-in free bet if you really want to balance your range out. This is the kind of combo that sort of like doesn't feel like a great defend, but does have a blocker to some of the top of the range. So you could, if you really, really want to be balanced, use it as a free bet bluff. Ty just going to call. He has been doing really well post-flop throughout the week on stream, sniffing out a lot of his opponent's cards. We saw a great bluff from him earlier today against Rob, blind on blind, getting it through with the 6 deuce. Here though, he is likely to get bluffed off the best hand. James coming in with simple range c-bet on the ace high dry board.
There is a spade there and an 8 though, so lots of nice backdoors for him as well.
Yeah, any 10, any 9, any king, any spade, all good for a barrel, but not going to need to. Ty lets it go. And the rich get richer. James Fowler, 6.4 million of the 17 million in play, with 6 players remaining here at Resorts World Birmingham.
As we said earlier, £6,770 locked for these players, and 8.4k for 5th, just over 10k for 4th, just short of 13k for 3rd, 18k for 2nd, and £27,000 for the winner, along with the trophy. And these players have had a very good showing so far on this final table. Really good account of themselves on the stream throughout the weekend. And I think it's fair to say that they'll all be deserved winners, but we've got a lot of poker to play before then, and I believe it's going to be James who plays this hand with a pair of 6s on the cut-off.
James not opened just yet. Maybe thinking about what kind of size he wants to go to. Potentially goes for a bigger size. It's Rob's big blind. Maybe he doesn't want Rob to defend as often.
225 again, yeah.
Yeah, 225, a little bit of extra juice, not too much. And Rob, with the King 8 offsuit, does have a defendable combo. Rob and Ty both in the danger zone here, 19 big blinds. We are only a few hands off going up in blinds. I believe the next blind level is it 120 or 125?
It's definitely a round number. I mean, they're both round numbers, but I don't want to get pedantic. I think it's 120. Let me check.
I feel like it should be 120.
It's 120, yeah. 120 and then 160 after that, so a big jump.
Wow, that is a jump.
And then 200, and then 250, and then, well,
yeah,
we go up in hundreds. But let's not worry about that for now.
Why don't you explain to the viewers how the blind levels work on final tables on the Party Poker UK Tour? Because we do have a unique system here.
It's a system I like. Essentially, rather than play the full 40 minutes, we're going to play 20 hands per level. So every hand essentially should last about 2 minutes. That's how it works. 20 times 2, I believe, is 40. Let me just count.
Yeah, wait, let me just check the math.
Fingers
I have
and
a
toes.
calc to hand. Let me check the calc. Yeah, no, that's correct. Well done.
Okay, so that means we're playing 20 hands of this level. And I'm pretty sure we've played almost 20 hands of this level. So
It does feel like it.
In this orbit, probably in the next 3 hands, we're going to go up to 120k, and then we'll get a quick refresh of what that means for the stacks and how many bigs all these players are playing.
Few raggy hands out there right now. Josh, you can see 12 big blinds, our shortest stack, and Rob doesn't quite have the kind of combo to put pressure on him with his slightly bigger stack, looking to preserve the potential to 3-bet jam those 18 big blinds he's got. Doesn't want to waste any of them with a steal blind on blind. And Josh will be happy to receive a walk.
Oh, James, there with the flex of the fingers, ordering the lobster perhaps. He knows he's the chip leader. He's got over a third of the chips in play right now.
Is there lobster available from Resorts World Genting Casino?
I don't know, but Ace King Suited's available. And Ty has got it with a 19 big blind stack. Now it's very much a case of pick your size.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come in for a min raise here. And it will really depend on what the blinds wake up with as to whether he gets any action. Just such a good combo at this stage. You just want to get the max from it. A little in juice with the min raise.
And this is where Rob sent the sixes previously. You can imagine if he sent again, Ty would have been snapping off.
And Mikey, with an ace in the big and just 15 bigs to play with, I dare say if this had been a button open, he would be very tempted to shove over the top with the ace blocker. Here, though, against cutoff.
Got to imagine as well the fact Ty is very similar stacked. Surely his range is a bit narrower. And like you say, he's going from the cutoff. Can Mikey sniff this one out? Or will he simply see the ace and say, I want to get more chips?
I think he could definitely be forgiven for shoving if it was suited or maybe slightly bigger. He is just going to defend the ace free, looking to flop something to go with.
We've seen it happen before when the worst ace has emerged victorious.
Oh, what a flop for Michael Casson. Top and bottom, and Ty running into it big time here. You can see he's still got 4 outs, but you've got to imagine Ty's going to go in for a small c-bet, and Mikey would have a lot of draws to check raise on this board. 5-4 suited, hearts, etc. that just want to run it. So I do imagine he'll come in for a check raise, and we will see a potential elimination.
Stacks so similar here that this could make or break either player's tournament.
Oh, Michael coming in for the quick call, expecting Ty maybe to blast off on this board. Oh, and that is pure sickness.
Yeah, there's no getting away from it now. This is the danger, and I think I discussed this yesterday actually, about flopping bottom 2. I'm getting a bit of deja vu. He's only got 2 outs now, and he's already done 3 of his 9 lives.
It's interesting that Ty May consider checking back. Such a strong hand now. Michael with playing just over pot. Ty sizing up a chunky turn bet, and this is where it's probably going to go in for Michael Casson.
That's a really unfortunate turn card for Mikey here.
Yeah, he's played so well. He's entertained us on the stream with a lot of good bluffs, creative play, check raises on the river yesterday, and just such a grinder. Came here to play the Hyper Turbo yesterday morning, played all the way through till 2:30 in the morning, but this could be the last we see of Michael Denty Casson. And how good does Ty run, honestly?
It's insane. Yeah, to turn that. I mean, I had that feeling in my stomach on the flop, but
Wow.
there's still some threes left.
A couple of trays available. Can Michael find one? Out of his seat, getting the extra couple of
Get
percent.
that extra equity. Yeah,
Don't
he is
blame
the
him.
at-risk player. Oh, we're going to lose the Buffalo in 6th place.
Here's the river. It's a 7.
It's the
No
7 of
surprise
clubs,
there.
Yeah.
And we do lose Michael Casson in 6th. Really unfortunate run out for him.
A great performance, though, from Mikey Casson. Like you say, he came in for the Hyper yesterday, and he's going to be cashing for £6,770.
Yeah, great return on investment.
Double check there on the stacks. Yeah. So there we go. We are going to be down to our last 5, and like you say, Ty really is running like an absolute god this week.
It's actually insane, and we are so much closer to having the back-to-back 1-2 from these two men in shot right here. 2nd place in the mini-main for Ty, 1st place for Rob Doris, and they're just impossible to remove from this tournament. They've won every all-in I've seen them in on this stream this week.
Do you think that's what those boys are discussing?
How good they run?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the fact that it's like, do you want to have a break before we go heads up, or get the
Yeah, I
lobster?
mean, both local players as well. Loving having a big UK Tour event back in Birmingham for the first time in several years.
And Josh is just letting the fireworks go on around him. He has lost a fair few chips today, but he's still in the tournament, and that's the most important thing. He still has a chance of taking it all down, even though he's now pretty short with 5 remaining. And I love the way Jitten's just walked back with all this going on, like, okay, yeah, we lost the player, I've laddered.
Did I miss something? Yeah,
Yeah.
what happened, guys?
New personal best for me? Whatever.
Yeah, Jitten, 2nd in chips still. In a great spot to far surpass his best entry on Hendermob today.
Very fast look at the payouts there. I can tell you that the remaining 5 have £8,390 locked up. And we're going to be playing the last few hands of 100k as the big blind here. What a pretty hand there in the big blind for James, who is going to get the walk, as we did unfortunately just lose Mikey in the small.
Yeah, no one really wants to mess with James at this point. They may have been given information by friends on the break about his bluff with the King 9 against Mikey earlier today. What was Josh's previous best score on Hendermob? Do we have that information?
I'll try and find out, but I know that his overall is $69,000.
Nice.
So he's certainly adding to that with a nice score in itself. I can also tell you, this will be the last hand of 100k big blind.
Okay.
So then we'll be playing 20 hands of 120k big blind. I'll start a little tally chart just so I can keep us going along with that.
Okay.
And there will be 140 big blinds in play at that point between the 5 players.
Yeah, we really are at the business end of things. Blind on blind action here. James going to raise it up against Jitten here. James, chip leader, obviously gets away with a lot of raising blind v blind here against the 2nd biggest stack, Jitten. With Queen 6 suited, definitely good enough to look at a flop with. In position. Jack high for James. Jitten, though, does pair up his 6. So he'll definitely be looking at a turn card should James come in for a bet. Looks like a sizable C bet from James. 375. Jitten with the bottom pair and an overcard to the board. Definitely continuing. No backdoor flush draws. But he'll be looking for a queen. And that is not a queen. Straight draws get in there though. Could slow down James a little bit, but I think I would expect him to still fire with this jack. At least for one more street.
So just seen Josh's highest cash here. It's actually $17,000, so £14,000, which means he will need to finish a little bit higher. He'll need to finish in the top 2 places to surpass that.
Okay. Comes close to it with third though, right?
Yeah, for sure. Third place is going to be just under 13k. I don't
Okay.
think he's going to grumble at any of those.
No, I think he'd be pretty happy. 700k here from James, really nice size. Going to certainly tempt Jitten to keep him honest. Jitten eyeing up his stack, having a look at what he's got left. Thinking, if I call this, am I going to be able to defend on the river very often? And he does wisely get out of the way. Jitten continuing to play really well this final table. James, though, takes down another big pot, and he will move up to 7.4 million in chips with 17 million in play. So closing in on half of the chips on this final table with 5 players left. James Fowler, the aggression getting rewarded for the most part.
The rich get richer, and the foul get fouler. Doesn't really work.
I wouldn't say he's done anything too foul.
No,
I would
or
say
two
the,
James.
I'd say that turn card for Ty was pretty foul against Michael Casson just
Oh
now.
god, yeah, and then 7 on the river of all the things.
And I would say Rob Doris's 7 on the turn the other day
Yeah.
against it was against Gokul, wasn't it? Gokul had the queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty foul.
This week. Foulest card of the week. That can be a nice little,
Yeah.
nice little compilation we perhaps put together. Top 5 fouls of this stop of the tour.
And no foul here for Josh. He's got ace jack suited in the cutoff.
Just discussing his highest ever cash.
And he's got just over 11 big blinds now, with the blinds having gone up to 120. So yeah, full send with the ace jack suited. And Jitten with king queen off in the small, he's going to look at this and think, well, I'm getting a pretty good price, but I've got Ty behind me. A fair bit of ICM pressure. What's he going to do?
Decision to be made here, and thankfully that gives time for the Juggernaut to move all of his chips across to a new seat, just to give everyone a bit more room.
Yeah, it is James's moving castle right there.
Very good. Fowl's moving castle.
Yeah, that was what I meant to say.
That's what
that
you
was
meant,
that was
yeah.
what I meant. I don't know.
I don't know.
Because
knew
you
what
can
you
see,
meant.
you can see what I was going for.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Like, we've been saying foul, yeah.
Yeah. I get it's all right. Look, I hate to tell everyone this, but Guy has been to Asia, and he is jet lagged.
Yeah, and I have been to the Studio Ghibli Museum, which is probably why that was on my mind too.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot.
very
I'm actually very
exclusive
jealous
place.
of that.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty hard to get tickets, can't lie.
Yeah, I'm a big gibbler.
You know, you're not allowed to take photos in that museum.
Not surprised. Did you see the documentary? It's like a 5-part documentary all about Studio Ghibli.
No.
I will send you the link.
I've really not seen that many of the films even. to be
Oh,
honest.
really? And you went to the museum? Okay. Well,
Well, you know, I'm a culture vulture.
You
so,
are.
You know,
You are
I just go to the places you're meant to go.
certainly a vulture. Don't know about culture. So 5 left, and that was our first hand, I think, of the new blind levels.
It
We'll
was.
start the tally.
And Josh tucking into a, what is that, Snickers?
Might be a Snickers. We'll get confirmation soon from the floor.
Yeah, we need to know. Very important chocolate bar information
Yeah,
there for the
chocolate
table.
of choice. What's your chocolate of choice if you're after a fun-sized bar, Guy?
A fun size. Do they do? I mean, I don't really eat chocolate nowadays. Like, I'm very healthy, conscious kind of guy. But
So is that no tiramisu for you?
no. You still have me a tiramisu. Don't worry about that. I would say like if they have one of those Maltesers bars, they're pretty good. Like
Oh,
that's a
yeah,
good
yeah,
bar.
yeah. What, the rabbit one? Or?
Yeah, big fan. And fan of this open from James. Now with a dominating chip lead, gonna put the hammer down on these guys. As their stacks even out, it just allows them to put even more pressure on with the short stacks out there. Rob not going to be able to defend the queen free off. Lets it go, and he will be joint shortest with Josh. Both of them working with about 13 bigs. Is that man there who is the man to catch right now, James Fowler?
I hardly know her.
I still can't believe I screwed up Fowler's moving castle.
You'll get over it, mate.
Oh, God. Yeah, my friend that I went travelling in Japan with would have been so proud of that.
Yeah. I was proud of it, and I...
yeah, you realise the slip.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Yeah. Do you know, you get a souvenir when you go to the Ghibli Museum, and it's a still from one of the films.
Wow, I'm already jealous enough. What film was it?
Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh, nice. James Moving Castle.
Yeah. But I got such a good one. I got the old lady.
Nice.
Yeah, like actually one of the most famous scenes I got a still from. Yeah, on the reel.
Wow.
Yeah,
Crazy.
my friend I went with was very jealous. He got a clip from one of the least famous ones.
Which is?
I actually can't remember. I'd
No,
never even heard of the one it was from. Like, he barely could work it out, which
Oh,
was
really?
surprising.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Also, it doesn't tell you. You've got to kind of... That's a
You got to
problem,
know.
yeah.
He was literally looking at it for ages, like with that, that dumb stare face, like.
I'd like it if they didn't let you in until you know what it's from. A real tester there.
This could be a tester for Josh, because Rob could definitely send in a king here. Blind be blind. 12 bigs. Josh with ace-6 offsuit. Not the kind of ace that you're going to enjoy, but certainly blind on blind, going to be good enough to call.
There is an all in
Rob
there.
sends it in. And I'm sure Josh will probably ask for a count and say,
Ooh,
cool, there it is.
We got a call.
And one of the short stacks is going to double up here.
And one will be crippled.
It is Rob, who we think is covered by Josh by just 20k. So
Wow.
1/6 of a big blind behind for Josh, if the stacks are correct.
King 4 at risk. We're not 100% sure, so we're going to run it and then figure it out.
But if Rob continues in the fashion that he's been in this week, we'll see a king or a 4, I'm sure. There it is.
Yep, and a
Called
7
it.
for good measure. Let's
Always
see,
a
though.
7.
There's backdoor diamonds. There's still some possibilities. I'm not sure how many aces will fold.
I didn't see any folded.
Yeah. Diamonds are blocked.
It's a brick. So it is going to be Barry on the river for Josh. Otherwise, he is going to be potentially out, but we think crippled.
Yeah, an ace and only an ace for Josh. No, and that will curry no favour. He needed the ace 4 to win that one. And he is going to be left with absolute scraps if we've got the stacks correct here. Let's just get a quick check on this. On the dealers and the floor, of course, checking in to do a great job.
Yeah, that one stings for Josh. Couldn't do anything about that spot. And Rob just continues to sunrun this week.
Yeah, this is a rough one.
So we could be four-handed very soon with 2 of the players.
Oh, he's eager to get some of it back. Wow.
Yeah. So a chance to spin for Josh.
Yeah.
And if he did win the next pot, he does get the ante.
Mm-hmm.
And he would, potentially get a few X of 20k with it. But it is going to be a hell of a spin up for him to ladder beyond 5th place here, guys.
What a story it would be. What a story. But the vast majority of the time, it's going to be the 4 gentlemen that were in the shot there that take us to the 5-figure scores, sorry. They've all locked up 5k scores. They've all locked up £8,390.
It's still unreal to me that Rob and Ty are still there. You would just say get security in here, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. We can't allow this.
If they get heads up again, it really is a call the police situation. So you see Josh forced all in there. King 8 offsuit, not too bad. And looks like it'll be down to whatever James has in the big blind here, because these guys are not going to get involved. So Rob going to get out of the way with a 4 deuce, and James will flip over 10 forward diamonds. We did see a 4 folded, so Josh with a chance here to go from 20k to 160k.
Let's run it first of all and see then. There we go. What we're saying is get a little bit back.
Yeah, you should get 100k back. There
Yep,
it is.
there we go.
Yeah, so the pot is actually 160k.
Yeah.
We'll get that corrected.
Just getting confirmation of it.
If Josh doubles up. Well, more than doubles up.
James offering a bit of charity then. Like, you sure you don't want this? I've got quite a lot of them.
What'll it be if he goes? Is it a septuple up or what is it?
Oh god, septuple up? I think if it's
7x. I don't know what you call it.
He's going to at the minute. Yeah, I think it is septuple up, which was also.
Don't you teach English? Shouldn't you know that?
No, I used to, but not anymore. I've lost my power with the words. Can still swim though. You have to teach him that.
Oh, what a shot! A 7 on the turn. Would you believe it?
Yeah, it doesn't help anyone in this situation. King 8 still favourite. A 4 or a 10. 5 outs for James to take us four-handed. It's an ace.
So King High holds for Josh. He will go to. It says 160 there.
I think
That
it is
is
160.
right,
Yeah, you can just about see. He's got different chips. That's nice of him to give him a bit of variety there. He can still riffle that stack.
What life?
Yeah. And of course he is on the button now. So
Sunglasses back on for Josh.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to give
unreadable
away
with
any
that
live
stack.
reads with the old one big blind stack here.
Yeah, and he will be hoping that there is a huge collision and somehow the other 4 players get it all in.
Yeah. And in these scenarios, James is the big stack can really put some punishment down on the other players. And he won't even have minded, really, that Josh survived there. Because it just gives him the chance to just lean on these middling stacks and use Josh's stack as leverage. You see here, Ty, with an ace under the gun. Can't really open, but he is going to chance it. He's in danger here of James just pulling the trigger on him. Just depends how James wants to approach it in this ICM situation. This is a spot where Ty is not really meant to open too much. Josh, yeah, he's going to stick it in. Finds an ace and nothing doing for James there. 8-4 suited, doesn't want to risk tangling. And Josh has a chance here to double up again. Even with a chop, it's not too bad for him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, quite a few chops here. And only one suit for each player.
It's pretty interesting that he could chop this and still more than double up. That is
Yeah.
the nature of the situation Josh is in.
Yeah, what, 3-7? Yeah, close enough. Right, so A6 at risk even. It's going to be a 4 for Ty to carry on the run good. And we're looking at a lot of chop possibilities here now.
Yeah, many chops available. No diamonds for either player. Oh, a straight draw for Ty.
Wow, okay. So let's wait and see what the river brings here. Far too late in the weekend to do the maths.
A few less chops now.
And that's a 6.
6 on the river. And Josh will get the full... What is that? The four tuple?
Wow.
So he's gone from 20k to 140 to 620. And that sounds like the start of a great story. And look how relieved he looks.
Yeah, he does. Then he 6 of spades. His glasses have actually disintegrated. He's that relieved. And he is going to be back with a few big blinds now. More than one. That's the main thing.
Workable stack of 5 bigs here. Certainly, you see the power of just staying alive in a tournament when you're on a final table. With the big blind ante structure, just get the chance to spin so much more often.
You can see why Mikey Casson earlier, God rest his soul, went 75% of his stack rather than shoving it all, because if there was something ahead, he could have made that stack work. And Josh is really making this stack work. and the shades. He's going to pop them back on. And you know what? He might order another Snickers. Might not still be here when it arrives, but he might order one.
True.
Five players left here then in the final table of the main event in the Party Poker Tour in Birmingham. You can see Resorts World there. Lots of action going on. And Rob is deciding to fold. Maybe he smells the fact that James has woken up with the boots on the bottom.
Wow. And our most aggressive player at this final table, current chip leader, just finding American Airlines on the button. And this would not be a spot for Jin to play back at him. He's found some great free bets so far today, but gets out of the way. And Ty may be tempted to defend. No, he sniffs it out.
A little bit more than a min raise there from James, but I can guarantee you that Josh would have been sat there going, someone shove call, someone shove call,
please.
Someone shove call. Because even though he's won a couple of all-ins and now actually has more than one big blind, the blinds are coming around fast to him, and they will be going up as well sooner rather than later. I think we've had about 6 or 7 hands, and my pen has stopped working, so that's exciting. Look at those chips though. They continue to increase, and we're going to get another hand in here. The Cat Returns. Guy, that's my favourite Studio Ghibli.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that one.
You like that one as well? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Shame we didn't get a still from that. And Josh
that's
is
the
still
one I would have
here.
preferred, actually.
He's
And
going to
Josh has
shove.
found a
Pocket
pair.
fours, yeah.
And he's actually found a really good spot to shove, because Rob in the big blind is going to be the next shortest stack, so he's going to be pretty handcuffed, even to call 5 bigs, getting a good price should it get round to him. He's got to be pretty snug with what he calls.
Yeah, if he wins this one, never mind the Cat Returns, the Curry Returns. He's going to get it through Ty, and he's going to get it through Rob, and what a story we have developing here. Josh Curry is cooking. 920k now at 120k big blind. He is unfortunately going to be in the big, but you know, a smile on his face. He probably can't quite believe that he's still in when he was reduced down to 20k the last time he was in the big blind. And yeah, what a story. You can just see the gargantuan gap between these two players' stacks, the shortest and the biggest. And in tournament poker, that can all change quickly, or not quickly, slowly I think is the word, because you have the potential to go on a bit of a sun run even after disaster has struck. Ty's going to wake up with the 9s here on the button. He does have just over 20 bigs. And he's going to probably open with a min again. Maybe a little bit more juice on top, considering Josh is so short. 250k there. Josh here with cards that are close together. They're not suited though. And he's going to elect to fold there. What a luxury that he can now fold from that stack. Just over 5 big blinds. And the last time he was in the small blind, he had, what, a quarter of one. So it's a very different situation now. There we go. We see the green chips there, just in front of the dealer, and that is to keep track of how many hands have been played. Guy, can you zoom your eyes in there? It looks to me like double figures. I'm going to say 11.
Yeah, I think we're about halfway through this level. I'll go with you there.
Yeah, I'll say half of 20 is 10, so I'm going to update this and say 11. So you can see a lot of the table giggling now, just basically waiting to see what's happening in the Curry show. And if it's folded to Josh in the small, which it probably will be, you've got to imagine he's going to be getting it in with this hand. He does have a lady of the heart variety, Queen 7 off. And if James does elect to call, he's going to see how dominated he is.
Yeah, and it's one he's going to pass up on. The thing is, here in this situation, when you're James and you're the big chip leader, there's actually no harm in letting the small stack live. It just allows you to put more pressure on those middling stacks who are gagging for Josh to go away. But he has managed to go from 20k to almost 1 million here.
Chip leader, right?
Oh, he would have been on certain points of this tournament.
Yeah,
not
for
right
sure.
now. This is just going to allow James to potentially open up and lean on his opponents. We'll see how it develops.
What this does mean too as well, with a lot of these hands not going to flops, we're getting a lot more hands in on this level, and that means we're going to the deeper blind levels a lot quicker. So potentially the players are going to be a bit fresher when we do get to the business end, which is always nice to see. Also means we'll be a bit fresher and that we'll be able to bring you the final of the high roller when we are fighting fit.
I don't know if I'll be describing myself as fresh at any point this week.
Well, we'll have a little break at some point. We'll have some nice food, Guy. We'll come back in here.
We'll have a tiramisu, right?
So we'll move to this hand now. And you
Yeah,
said you don't
well.
eat chocolate, mate. I don't know how to help you there. You can't have a chocolate-less tiramisu.
I eat coffee.
Coffee is in the tiramisu, and jacks are in Ty's hand. He's
Oh,
found
wow.
another great pair under the gun, open. Any juice on top here?
Yeah, this is a spot where James will be ill-advised to try and put the pressure on because Ty will be going nowhere. We'll see if James wakes up with something he might try it with, and this is definitely the kind of combo he could go after Ty with here. And here it comes. The offsuit ace going to work as a free bet really well in these scenarios with a short stack out there, and James instantly reaching for a free bet.
It was a very fast 3-bet, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, not hanging around to put the pressure down. 750 is that? Yep.
Yep, 750. And after Ty moves in here, I can tell you, Josh Curry will be salivating at the thought of a call and a bust out.
Yeah, but he's definitely not going to get it. There is a world where Ty smooths this, tries to trap James, but given the situation, given how aggressive James has played, he may want to just get it over and done with, and in it goes, and James going to ask for a count, maybe Hollywood a little, try and not give away what was going on too much to his opponent here, but we will see a fold.
And you've got to imagine that when we do have our next break, which isn't going to be for a while, guys, don't worry, we've got plenty of hands to play before that happens, people will be getting the feedback about how many 3-bets James is making that are on the lighter side.
Yeah, James and Jistin have both been going after it a lot pre-flop.
Yeah,
Obviously, James has had the right to. He's been chip leader.
it's true.
But it might be Jitten the one that's surprised a few people. Certainly wasn't expecting him to get as frisky as he has done with the likes of King 9 off and Ace 9 off that we've seen so far this final table. But certainly no surprise to see James going after it here. And I'm sure we're going to see him relinquish the Ace 7 shortly.
I'd just be thinking that Ty's trying to take advantage here of the situation, but you're never really going to be that far ahead with the Ace 7.
Yeah, at best you're looking at like an Ace 5 suited in Ty's hand here.
And then quite often you're probably going to tie in a chocolate pot. Passing that
Let's
hand,
go.
yeah, moving on to the next one.
Taking a little bit of a hit, James, but still comfortably chip leader.
A wry smile there from Ty.
Josh will be shaking his head, thinking, darn it.
Yeah,
Why can it just be an aces and kings?
Yeah, of course. He's probably saying that.
Or just queens and jacks?
Anything. Anything at all that would have resulted in a ladder for Josh. What a story it'll be, even if he gets a ladder.
Yeah, I mean, from where he was, a ladder is insane. There's been many players over the years that have come back from one chip to win a tournament.
Yeah. and 20% of a big blind, it would be some story.
I think Chris Ferguson was one of the earliest ones. He won a bracelet from a chip that he had under a card protector that he'd forgotten he had.
Probably the most famous story of that event or incident occurring.
There was a more recent one, I think, at a Triton, right? It was a Triton.
I'm not as clued up on that, but it does. I do
I
think
think Dan Charlton's had one like that too.
the algorithm may have.
I think last year when Dan Charlton won that big event.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I think with 20 left, he had one chip behind. Wow, Jitten sending it blind and blind with the king nine off, and not hanging around and waiting for Josh to bust to try and accumulate a few more chips. And it's not a bad spot because such a large proportion of Ty's stack that he's still going to have a huge risk premium against Jitten.
Yeah.
Jitten has not been afraid to mix it up today. Locked up his best ever live score, and now he's just fast forwarding.
Yeah, Jitten going for the jugular here, and he may just be thinking, you know what? I'm seeing the stack sizes here, and if I end up with this stack heads up against James, you know, I'm really going to struggle. So let's try and accumulate some chips. You've got to speculate to accumulate, and we've seen him very active on the button as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to gain momentum here, depending on his holdings.
Ooh, but that might be good enough for Josh, and James is going to have a calling hand here.
For sure, when it's 920 and he's got a 6.8 million stack, probably calling and then seeing what happens behind. If you are going to raise, you're going to face a difficult situation. No, he has shoved, so hopefully not running into anything behind in the blinds from our two returning streamers from the final on Thursday.
Yeah, but with this shove, it just means that like Ace Jack has to fold, all the pocket pairs, even pocket Jacks behind has to think about folding. So,
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they would be at risk. So we're going to see King Queen of Spades against the Ace 7 off here, and that is Josh Curry with the worst of it.
James with a chance to go north of 8 million for the first time this tournament, should he find a way to suck out on Josh. Close to a flip, this one.
Yep, the folded cards maybe changing the equity slightly. And was there ever any doubt that 7 was going to be on this board?
Yeah, very unsurprising 7. Backdoor spades working for James. Still a king or a queen needed. And that is a brick. 6 outs for James. Or we're going to see Josh go from 20k to almost 2 million.
Oh no, he's
and James has passed the chips already. Trying to give himself some more
and it
EV. Oh, and it's worked! Unbelievable!
He knew. Josh really does have the worst of it there.
So what a spin that was for Josh Curry, going all the way down to about 20% of a big blind, spinning it back up to 1 million, eventually getting it in good, but getting rivered there in the end by our chip leader James. Great run from Josh Curry.
You've got to imagine that extra few percentage of equity there when James was passing the chips his way has resulted in a lady hitting the river and Josh hitting the rail to cash for £8,390. Still a fantastic performance from Josh. Really well played, sir. And we will see you again, I'm sure.
Yeah, so James going to restore a big chip lead here. Half the chips in play, four-handed here. And he'll be relieved to win an all-in, having lost the ace-queen versus the ace-deuce of Ty not too long ago. Four-handed here, and 1 and 2 from the mini-main event are still with us. Tai Huang and Rob Doris.
Also an announcement, this is the 5-figure alarm. That's right, all 4 players have locked up a 5-figure cash. The next player to bust will be receiving £10,000. 435 as well. That's quite a nice score for a £500 buy-in.
And Jitten now finding himself as the short stack, but plenty to work with here, north of 20 bigs, and Rob Doris in a similar spot, about to find a free bet of sorts. It could be a shove, or it could be just a noddle-in size. We'll see. Do expect it to open up quite a bit now that we're four-handed. James has a pair in the big blind, but once Rob free bets this, he'll get out of the way. And it does look like a full send. Rob Doras, our mini main event champ.
And James there with a pair, but it is a third of his stack, and he's probably just basically want to make it look like he's got more precision than he does. I think we're ever flicking it in here with the ducks.
Yeah, doesn't want Rob to get too free bet happy. Probably just going to make him sweat a little bit.
But then again, will Rob be sweating when it's written in the stars at the minute that him and Ty will be heads up? Let's face it, we've been talking about it from a point in yesterday's stream, actually.
Literally.
And it's crazy to think that we've got 4 players left. And, I mean, statistically, let's say 25% of the time it's going to end up being those 2 players heads up.
James giving this a lot of thought. I dare say if he had like a pocket 8s or something that he would probably stick this in, but deuces here would be a serious gamble. James clarifying Rob's stack with the dealer again, but looks like he's ready to let it go finally.
We are going to see the fold, yeah, and then Chitten under the gun, opening with the ace-3 off, is also going to release both of his cards.
So Rob will go north of 3 million with that one.
So those green chips are stacking up, which means in the next 4 or 5 hands we will be moving to the next blind level. And there we go, just another quick look at the payouts. As I say, 10k locked up for all the players, just under 13k for third, 18k for second, and the winner 27,000 and a trophy. And Tom Kong looks on at the PLO day 2. Are they in the money yet, Guy?
They are not, no, there'll be 13 paid. There's still 21 remaining in the PLO Masters main event. I can tell you that a few notable names still in the field there. Benjamin Sweetman, Brandon Shields, Minji, Blaise Bourgeois as well. Yeah, David Lappin, short stacked at the moment.
Well, I tell you, James Fowler will be lapping this up. He's got ace-king in the small blind, and it looks like Rob is interested from the button.
Yeah, Rob, four-handed now, needs to open up a little bit as the blinds come round so much more often, so your button range does widen, and Queen 9 off will be good enough. And James will have a couple of options here. Oh, wow, we're about to see a disgusting collision.
Jitten, Jitten, Jitten.
Jitten's been so aggressive this FT, so when James finds the free bet, I imagine he'll snap, turbo snap, when Jitten sticks it in. And yeah, James realizing that ace-king suited is good enough for a not all-in free bet, no need to shove, wants to give Rob the chance to 4-bet jam worse. But it's Jitten who's found the Cowboys in the big blind. Can't believe his luck for the second time today, finding them in a super premium spot.
He is going to get it in, and yet again, he has not had to go to showdown. He'll go to showdown this time, and he'll be happy to see that he is the major favourite. Kings versus ace-king here. The chip leader can take us three-handed, but Jitten, who's had a great day, and he's currently got his highest ever score locked, he could double here and really set a cat amongst the pigeons. Let's see if these black kings hold as we go to a very important flop.
Oh, king in the window, and that's this hand over.
Yeah, that is literally dead as a doornail there. Jitten is a lucky, lucky boy.
Jen going to go to 4.7 million in chips after this hand, and James's chip lead still intact, but just far less dominating than it was moments ago. He is going to have just under 6 million still, while the other three stacks even out somewhat. And there it is, kings full of sixes for Jitten.
What a
Nothing
life.
James could do there.
Now, even if somehow they just went to the flop, the money's going to get in. When you have pocket kings against ace king and you see a king in the window, it's very hard to lose from there.
And Ty and Rob were probably hoping for an ace to drop on the flop rather than a king.
Yep.
No ladders for them yet, but still the chance for a back-to-back 1-2 for those guys.
It's still possible. It just depends. If Jitten's run good's going to end at any point, I mean, he keeps getting these massive hands, keeps getting, I was going to say keeps getting action, but to be honest, just keeps winning the pots.
I mean, it's just whenever he's got, a marginal free betting hand, just finds the folds, and yeah, he's found the double up of ace king, and now he's doubled up off ace king.
A little giggle from the dealer there because she very nearly gave the chips to Ty. She's so used to doing that this week.
Yeah, Ty's been earning them. It's really entertained us on the stream.
Maybe she knows something we don't. Are all the chips going to end up there eventually?
Yeah, who's your money now? Going to be on, chat. The stacks have evened out. James, not as big a favourite as he once was.
Oh, and the boys getting a bottle of water in each. Maybe that's... Oh, look at that synchronised drinking. That's unbelievable technique. That's tens in the broadcasting suite. Wow, look at that was... Can we get a replay of that? That's the most impressive thing I've seen all week.
They weren't even looking at each other.
No, exactly.
It
You
wasn't
can
even
tell
eye
they've been here
contact.
before.
Yeah.
Genuinely, that was really impressive. I'm easily pleased. There must be something in the water here for the Birmingham boys.
Wow, Rob folding the king 10 offsuit there under the gun. Pretty tight, given how kind of condensed these stacks are, and Ty, a strong hand in the big blind, will just get a walk.
Was he opting not to look then? Did you see if he looked? I tend to not.
No, I don't think he even peeled.
I tend to not peel if I get a walk. And those chips there, I'm still watching those greens stack up. And we're going to see the ace-5 here under the gun. Four-handed James. Not going to meet any resistance from Jitten, but perhaps there's something in the blinds.
Yeah, James did take a hit just now, but still chip leader. Get to open pretty wide. Just picking a size, going for a little extra juice, 260. And Rob with ace-5 suited could see a jam here off this stack depth, four-handed. As we know, it is the GTO hand. Does a great job when shoving of folding out a bunch of dominating hands, but also just always having equity when called. I would not be surprised to see a jam, which would be followed by a fold.
Oh. Sorry, everybody.
Well, that is a big sneeze from Ben Shannon, and that is just a call from Rob. I'm kind of surprised by this. Felt like we were definitely going to see a jam for 25 there, but does just call, and he will whiff the flop. Backdoor hearts. I do think this will probably still go c-bet call.
Yep. It's got a little bit of chop most of the time, but maybe it goes down to who wants it more.
Yeah, I mean, given the way James has played, it is highly likely we're going to see a couple of barrels from him. I mean, in this kind of spot, James is still going to get called by some king highs here. Like, king high, like king 10 of diamonds, hands like this. Definitely going to float one off. King queen off would probably call one here.
Yeah, and you can imagine with this hand, you're going to be seeing the turn. Looks like a call. Yeah.
Heart on the turn could spell danger for James.
I mean, any backdoor flush draw starting, James might take initiative, and it is the 7 of diamonds.
The most unsurprising turn card if you've been watching the stream this week.
Yeah.
We have had a unfathomable amount of 7s on the turn for some reason. And Rob checking again, and question is now, with 2.2 behind, 1.5 in the middle, can he call another barrel should James find one? James now maybe thinking he wants to try and bluff Rob off a free or potentially a slightly better ace high.
I like the way he made that bet. That was a real bull. Here we go. 700 for a 7. And a really tough spot for Rob now. A third of his stack.
And this is kind of why I thought Rob would have just jammed free here and taken the spot, because James has just been so aggressive post flop. It's just going to be so hard to win at showdown with your ace high. It's a bit different against opponents that you think are going to play a bit more honestly post flop. And Rob lets it go. So James re-establishing that big chip lead up to 6.5 million, and Rob going to be the short stack now.
Just waiting to see a shot of the green chips in the dealer's tray, so we can get an idea of whether we are about to go up to 160k big blind.
When's the next break, Ben?
I just don't know why I found the voice used. That's so funny. When's the next break then? Well, we're going to have...
I'm thirsty.
I think it's after 200k. I'm pretty sure.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I think it might have just gone up now, actually. Let's see if the chip's going on there. No, it's still 120? No? Yeah, still 120 for this hand.
We got up to 150 or 140. What did we discover?
I think it's 160. Let me double check.
Mamma mia.
It's 160, yeah. I wouldn't lie to you, guy. Not about a chip.
That is
increase
a
that large.
hefty increase. And Ty, with a hefty hand, four-handed here on the button, pocket sixes. These pocket pairs, sure-handed, in these situations go up a lot in value. Rob with a short stack in the small blind. He might be thinking, likely he's going to get jammed on fairly often here by Rob. Not this time for sure. James with the Queen 8 in the big blind. One of his outs against Ty already gone. Do think he can certainly defend here. With the chip lead, you are often just going to be able to win post flop fairly often here against a middling stack. The Queen 8 will be enough to cut it. And not a bad flop for the sixes. Pretty safe. James, with nothing but backdoors and one over, comes with a lead here. This is interesting. Trying to fold out some king highs and ace highs here with this lead. Does have backdoor diamonds working for him. Backdoor straight draw. Ty, not going to go anywhere. With effectively second pair here. It'll be really interesting to see if James follows through on a diamond or a 9 or a jack. And there is the jack of diamonds. So
Yeah,
one of the very best cards for him to go for another lead. However, if he was trying to rep a 10, a jack is a bit of a scare card. So if he did go for this, maybe Ty would be a non-believer. It's going to be so hard for Ty to call down though. Now, James playing it as if he's got a 10 here. With the check. We'll go check, check, and Be interesting to see. Oh, and now a 10 on the river, so it's going to be harder for James to rep a 10. If it had been a blank, it would have been very interesting to see what kind of bet James would go for on the river. Here with just queen high, no showdown. Maybe feeling like he would have got floated by a king high or an ace high though sometimes. James going to go for the bluff.
Yeah, we've
And
seen him
it
go
will be
for it
hefty.
before. It did work against Mikey, but is this one going to work against Ty, who has made so many of the correct decisions throughout the week, throughout this tournament?
Yeah, we've seen Ty make some incredible hero calls. King high on the river once already this week. This one is kind of sick because with the ace-6 of diamonds, you're kind of blocking the natural lead bluffs on the flop, which would be some stuff like, like 6-4 with a diamond and stuff. You're still quite high up in your range if you think you're going to float ace high a lot on the flop. We'll see if Ty can sniff this one out.
And he
does find it. I think he'll take the chip lead.
Yeah, he's casting a glance occasionally over at James, maybe trying to get read, and he
And
does find it.
he's found the call
Wow.
again. This guy just not putting a foot wrong on these rivers.
You know, I can only assume that he must have heard about or seen the bluff on Casson that we had towards the end of the last session. I mean, he's very capable of making that call anyway, obviously, but there must be information coming back to him if he can find that call. Looks like a good bluff, but a good call. Good poker all around there on the final table of the main event here in Birmingham.
Yeah, and had it not been a pairing 10, he may have got more credit for top pair on the flop.
Do we see the chip lead change again there?
Yeah, Ty is now our chip leader for sure, and it will be James and Jitten close behind him, and Rob now the shorty four-handed. And there's confirmation of that. Not far behind though, the top three all very close.
Yeah, and the blinds will be going up soon, so we'll have to see how that changes the situation.
So it does look like we have cards in the air. I'm not too sure why we're still on the wide angle shot.
Yeah, we can see the blinds in there, and we're just waiting to see what's happening here.
Does look like Ty has folded the button. And I think we maybe...
we haven't dealt our hands yet.
Yeah, it looks like James is considering some options.
I do have better than 20/20 vision, but I cannot see through it.
Actually, I think that's an open from Jitten. Ty and Rob have folded.
We've got a raise from James, anyway, I can tell you that for free.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's probably because he's got the old ace-king suited again.
Same flavour as earlier.
And, yeah, this is blind v blind confrontation. We're not too sure what Jitten's got right now, but James lost a monster against Jitten with this hand only a couple of orbits ago. Players discussing something here. It might be when the blind level goes up, and James will take that one down.
So we've got two more hands here, guys, of this
Wow,
level.
that could have been a bit of a collision. Jitten with deuces and big blind, getting out the way of the raise from James. And yeah, likely the short stack of Rob Doris still hanging around, playing in to Jitten's decision making there. We have got a slight tech issue right now, it seems.
Yeah, we're going to get it sorted out, but there are two more hands at this level, and then we'll go to 160k big blind. Or are we going to be taking a break here?
Oh, it might be an unscheduled break just to iron out any gremlins. We have been running very smoothly today, it has to be said. We obviously did have some sound issues earlier in the week. We did bring in some audio specialists to iron those out. And yeah, everything's been running real smooth here. We've had some great feedback today already. we will just get a confirmation of what's going on.
Yeah, so we're just going to get the dealer to confirm what it is that we're taking a break for here. I think we're probably just changing a card, but I'm just waiting for the dealer to basically get it across the floor, and then I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure the dealer's going to let the team know what is happening and how long break we're going to go on for. And if we just look at the payouts there, it's pretty obvious the players are going to go on a short break. So one thing we can rely on is Tom Kong. Oh no, he's disappeared. Yep, so we're just going to get confirmation now of what's happening. And then once we do, I'll let you know when we're going to be back live with cards in the air.
Okay, so it does appear that the players have gone on a 45-minute dinner break.
Okay, well, I think we'll probably do similar, to be honest with you.
Is 45 minutes long enough for us?
Depends what we're going to eat. What we can tell you is when we come back, we're going to be eating all the action of the Party Poker Tour Birmingham. And look at all these players now. It's the final table. They've got 10k locked. We'll be fighting out for 27k up top. And we will see you back in about 45 minutes' time. Check the socials for all the links. And we will get you back here. And we will conclude this and see who lifts the trophy in Birmingham in 2025. Speak to you soon.
Dealers of the PLO Masters, please prepare your deck. Okay, we're going to restart now. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000. Please begin the deal.
don't think it's from pitching. I think it's from shuffling. Yeah. Yeah, you know, like I always shuffle stuff, but yeah, check. Because that's the same like when I deal private hands as well, like onion and cards are like, you know. No, but in general, you know, so dealer stuff, cards are like that. You know, like when it's wrong shuffle. Swimming cards. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, you don't lose anything, I would say. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I'm not the card pitcher. I'm not card shuffle.
I'm too
Card
scared to
card
flip on
person.
it, so
Okay, sorry.
United just completely away from home.
Especially when you have like yeah,
Yeah,
whenever
I'm
sometimes.
buzzing. I'm buzzing.
Did you see some every time three shots?
As soon as I get my break, I'm going straight into my group chat. All I'm going to do is be talking, talking.
No, I'm not. I'm very excited. Like me, more gentle.
It's your break. I'm just going to Twitch.
Yeah.
two brand new blue packs.
Yeah, can you use one of them? Even spreading it is so much easier than this. Like when I'm spreading it, I look like an amateur. Honestly,
Like the heavier out there.
yeah, it's so much harder to spread than that. Like if I have the other one, easy. This one, look, amateurish. You know what I mean? I just don't really like it. Plus, there's some sort of marks. I wasn't on here, so
Yeah, it's even put.
I don't know.
I know which ones they are, but if you want, we'll scan two brand new deck there. Brand new blue one.
Yeah, if
You want to say one there?
Yeah, no, well, I'm here for 30 minutes. Yeah, they're on the dinner break,
Right,
so
right. I'll bring the two packs out, put it on the headset, and I'll scan them.
yeah,
yeah.
it's on there, right?
Each one, yeah.
One on top of the other.
Yeah, the one on
One on
off,
movie.
then
Yeah,
and I'll have to call and up.
Yeah.
We'll scan them to it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, apparently it's the way that they're dealing. Have you taken the cards that the mark cards? The damage cards? Have you taken them out? There's a few of that then oh my god. I thought that these were easy to spread. How wrong was I? These are brand new, so yeah. Lord of mercy.
The same one. The blue.
Maybe because I haven't broken into them. When you're ready, I'll scan it and then work with them after. Yeah. those ones as well. A bit, yeah. They know which ones are damaged, but the guy that knows has gone for, you know, the guy that's watching over the tournament. He's gone for his dinner. Yeah, I believe he should have anyway. But it's hard spreading this deck. These ones feel smooth as well on the back. I don't know what it is, maybe you need to like break them in somehow. corners, it's kind of like chipped. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, this one's not bad. Let's check if they're more. Yeah. Why? Did someone say there was something wrong with it? Oh, the other day. Not today. And it was a red day. Yeah, it's probably like I remember something there was a drop of something.
You look at them and you know what? Check on every.
Yeah, do check it. Like, you know when
Lines up in the yellow. 6,012 fouls.
if someone's given this to you as a defective bit, then it's probably defective somewhere. The one that I took off earlier, literally the corner was chipped, as in the corner, like the colourway, but the players noticed it. Yeah, they noticed it, but I didn't notice it. So when they can see something so minor, like, they don't want it, you have to take it out, right? And they don't want anyone to have anything. So if it was given to you as a defective bit, something in here is defective. You just don't know what it is. Some of the cards are like ripped on the side. In some of the decks. It might be name like that. It could be. These are alright though. Let's just use these ones for now. cautious. Got chunks now. What's the line? Yeah, I mean, I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing. You United as well? Who do you support? Oh, Villa. 2 wins today and then maybe a third. Doing alright? How much you got locked up? 8 grand or something? They respect it. Yeah. Good for you. Weekend. How many goals? 2 wins. 9 grand profit so far. Profitable series regardless, right? Watkinson's? Oh, he's not there. Oh, I know the guy on free moved out. I know Moore moved out. Okay, so you lot just basically spread out. Yeah. That's why I was surprised. I was thinking, surely you can't really bust it. You're late.
I'm not late. You're late.
Huh?
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, guys and girls, welcome back from the extended dinner break. We're still four-handed here on the final table of the Party Poker UK Tour main event, Birmingham. And that's what's left to play for on screen right now with the payouts. These four guys all locked up a 5-figure score, and one of them will be walking away with over £27,000 and the Golden Party Poker Trophy. In the booth right now, you're with TaylorMade Poker. I will be joined shortly by my co-anchor, Benjamin Shannon. He has just gone to grab a drink, I believe. And you'll see our tournament directors there getting the players prepared to restart. So for those of you that are just jumping in, our four remaining players are James Fowler, our chip leader, over in seat number 3 it looks like. Jitten in the centre there, who came in as one of the short stacks but has successfully spun up. And then we have the 1 and 2 from the mini main event, incredibly still both alive right now. Rob Doris and Tai Huang, both local players. And they have a chance to find a back-to-back 1-2 potentially. And I have just been joined by Benjamin Shannon. He is a little bit late.
Sorry,
he's here. Never mind.
I was getting a drink. I am here now, and also
That's right. You haven't missed any hands yet.
I was talking to Brandon as well, and I said, "It's not the bubble, is it?" And he looked at me like, "It is the bubble, yeah."
Wow.
So he is
Wow.
on the bubble in the PLO over there, and he said, "I'm in the right mind to just stick it in and go and play the high roller." So we'll see what happens.
Wow.
We'll keep you
Professional
updated
as
there.
anything, Brandon Shields, right there with
Yep.
that comment.
Best of luck to him.
All right, I'll pass you this.
Yeah, I'll take that. What we got on this side, bro?
Jin looking in good spirits. He's had quite the spin today. I think all four players will be happy with their day's work. But James, who came in as the chip leader, not everything been going his way so far. Lost a couple of big all-ins that could have really propelled him a long way in front. He may be the one feeling the heat the most right now. They're just discussing where the button should be.
Yeah, I'm just going to get that one sorted. the last thing we want is an issue like that. I'm sure it'll be fine. And I think we've got updated chip stacks. Have you been through that? Sorry, Guy.
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll do it. So Ty, I believe this is correct. It's got 5.5 million. James has got just over 5 million.
Oh, I got that wrong then. I thought James was still chip leader. My bad. So
No,
we do
but
have
it's
Ty
not.
as
It's
chip
not by
leader.
much. It's only half a million. Jitten's got 4.3 million, and Robert has 2.1. He's our short stack, and as we said before the break, they have all locked up a five-figure score, £10,435, and they are playing for 27420 up top.
I did go through that bit.
Okay, well, you know, it doesn't hurt to say it twice.
No. That is the most common question we've had in the chat today, is about the payouts. I have left them in the chat, guys, if you are
Beautiful.
on YouTube.
It is all on the interwebs as well.
And it looks like Chitten going to limp the small blind here. We've just lost the RFID momentarily. I think that was because one of the players didn't box their cards. Chitten with the 9-8 of clubs. Pretty good looking hand. Tie ace-7 off, elects to check back. One of the hands that as chip leader you could potentially put some pressure on with. Oh, but he's going to find a really good flop right here. Middle pair for Jitten, top pair for Ty, and a very disguised top pair because facing a limp from the small blind with a chip lead, you're going to raise most of your ace-x. So Jitten going to go ahead and value bet his 8 here. Just try and clean up some equity, maybe try and fold out some high cards, hiding behind. He won't be expecting what's coming.
And Jitten here, who, as we say, has locked up his highest ever career score, is firing from the small blind.
Yeah, not worried about a 10 really on this flop. You're not going to be expecting Ty to be floating too many 10x behind. Just peeling that. Yep, I do somehow have an ace here.
Yeah, I've hit it again.
Chip leader potentially going to extend his lead here unless an 8 or a 9 drops. And that is a queen, and that might result in Jitten slowing down here on this river.
Yeah, anyone's game here, 1.6 million in the middle.
Okay, Jitten. We're going to see a block. Wow, this is a really greedy bet, I have to say, because you're chopping with other 8x at this point. So really, what you're targeting is a free. And it's kind of hard to imagine Ty stationing a free all the way.
Yeah, he's just going to call here. It looks like
Yeah.
he's jitting off more than he can chew. It's a value bet, very thin. And an ace there can be good enough for Ty.
Yeah, Jitten probably a bit surprised to see an ace in the back range. But Ty going up to almost 7 million there. And beginning to extend a big chip lead. And he's played great all week. We've had him on the stream a fair bit. Been playing some amazing street poker. Sniffing out a lot of bluffs. He found a really nice one of his own earlier on against Rob Doris. Blind on blind with the 6 high. Do have a look at that one if you can at some point.
It's really important here that Jitten just recenters and focuses as well. You know, he lost a couple of chips there. First hand back after the break. He's on the button and he's still got a very playable stack. And he won't want to throw good money away after bad, as the old saying goes.
Yeah, so as mentioned before the dinner break, we play 20 hands per level here when we reach the final table. And I'm not too sure how many are left of this 120 big blind level. I think we're about halfway through it.
Yeah, sounds about right. We'll see from the green chips in the dealer's tray at the in the shop when we are on the flop, I believe.
So James, second in chips here. Going to open it up with the queen 10 off. Chip leader obviously in the small blind here. So James can open somewhat wide, given that he is going to have position on the only guy that covers him. Ty with the 8-5 suited would be an interesting choice to play back. Yeah, it does get out of the way, and Rob Currently, our short stack could send it with King Jack off here if he thinks James is still opening a little bit too wide. It is a dicey one though.
There we go, just centering the camera there to see into Rob's mind.
He is gonna just flat, and yeah, can understand this. Wants to keep in the King X and Jack X that he dominates. When you shove, you are likely to get sort of King 10s, King 9s, Jack 10s to all fold. And he has flop best here, and based on what we've seen so far this final table, he probably will elect to let James fire. James not been shy to barrel these scenarios.
Coming out firing quickly as well with the backdoor Broadway draw. 250 into 680,000.
Yeah, pretty standard c-bet here at this stage of a tournament, and Rob will possibly just call, given what he's seen from James. May want to try and get another barrel out of him. Not too much to worry about in Rob's spot. Top pair, good kicker. It's only really an ace. It's going to be scary with no flush draws out there. It's a 9, and well, there will be fireworks if a jack drops on the river here. But we may well see a check, bet, and a jam given the SPR.
And there we go, the check. And will James take the bait?
It's an interesting turn card. It does give him some added equity with the straight draw, but also, if you think that's the stuff that Rob's going to check call the flop with, 9-8, 9-7, going to be some of the candidates. So he is going to upgrade it to a pair sometimes, and obviously still got a lot of King X in his range. And 6 on the river, pretty bad news for James, because still a lot of 6x in Rob's range as well. And Rob now has to decide what he wants to do here with what he'll assume is the best hand. Most of the time, the vast majority, just over pot behind. Might be a bit worried about the 6. Kind of hands that might bet and then check would be those kind of A6, sort of Queen 6 suited and stuff that James is very capable of having, and does go for a block to try and get a crying call, maybe from an ace high.
Perhaps also aware of the fact that James has checked back on the river a couple of times earlier and choosing to not go for that river bluff and thinking, right, I can get a bit of value here if I do lead out pretty small. And of course also he may be aware of the fact that it was almost the exact same situation where James decided to make a very large raise with a bluff against Mikey Casson earlier on after there was a small block bet.
Yeah, Michael falling victim to that bluff after blocking with top pair, getting bluffed off it. They were a fairly bit deeper in that scenario, and this time James just lets it go. So Rob Doris, mini main champion, surviving. Very nicely played.
I think that was the last hand of the 120k big blind. We're going to go up to 160 now.
That looks like an 8k small blind, so I do believe you're correct.
And that's going to change how many big blinds are in play in this tournament now. So we're going to play 20 hands at this level. Who knows when we'll next have a break? Maybe it will be after we crown a champion.
I think the next break will probably be just before heads up.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because we've got to rearrange the table and hopefully it lasts longer than the mini main did. One hand to beat.
Yeah, we do have specific graphics for the heads up that are really nice. So do stick around with us to see those.
Yeah, if only for the graphics. They are beautiful graphics for the heads up.
They're worth seeing, guys. Jitten here, just under 20 bigs, Queen Jack suited, 4-handed. He's now gone to the short stack, but still plenty of bigs to work with.
We're going to see Rob with the king 9 in the small blind here. 2.7 million stack. Just going to put that one in the bin. It's James who has the ace in the big.
And how does he want to approach this? James has had the chip lead for most of this FT, but he's been suffering and yeah, doesn't even defend here against the open from Jitten.
Yeah, we're going to see Jitten take that one down and add to his stack, recover from the first hand back after the break. And that's right, it's the clicking noise because I am starting a new tally chart of hands played at 80-160.
So I do have an update in regards to the stream, guys. So successful has been the High Roller event here at Party Poker Birmingham. We've got far more players than we expected, which means that event will run much later than expected. And so we will no longer be able to bring you the High Roller final table after our main event concludes, because it's just going to be too late. We had expected maybe it would be kind of lining up straight after we conclude today, but no, it's with almost 50 players registered and still some late reg to go on that. That one is going to be a late one for those grinding it out.
So, Guy, you're trying to say that it's been too successful here at Resource World of Birmingham.
Yeah.
That's the issue, basically.
Basically, yeah, we smashed all the guarantees of literally everything, and now we've got a high roller running with more than 50k in the prize pool.
Okay, that's for a one-day high roller. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the culmination of the live stream and of all the action on this lovely table. I mean, you will be able to have a look at the socials and find out, I'm sure, from the rest of the evening and over the next few days about who does go on to win in that high roller, and who knows, it could be some people that were featured earlier on in the stream.
Yeah, so a couple of players from this table jumped in other events. We saw Tony eliminated first from our final table, jumped straight into the Mystery Bounty side event that was closing registration at the time, and he found himself on the FT. How did he actually get on in the end?
Tony, basically, I don't think, well, we can have a look at his payout, but I'm pretty sure, I don't think he cashed.
He did win a bounty before,
Yeah.
and he was on the FT, but there was, I think, only 5 paid on that FT, so... Ty here, juicing it up with the 9 deuce offsuit, and this is a pretty common thing you see in these scenarios. You want to be very polar with your isolation raises, and it's a great spot to do it in terms of table dynamic, because we saw him check back the ace-7 blind v blind after Jitten limped last orbit. And so Jitten's going to give him a little bit of extra respect there and folds the dominating 10-9. So another good pickup for Ty, who extends his chip lead here.
And speaking of good pickups, Tony actually finished third for £530, and you'll be pleased to hear that in second we had Ivelin, the Bulgarian player, for
really well.
£1,290. So well done to him, friend of the stream. But the winner of the No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty for £3,025,
I feel like I know who it's going to be.
Party Poker Ambassador Matthew Staples. That's right. Double Staples this week after Lady Staples took down the crazy event yesterday. And you're going to be seeing those photos later on of some more trophy lifts. How do you think Jamie's going to take this when everyone but him that has travelled over is lifting a trophy?
Yeah.
Unless, of course, he wins the high roller later on.
That is true. Jamie Staples will be in that high roller. There is a chance for you to still get in that. I think late reg just about to close. If you happen to be in the building watching this, you can jump in max late reg. Not too sure how deep the max late reg is in the high roller, but the main event max late reg was much deeper than the norm at live events these days. I think you could have max late reg for about 30 bigs or something, right?
Something like that, yeah. It's literally going to close very, very shortly. What's the starting stack in that tournament? I'm just trying to think. 40,000.
Yeah.
And I think the average, about 50 really at the end of max late reg. You're going to have to be fast though. Only a couple of minutes left. And if you are nearby, yeah. Come on in. The water's lovely. Lots to be made there.
Yeah, and here's an interesting one. James opening the king free suited, and Ty going to put his chip lead to use here. Ace 10 off, good enough to come in for a free bet. And that is a chunky one, and James pretty much at the bottom of his opening range. Not going to enjoy taking a flop with king free suited. Just lets it go. So Ty extends his chip lead 17 million in play, and he's up to 7.5. The other three players really close in chips. And we do have only just over 100 big blinds in play now, four-handed, so things likely to speed up a little bit.
Definitely bunching up. So as we say, 5-figure scores for the 4 remaining players. And we're going to see the 7-5 suited, my favourite hand, my favourite flavour, goes straight into the muck, and Ty take it down on the button.
Oh, excuse me.
Gesundheit. Have a bless you right
a
there.
double. Damn. I'd say you could use a double.
Hi-oh.
It's Rob Duras. He is the shortest stack right now.
And he is comfortable at this stage of tournaments, and let's face it, was there 4 left when he got those 7s into queens?
Yeah, but he was chip leader at the time.
He was
It may
chip
have
leader
been
at the
5
time.
left actually.
Yeah, potentially. I know it
Yeah.
was relatively short-handed.
He is on the button here with the King 10, and he is going to get the opportunity to open it up. And with the stacks quite condensed, there is some chance that he just goes for a jam. I think an open would be a bit more common in this ICM constellation. It depends how he thinks James and Jitten will respond. Yeah, it is going to be the open. Looks like 320. James with rags in the small gets out the way, and Jitten with the very defendable Queen 6 suited. We're going to see 3.
Off we go to the flop then. And Chitten's been very involved all day today.
And he is going to flop very well here, and this could be drama because Jitten, top and bottom, Rob, open-ended. This could go c-bet, check raise. Rob off a pretty short stack now.
Yeah, can easily see Rob getting this one in at some point.
He might check back, just worrying that the queen and the jack high board favouring a defend range here, but looks like he's ready to run it. It'll be a sick one if he gets jammed on, because he knows he's sometimes going to be up against some stuff that he's still ahead of, like, you know, like the 8-7 of diamonds and kind of stuff like this. Do not know if Jen will immediately raise. He's going to slow play it, and this could be carnage.
Interesting choice out of position there, and the turn could be action.
It's a brick, so this one's going to come down to how Rob wants to proceed. Double flush draw out there now.
Wow, and check again. He doesn't block the diamonds here, Rob. He does have just over pot remaining as well. It looks like he's counting out a bet.
He might just be double checking his stack, wondering if a jam is applicable here. He may opt to go for another small bet and try and go for the triple.
If he does decide to jam, he's going to get the bad news pretty quickly from Jitten, who, despite having premium holdings, may win the most important pot. Oh no, it's a check.
So he'll take a free card here, 7 outs for Rob.
Oh, it's the
He's
king of
hit a
hearts.
king. And that's a dicey one here. And if Jitten decides to go for a big bet, Rob's going to struggle to fold because there's missed diamonds out there. And Rob blocks the straights with the 10. Jitten checks it. And does Rob take the bait here? If Rob thinks Jitten's got a hand like a jack or a weak queen, he could potentially rip, try and go for the max.
I mean, he does have a weak queen, but it's a weak queen that's made to pair.
Yeah, I think most of the time we're going to see a bet probably around half pot from Rob here. Try and target Jack X and 6X. Would have expected a queen to check raise, and yeah, here it comes.
You're exactly right there, Guy. Looking like 550.
Yeah, just over a third, and Jitten's going to just snap this one off. No need to raise with the 2 pair. Could be struggling to get called by worse in this scenario, and Rob, shake of the head, kicking himself a little bit for that valley bet on the river, but totally understandable in the situation. And yeah, Jitten, I think he may have got the max there, because I'm not too sure if Rob would have actually ran it had he gone for the check raise.
Yeah, and Rob does leave himself 7 big blinds, which, as we've seen earlier on this final table, is more than enough to survive, even though they're four-handed and he's under the gun.
Yeah, we
So,
had a
20k
classic
stack, yeah.
fake comeback earlier from Joshua, who found himself with 20% of a big blind after an all-in competition with Rob. Did spin it back up to 1 million chips, only to find himself busting in 5th place still, I believe.
Yeah, it was 5th for Josh there. Still a great finish for him, but he will be ruining it and wondering what could have been when he looks back, I'm sure.
So now Rob, pretty short, and this is going to play into the hands of Ty. Just allows him to put on a bit more pressure while Rob's hanging around. Rob has been pretty immovable all week though. We saw him on the mini-main FT, didn't lose a single all-in. I don't think he's lost an all-in today either. He's won his... Yeah, he won the King 4 versus
Yes,
Ace 6.
yeah, that's the one I was just trying to think about.
Was there another one?
Do you know what? There's been so many hands
I
this weekend.
think he's had another one. I can't remember what it was.
Quite possibly. It's tough to remember him losing a hand at all, other than the ones he's been bluffed off.
Yeah, Ty going for the ISO again with a raggy hand, just using his chip advantage with ICM here to push Jitten around. But Jitten having none of it here, he's going to see a flop with Jack 10 offsuit. Probably the bottom of what he'll want to limp call with in this scenario. Ace high board though, and this one's going to go c-bet, take it for Ty most of the time.
Yeah, it looks like the rich are going to get richer here if Ty does. Oh, he's checked back.
That is an interesting check. Just the kind of spot where you really want to press that chip lead to your advantage.
And we could see a lot of pain here if the very common 7 somehow rolls off on the river and both players are involved. It's going to be Jitten who's picked up the extra equity here, leading on the turn.
Yeah.
425 into 1 million.
Spot where you got to be really careful as the medium stack. Ty will probably give Jitten credit here though, but he's a savvy customer. We've seen him do some very creative stuff. It wouldn't be out of this world to see him find some kind of tricky raise here. Try and press the ICM pressure in a different way. He's gonna float and decide on the river whether to go after Jitten here. And I'll tell you what, if a 7 drops, it's a 4. I was gonna say, if a 7 drops, it could be interesting because Jitten would have the nuts and Ty would block the nuts and may go after it. But now we're going to see what Jitten's made of. He does give up, and this is going to open the door to Ty to take it down. Just a question of how much he bets now. Got to the river with the absolute bottom. He's going to try and bluff Jitten off. An 8 or a 9, most likely, is what he's thinking.
Yeah, you can't really win if you check back here, so we are going to see quite a large bet coming out.
2 million in his hand, just under 2 in the pot. Ooh,
What a tease.
it's a bit of a tell.
thinking that Jitten's been pretty sticky today and it might not be worth bluffing here, or?
Mm. It's always worth bluffing when you've managed to get to the river with Jack high as the raiser. Looks like he's going to go super polar here. 2.5 million into a pot of 1.9, and there's nothing you can do here as Jitten. He's just going to ask for a count, make it look like he has a decision and wasn't bluffing on the turn.
Hope that his cards have changed.
Yeah, just praying that that turns into a 10-7, but no. And tie, finding a way to get it done again.
Yeah, not this time for Jitten, who has really had the rub of the green in a lot of pots today on the final. And we're going to swap the dealer out here. Rachel's going to leave us for a bit. And so Rob is going to hope this next dealer is very kind to him whilst he's in the big blind as the shortest stack of our final quartet.
Tie with more street poker there. I mean, just awesome to watch. He's now got half the chips in play four-handed. Really looking to go one better than he did earlier this week in the mini-main. And you got to say, with some of the moves he's pulled out, he sure deserves it.
Yeah, he's ran pretty well as well, but you've got to get yourself into those positions to be lucky, and he has certainly done that. I think if you offered him at the start of the week, gold in one, silver in the other, this is the way he'd have liked it to go.
Yeah. You'd always rather have the extra large gold trophy rather than the medium gold trophy that his table neighbour there, Rob Duras, took down on Thursday evening. Was it Thursday? It was Thursday.
It was Thursday, yeah, I know. It feels an
Been quite
eternity
the week.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trophy's a trophy, though. This one will just take a little bit longer to polish.
James getting out of the way. Down to third in chips. Tie might just give Rob the walk here. Finding two spanners in the small blind. Rob, with an ace, would have been praying for a shove.
Yeah, don't even look,
don't
mate.
look, mate. Yeah. So Rob will continue here with 7.5 bigs. He'll be in the small blind next hand, and with a medium stack behind him, we'll be in a spot to get some shoves through for sure.
We've seen a fair few clashes here on this final table, and this week, as we say, Rob and Ty, table mates on more than one occasion. Can Jitten or James stop it from being those two players heads up for the title here in Birmingham at Resorts World? Final four from 343 runners.
And Jitten finding pocket nines here in a great spot. Oh, and we're about to see a big flip.
Let me check the payouts, because we might be about to lose one right here.
Yeah, nothing for Rob to do here apart from send it with the ace jack. In it goes. And can Rob define the odds again? We have seen him run incredibly well on this final table live stream, as he did at the mini main event final live stream. Yet to see him lose an all-in this week. Jitten asking for a count.
He's not called yet, but
It
surely with
might
nines.
be, yeah. Nine's going to be good enough. And we are off to the races. And with a 9 folded, it does give Rob a slight statistical advantage. You'll see there in the bottom left. But this is as close to a pure flip as you're going to get normally.
Both suits live as well there for the ace jack.
When do you think Rob is going to hit a pair?
I think there'll be a 7 on the board.
Yeah, there'll be a 7 and there'll be a Barry, I think.
Oh, really?
Just the way Rob's been running, I just can't see him losing anything.
7 and a Barry, but we're not saying nines will lose just yet.
King 8 deuce.
We know nothing.
6 outs for Rob. Takes a swig of that water. Is he going to stand for an extra 2%?
No, he's
Not
put his
just
water back
yet.
on the floor. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, it does look quietly confident. 8 on the turn. And 6 outs for Rob.
Let's see if he can find it and keep the dream alive of going back to back. The mini main and the main. Is it still possible? Not this time. It's going to be a deuce on the river there. We are going to lose Rob in fourth position. A couple of fist bumps there, and he's going to cash for £10,435. And Jitten there, money to money, getting more chips. That's right. It's nearly 13k he's locked up. His biggest ever score. And the fairy tale could happen here. I think he was the second shortest stack.
He
coming into
was,
today.
yeah, and he just hit the ground running right from the start, finding a lot of success with free bets. And now, winning flips, you become dangerous. So, going into free-handed play, Jitten going to be the middle stack. We'll get an update on the chip counts shortly. I think James had roughly 3.5 million. We know Ty had just under 9 million, which was half the chips in play. So, probably a spread of 50% of the chips for Ty, 30% of the chips for Jitten, and 20% of the chips for James. But the back-to-back chances are over. However, it is Ty odds on to go one better than he did in the mini main right now. What a story this could be for Ty. What a week for the Vietnamese live crusher. And there you have it. James in the danger zone. 19 big blinds, 3.1 million now.
It could be double silver, of course, as well. We're going to have to wait and see what happens.
Let's see how Ty approaches this now. Chip lead, free-handed. With the middling stack in the big blind, you do get the opportunity to open a fair bit. Just get to put an extra bit of pressure on him. But ICM free-handed does go down a little bit. James, Queen 7 suited, and he is ready to send it. Jitten, King 10 in the big. Might have been interested if he'd had a King Queen or better maybe, but nice pickup there for James. Not hanging around with the short stack here. He's ready to put the pressure back on the big stack open.
It's got to be done at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, James has been relentlessly aggressive throughout this tournament. Play has been rewarded for the most part, but fallen victim to a couple of all-ins on this FT. Ace Queen getting cracked by the Ace Deuce of Ty, and then running Ace King suited into Kings blind on blind in a sick one. So the two men that he's up against here, free-handed, both have been beneficiaries against him in those all-ins, and he'll be hoping that that changes direction as we enter free-handed play. Oh, and talk about premiums. Jitten has limped blind on blind 3 times in a row against Ty. And he's been isolated a couple of times. So he may just try it again here. Yeah. Thought this might happen. And Ty, with a hand he could pick to raise, could pick to check back. Both options open. You would imagine this is going to go limp free bet. Should it get raised? Yeah, here comes Ty. 400k. Now, what does Jitten choose to do? Could be a pretty large limp raise here with the 10s. You don't want to give your opponent a great price at this kind of hand. Just want to force them to make their decision pre-flop. Jitten, extremely excited already. Oh, he's gone for all of it. And yeah, Ty quickly out of the way. Going to be wishing he'd check that one back to see the flop, but Jitten continuing to ascend.
This might be Jitten's day, you know. I mean, him and Ty heads up would be a really interesting battle, but James is going to have some say in this. One of our final 3 players here in the main event of the Party Poker Tour in Birmingham. As you can see, the field there, 343 remain. We've lost 340 players. And these 3 now have put on quite a show over the last few days. Third place good for just under 13k, £12,970. Second is going to be 18,320. The winner will take £27,420. I don't believe we've heard any talks of deals. I'm just going to remind you that for the Party Poker Tour, any deals that take place will have to leave 10% of the prize pool and the trophy to play for. But anything like that being discussed, we'll let you know as soon as possible. Any questions, let us know in the chat. For now, let's get back to the action. We're going to see a fold from Jitting on the button, and Ty is going to limp the small with Jack 9 off.
Yeah, this is one James could certainly raise under different circumstances with a king blocker. And he will go for it here. Bumping it up to 500k. 400, my bad. And that will give Ty a reasonable price to come along. Oh, they are just clarifying this bet. Is it 4 or 5, Ben?
It's 400 this one.
It's 400, alrighty.
And I think we might see everybody's back here. What have we got? Yeah, just checking the count. And Ty's going to make the call. Yeah, it's actually 560. I think there was some confusion there with the chip colours. But 560 raise and the call. So Ty limping the Jack 9 to call against a raise. James in position with King 4. We have seen him do some interesting moves. And what are we going to see on this flop?
Okay, there is the flop. And there is a jack there for Ty. But ace high going to favour the range of James here.
And he's going to continue there for 400k.
Yeah, quick call from Ty. Going to be going nowhere. Some backdoors working for him as well. With the middle pair here. Queen on the turn. This is one that James could definitely follow through on. Just try and put pressure on the 8x and Jack X. A lot of which Ty will have. And a hefty bet coming out from James.
Okay, we're just going to check here because I think Ty didn't actually check that. It might be an action out turn. We might be calling the floor here. I'm not 100% sure. We'll just wait for confirmation on that. It does look like it was, what is that, an 800 bet?
And if it does go down as a check, it will obviously stand as an 800k bet. I'm
So,
not
yeah.
too sure what the ruling would be in terms of river action. Oh, what did you see, Ben? Did you see Ty check?
I don't think so. It's a pretty fast cut as well, really, there. I think maybe it was a case of James might have misinterpreted how...
Eager to barrel that beautiful turn card for his range.
Yeah, it's a great turn for him, and we have seen him bet quite quickly previously on turns. Don't know if it is a timing tell with him being a little bit lighter. I think we're going to wait for the floor here. I think we're going to find out from the floor if there is any kind of punishment or what the options are due to the fact the dealer is saying it is a bet out of turn. Just waiting for clarification on that, and the dealer is going to let us know, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you know that no aggressive action is coming on the river, you are more tempted just to call here with the Jack 9, but does get out of the way, and a good pickup for James there.
Yeah, interesting to see. I'm sure the floor's
Jumping
going for us
up
now.
to 4.6 million. Yeah, I'm sure nothing too unsporting going on here. It's been played in great spirit, this event. We've had no issues with tanking or stalling for anything, really. And in fact, I don't think there's been a single penalty handed out that I've seen over the 4 days I've been here.
Not seen a penalty.
Not
at
even a
all here.
warning.
No.
I mean, like, the vibes have been incredible here at Resorts World. Everyone happy to have a big poker event back here after so long, and UK tour events returning to Birmingham for the first time in some years.
Yeah, it's really great to see it. It's literally, I think, late 2019, early 2020. when we saw poker in this building, and yeah, the atmosphere has been fantastic.
How have the cash games been, Ben?
There's been cash games almost every night, basically.
Do you want to tell us your results?
I'm
sure you do.
I might have played one cash game session, quite frankly, because
Oh, you could have lied. I would have thought it. I would have given you credit for
believe
2
me.
wins.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've won £1 million.
All right. See you
no.
later then. You're off then.
No, I'm doing this.
Any
for a little
rah-rah?
bit. You've had enough rah-rah, sir.
I haven't had any rah-rah. Yet. One of these fine gentlemen, may want to give me a tip,
Well,
for my kind words over the stream over the last few days. Who knows?
You're earning enough money as a valet.
That's true, actually. Yeah, the tips are fantastic, but, I am flaunting it.
Enough about guys' tips. Let's look at the action here from James in the small blind. He's going to check, and nothing really for either player, but Jitten might be thinking, well, I'd like to win this pot, and the only way I'm going to do that is by putting chips in the middle.
Yeah, this one always going to be down to who blinks first.
And it's tough to tell if James is blinking when he's wearing glasses.
Out the way. Pretty sharpish. He'll let 3 big blinds drop into the stack of Jitten there. Not too far behind these guys, James. He is third in chips, but plenty of bigs to work with.
Yeah, and we're just going to see now the next level that we go up to. So 200k is going to be the big blind when we do go across. I think we played about half the hands of this level. Going to be coming thick and fast now, due to the fact that we are three-handed. And as we say, there is 1.7 million in play. 1.7 million? 17 million, sorry. The average stack, of course, being about 5.8, so pretty even play. James the short stack right now, and it's going to be Jitten and James.
Too sure where the action is right now. Yeah, James has opened on the button here, and it is tied to decide whether to defend the Jack-7 offsuit. Probably somewhere towards the bottom of what's defendable, but as chip leader, I'm sure Ty will have a look here. Thing is, free-handed, with the blinds coming round so quick and big blind ante in play, you are just kind of forced to play wider ranges at this stage than you would normally be comfortable with. I do remember when big blind ante was first brought in, there was quite a common thing that would happen when you get short-handed. Normally, if you were down to 4 players in an 8-handed tournament, it would be half big blind ante.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened to that.
That seems like a long time ago.
I'll tell you what's happened here, though.
It's a
There
great
is a bit of a
flop.
clash.
Yeah.
Top pair for James, and middle pair and a flush draw for Ty. You can see how close these hands are in equity. Basically a pure flip here. 13 outs at the top there for Ty. And James, if he does bet his top pair on this monotone board, might be prepared to go with it.
See, all I'm seeing on this flop here is how big a result that is for a prop game I play. Because I have clubs and the deuce is wild. It's a big score on big boy, and this is a big boy bet from the button. James has got top pair, and he's going to fire it in.
And with a pair and a flush draw and chip lead free-handed, you're always just happy to kind of run it in Ty's spot here. You just can never be that far behind.
You think he just chips it here, or you just...
It's definitely an available option, because, if you're up against 2 overs and a better flush draw, you're still flipping. Even against the set, you're actually not far behind.
Okay.
And you block sets. So,
yeah, true.
And there's always the chance that you fold out a hand like James's, which is currently ahead of you. So, do like to see a fast play with this one, and here we go. Oh,
That's
is
a
that
call.
That's a call.
Interesting. Going to reassess on the turn, but Ty is out of position. There is some action killing turns.
And that would be one of them. Yeah, James is going to hate this. I wonder if Ty finds a lead. Occasionally you'll see a small lead on these kind of very dynamic turn cards.
What do you think that's going to accomplish? No, he has checked.
It just means you get stationed by like a 9, or potentially like a pocket pair lower than jacks with a club. And James now going to turn his top pair into a bluff. Really good awareness of where he is in this hand. Knowing top pair is no good anymore, but representing a bigger flush, and this is going to put Ty in a hell of a spot because if he thinks about what James is betting on the turn here, it's never going to be the 10 high flush.
Yep.
It's only ever going to be Queen X of clubs or better.
And if he calls the turn, is he committing to calling the river? Or do
Who
we
knows?
think there's some rivers that he could get away from if it's a low club? Oh, wow.
And
Now
this is
definitely
such
not.
a good river for Ty because
Yeah.
now when he checks, if James wants to jam, he is literally only going to be repping the nut flush or the king high flush
Highly
occasionally.
To have a
There
straight
is the 10-8 of clubs available, and James gives up on this river wisely. I think pretty sick run out for James. Good attempt to turn his hand into a bluff there on the turn, but on that river, you just can't get away with it because literally so many of the combos you're representing are suddenly blocked by that river card, and that is a huge one for Ty, who now runs even further away with this chip lead.
And he's right to check that one back. He had checked back a lot of rivers when he had the opportunity to bluff, but yeah, that one there, stepping correctly.
Yeah, he will survive here free-handed, but with a lot of work to do now, he's going to be down to about 15 bigs, I think, and in the big blind next hand.
And of course, the blind's going up soon as well from 160 to 200k. So if anyone needs to start making moves and winning chips, it's going to be that gentleman there in C3, James
Looks
Fowler.
like just under 300, sorry, just under 3 mil, looks like. There's a 2 stacks of million there, plus
Plus a little bit change, yeah.
about 600 maybe, so we've seen a spin already today. Joshua Curry coming back from a quarter of a big blind, I believe it was at one point.
Yeah, running it up from that end of the table to get a nice 5th place finish there.
It was a bit of a fake comeback in the end. He did still fall in 5th position, having spun it up at that stage.
I've seen some of them this week on the feature table, but
What a spot here for Ty now. 9 million in chips.
and Jitan potentially going to open the button here with a king 3-handed.
I think he's maybe going to fold this just because when you fold here, it's just so often that there's going to be a collision due to the short stack in the big blind here. You don't really want to raise fold. You want to kind of play in flow and let the big stack do the work here and get you that ladder to 2nd place. Ty though, with a raggy 10 deuce in the small, not going to honor Doyle Brunson, going to let it go. And James will have to pick his spot a little later. So how many hands until the blinds go up, Ben? Have you worked it out?
I'm pretty sure it's less than 10. I want to say 5. What I was trying to work out, speaking of the number 5, was how much this next ladder's worth. And it is worth £5,500. So yeah, you might be right there. Perhaps that's why Jitten's playing a little bit tighter from the button, because he's thinking, you know what, I've had an awful lot of ladders today. I'd love another. And the opportunity to play heads up for £27,000 when your previous highest score was about £5,000 is pretty tantalising.
Yeah, it'd be a great story for Jin.
Already a great story for Jitten, quite frankly, but yeah, it could be a fairy tale ending.
James here. Oh, wow. This is a bit of a cooler. Finds the king in the small blind. Rips it in. And Jitten, for like the 4th time on this final table, finds ace-king.
He's absolutely
woken up with monsters so many times
magnets.
today.
And will it be a Fowler 5 on this run out to keep him alive? Otherwise, he's going to be sent to the rail in 3rd place.
Yeah, he has gone out on his sword potentially here, James. Really has entertained us with some creative bluffs and some aggressive play. But a bit of a cooler here, blind v blind. And that is an ace-high flop. Backdoor clubs and backdoor Broadway chops. The only route of survival for James Fowler here. Otherwise, we're going to be heads up. Turn is the 3 of clubs.
So you're saying there's a
Wow,
chance.
that is quite the turn card.
Wheel?
There's 4s working for James. There's clubs working for James. What's it going to be?
7 of clubs has been there a lot today.
Oh!
It's a 5.
He's hit the post.
That's a real shame there for James. A 5 is what he needed, but not when an ace was there as well. And a fantastic performance from him. And he is going to be locking up £12,970. Handshakes all around there for his table mates. and it's going to be these two that fight it out. Jitten versus Ty, and they're pretty evenly stacked here, Guy, for the heads up.
Yeah, now with that pot going Jitten's way, these guys going to be playing 8 million and 9 million. Just another word to James, though. What a performance. Went out, fighting all the way through that final table. Found some great moves and really gave himself a chance to take it down. But he'll be reeling a little bit from a couple of all-ins that didn't go his way. The ace-queen versus ace-deuce against our chip leader Ty. With that deuce on the flop, really was the killer. That would have taken him to a huge chip lead at that stage. And instead, it's Ty that found a route out of that one and now finds himself heads up for the win. And we are going to take a quick pause here, guys. We're going to bring out that beautiful large gold Party Poker UK Tour trophy. And we are just going to change some of the graphics as well and get ready for heads up. So there will be a momentary break here. We'll just find out how long it's going to be and update you. But
I think it's probably going to be about 5 to 10 minutes, guys. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to a really quick break and probably put the old heads up starting soon image on as we rearrange the table, get the trophy out there, and we're going to freshen up and we're going to get ready to bring you the final stages here of the main event in Birmingham Resorts World as part of the Party Poker Tour. That's right, second place, £18,320. We're going to crown a champion who's going to get £9,000 more, 27,420. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Stay tuned, and we'll see you for the culmination of this event on the Party Poker Tour.
At the time I was doing some mental meditation.
No, I didn't like he was way he's watching cards with this corner.
Yeah, so this, a minute ago when we were talking, before we were talking about it,
Yeah. You didn't say?
I didn't say.
Yeah. But like, bet 800 and
I seen the
he's
800,
like,
I seen the 800 bet, and he just didn't move chips forwards and just put them on.
kind of, yeah.
But
Like,
he had quite a large price. He had quite a large
but yeah, it was like definitely so. Yeah, usually I'm telling off like,
I didn't say it, I didn't say it. But in future, yeah, feel free to.
okay,
I should have seen it,
yeah.
bring it to my attention. But if it's like,
But I didn't like way he's watching his cards. He's very realized. He's like that corner. Have a look at him. That could be an issue.
And we are back. Welcome to the culmination of this week's events. It's Heads Up. And look at the size of that trophy.
That is a thing of beauty.
It's taken up most of the shot. Oh, and who is going to be claiming it from our two remaining players in seat? Should we say seat number 3? It doesn't really matter.
Looks like seat 3. His
Yes,
chips
that's-
are in seat 2, but he's sat in what would look like seat 3 normally.
Yeah, Jitten there, who has come in with a pretty similar stack. He's got 8.29 million compared to Ty, who has already finished second this week, and he will not want to do that again, who has 8.85 million. We are starting at 160k big blind, I believe.
And still big blind ante going to be in play here, heads up. So it will speed up the game a little bit. Not too sure. It looks like we've got, well, which direction are those green chips?
I think they're
Go
going
in.
from left to right, so I'm pretty sure we've
Okay.
got 4 more to go.
4 more hands of this level before we go to 200k big blind. Jitten, by the way, he has been playing around the Midlands for some time. Plays in Luton normally. And used to play a bit in Milton Keynes and did play a bit here at Resorts World before poker ended here 6 years ago. And we are back with a bang right now this week. Let's see how Jitten's going to approach this heads up.
Yeah, we're also back with this beautiful heads-up display, and we will get that field updated because there's definitely only 2 remaining. And these 2 players now fighting it out. Just to remind you, second place, so they have locked up £18,320. And the winner will take not only that big shiny gold trophy, but £27,420. Not bad for £500 buy-in.
Yeah, and if these guys do elect to do a deal heads up, they still have to leave 10% of the remaining prize pool to play for, along with that beautiful gold trophy. But I don't think these guys are likely to do a deal. I think Ty will fancy himself heads up, but also Jitten, he wants to go for glory. He isn't a professional poker player. We spoke to him earlier today. Does do this as his hobby, and yeah, no real need to do a chop if you're a recreational player, right?
Yeah, I have spoken to Jitten pretty recently actually, and he was saying it's a case of, I don't know about if I do get heads up about asking deals or anything like that, and looking at the field, are these the kind of people that would do deals? And basically saying, look, it's such a rare occasion for, as you say, a recreational player to get to this point. Just got to enjoy it, and he's been enjoying the hand distribution, the cards he's been getting, and the fact that it's been holding. And yeah, it looks like he's having a great time here because he's calling this c-bet from Ty.
Yeah, backdoors galore for Jitten, but unfortunately it's backdoors for Ty as well, and that is an interesting turn card. Ty with the top end of the draw here. Jitten won't be going anywhere on the turn.
Tell you something, if we were to see that 7 that's been, sorry, the queen that's been coming out an awful lot, then it would be just as fast as the other heads up.
Yeah, the heads up we had earlier this week, guys, in the mini main event lasted 1 hand, and it was Ty finishing second on that occasion. If a queen comes on the river, I dare say this could be over in 1 hand, but it could be Ty taking it down, and Jitten gonna bet now, having turned the up and down, floating the 9-4 suited on the flop. Pretty standard play here. And Ty with a couple of options. Can check call here, or could start to check raise. Try and put some pressure on some of those 1-pair hands that Jitten can have. I do think we're likely to see just call.
And a few photos there getting taken of the final 2 players in this tournament.
Announcing a bet there, Ty, so that is going to be a raise.
2 million is the bet.
Wow, this is just as fast and furious as the heads up in the mini main. Could it be over in 1 hand again?
And you know what? Jitten might be thinking, surely I'm live. Let's just get it in. Let's win it or go home.
A shove might get through here. It would be a hell of a move if Jitten finds it here. First hand a heads up. Imagine setting the tone with a 9-high bluff here. 3-bet jamming the turn. Could it be?
And then showing it. Oh, I'd love to see it.
He kind of doesn't have the best price to call. There is always the reverse implied odds of being up against the kind of hand that Ty has. Also, spades to be a little bit wary of sometimes here. Looks like he's thinking about pulling the trigger though. Keeps eyeing his stack. He does get out of the way.
I thought he was going to be grabbing that triangle and just throwing it in then. That was it. Well,
Yeah.
we can confirm it's going to be longer than the heads up on Thursday night. We're going to
Yeah.
be playing at least 2 hands. And just to remind you as well, when Ty did finish second, he cashed for £9,080 there, losing out to fellow final tablist today, Robert Duras, who won it for 14,000. So quite a good week so far for Ty, to say the least. Locking up at least 2 silver medals. We'll be hoping to get silver and gold, which is possible tonight. And yeah, it's going to be at least 27k a week for Ty. Could be even more. Could be going north of 30k. Big old trophy coming home with him. So this heads up has started evenly stacked, Guy, but Ty's taken the initial chip lead, now up to 10 million. He's got King 6 there on the button. Jitten has a much prettier hand, but the ranges certainly start to change, and you're looking at what you're opening with. What do we expect to see here from Ty?
On the bottom of the King 6, a couple of options, of course. Raise or limp. Personally, with Big Blind Ante, I'll be raising most of my King X.
Well, he has, as you say, elected to call this one, and Jitten's going to check the 9-10 suited. Pretty hand. Is it a pretty flop?
Yeah, 9-10 suited, another one that could go either way. It is Ty who's going to flop best here, but Jitten not missing entirely. A gust shot here and backdoor clubs. We are going to see action once again, I think. And wow, quick check back from Ty, setting the trap. And Jitten upgrades to an open ender, and I don't see how he doesn't take the bait here and start with a bet. From what we've seen, he's not been too shy to bet these draws. We saw him earlier on lead the open ender blind be blind against Ty with the Jack 10 on the 9-8 high board. Ty that time had checked back top pair on the flop and successfully trapped Jitten. Could be a similar scenario here.
Looks like 375k here, the lead, so about 75% pot. And Ty's just going to have a quick look at his hand and decide what his best course of action is here. Of course, he does have top pair, and he does, yes, block the hearts, but your head's up, and so the strength of that top pair is even more powerful. It's a call there.
Yeah, he's going to just give Jitten some rope here. Give him the chance to bluff it off. Plenty of draws out there that he could fire the river with here. Hearts and lots of straight draws and a huge brick. So it is a question of how much just Jitten want to try and bluff on this river here. Maybe putting Ty on a jack or a 4 or some ace highs. Jitten wisely giving up here. I did expect a bluff. And now Ty going to try and target a jack or an 8 probably with a value bet here on the river. Expect to see a little more than half pot probably.
Well, of course, I think 3.8 million, 1.8? 1.1 million he's gone for there.
That looks like 2.1, no? Did he announce 1.1?
I believe so, yeah, and then he's put 2.1 in.
Oh yeah, just miscounting his towers. The towers of Ty getting so tall that it's confusing him.
Nice
And
problem to have.
yeah.
It's going to add to those towers now. And we're going to go to the third hand. So we've got 2 more hands at this blind level. Maybe it's just a case of thinking, look, we're going to be going up to 200k next. And of course, if you do lose a hand heads up, all those chips go to your opponent, right? So you're making it harder if you do those bluffs and they get picked off. And maybe he's just thinking, right, let's try and steady the ship. Let's try and win some chips back.
It's a beautiful shot there of the main event trophy there.
It's huge, isn't it? It really is.
Photographers poised as well around the final table here. They've been doing an amazing job this week. Go check out the Party Poker Instagram page for some of those shots and reels.
Yeah, particularly the latest reel.
Yeah, we can confirm there is a extremely cringeworthy shot of me and Ben doing a pose. We'll come back to that in a moment though, because the chips could be ending up in the middle here.
We could see a pose very shortly with the trophy from the winner if these hands get it in.
Yeah, Jitten gonna limp the ace queen off here. Really nice candidate to limp re-raise heads up and try and get it in. Can still get raise call by worse, and you do just clean up the chance to run it pre. They are almost 40 bigs deep still here, effectively. So if it does go limp jam, I do think Ty is going to probably get away from it. But if it goes limp free bet, Ty will have the option to see a flop or potentially jam himself if you think Jitten's going after it.
But Jitten looks hungry.
Yeah, he is leaning towards that stack already.
And he's going to be picking up as many orange chips as possible here. Then he thinks Ty will call. Look at there. 2 point. No, just 2 million. Okay.
Yeah, giving the illusion that he might be able to fold to a jam, perhaps. It's probably as big a bet as you could possibly ever go as a bluff. So, playing it perfect right now. And there's a chance Ty sends it. But there is also a chance that he could just call and try and flop something. Just depends how he thinks Jitten is playing. Would be a very good fold if he finds it. I think in most circumstances it would go call here.
Jitten has been probably the most active 3-better at this final table, though, when we had more players. And not all of the hands were shown.
Yeah, it might be that Ty's found out about some of those free bets during the break. Maybe friends watching the stream, but no, he does sniff it out and lets it go there. Great fold from Ty. Might have just been a little bit too expensive from Jitten to tempt Ty into continuing. And these stacks will even up.
Yep, so we could be in for a long one tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more hand at this blind level, and then we will be going to 200k. Yeah, as we were saying there just before we saw those massive hands. For all the information about the upcoming stops on the tour and everything Party Poker, you can check out their Instagram, their page, and everything to do with their social media. I think I was just checking one of those out right then, and that's why.
It's just so pretty.
It is very pretty. Also, at the back of that reel we were talking about, you will get the opportunity to see Guy's jazz pants.
Are they? Oh my god, they are actually on
I
show.
specifically asked them to have them in shot.
Damn.
And next to my incredibly boring grey Uniqlo trousers, they look particularly jazzy. Not a particularly jazzy hand here for Jitten, but Ty is going to limp the button with a hand that can make the wheel.
Yeah, I just want to point out that we were given artistic direction. We didn't choose to make those serious faces on that reel.
It's very true.
We were instructed to pull those serious poses out.
Do you know what we look like? We look like when you buy a wrestling duo on Wish.
Yeah, what kind of category would we be in?
We'll come back to that later because this is the kind of flop that Ty would be wishing for when he plays a hand like 4-3 in position. He's got middle pair, in fact bottom pair, I can count to 5, and a gut shot. Jitten, of course, outflopping him and hitting the 5.
Yeah, could go check call or check raise here from Jitten with the backdoor clubs working for him. And obviously a lot of scare cards on the turn for such a low second pair. It does look like he's going to come in for a quick call.
Nine of spades on the turn changes nothing. We'll see if Jitten is happy here. Of course, second pair there on the flop, which is now third pair. Much stronger when your head's up. It's hard to hit a pair at the best of times, but when there's only one other person you're against, it's really quite a strong holding. And we see there he's 80% favourite to win this hand. We're going to go check on the turn.
Yeah, Ty taking the showdown, and oh my.
Taking the wheel as well. It is the 2 of clubs, so the flush does complete.
Ty take the wheel.
And it's any 4 for a straight. We're going to see a check here from Jitten. And now surely Ty is going to be trying to think, how do I get called by a 1-pair hand? Because you've got to think if Jitten had anything stronger than that, he would have let Ty know about it before the river.
You know what's interesting as well? If Jitten decides that his third pair here is no good, with that Queen of Clubs blocker, he does have potential to go for a check raise bluff. We'll see what kind of size Ty goes for. If he goes polar, he will probably just get called. But if he made it a small one, it could tempt Jitten into a check raise, but he's gone pretty big here.
1.1 million into 1.4, and it's going to be a pretty quick call there from Jitten, who's going to get the bad news. He was winning up until the river, and he chooses to do a quick flash. And yeah, I'm not sure if... oh, that was quite nice there. He flicked the one chip into call, and then the dealer said to him, it's going to be another million, I'm afraid, sir. The price of poker is going up. That's inflation for you, Jitten. And Ty is going to increase his stranglehold on the chip lead, and it really could be a case of second best on Thursday, but Sunday is a good Sunday for Ty. That gold trophy just seems to be leaning ever closer to the player on the right of your picture, who has been covered now by a member of the floor, but I can assure you he's still there. Jim's got a lot to say about it though, and he sat there with, what is that, about 4.5 million perhaps now?
Bit more than that.
A little bit more, maybe north of 5. And we're going to go to 200k now. The blinds have gone up this hand.
Yeah, it's getting serious now. Sub 25 bigs for Jitten.
And we're going to play 20 hands at this level. I'm just going to check what we go to. If we do outlast 20 hands, yeah, after this it'd be 250. On the big blind.
Another premium for Ty here. And facing the limp. Surely going to bump it up. Not quite in the region where you do that much jamming over limps yet, but not far off it. Yeah, just an isolation raise to 600 it looks like. Playing close to pitch perfect today, Ty. And even when he's got it wrong pre-flop, he's found the outs, such as the ace-deuce earlier on against James to survive. Jitten will see a flop here with a jack-7 off, very close to the bottom of his limp call range. He's going to have 2 clean cards though, and that's not going to help him though.
No, not a huge board there for the jack-7, 9-2-3, about as dry as it gets.
Ty with a couple of options though. Ordinarily you would just go for a c-bet. Not expecting to get many better hands to fold though when you do bet here. And not a lot of 2x or 3x to really worry about in Jitten's limp call range. But perhaps trying to just clean up some equity here. And gets the job done. So 20 bigs or so to play with now for Jitten.
And that's one hand down, so 20 bigs, 19 hands at this level. Let's hear it in the comments. Do you think we're going to have a winner in this level, the next level? Who do you think is going to win? Let's hear it. And is it going to be the fairy tale ending, or is Ty going to claim the gold when he was so close a few days ago in the mini main?
In terms of other tournaments going on right now, guys, I can tell you that I believe the PLO Masters is now in the money, correct?
Yeah, I think it will be in the money, but the question on everyone's lips, did Brandon make it?
Did Brandon bubble again? That is the question.
We really have laid into him here, unfortunately, the last few days on the
I
stream.
can tell you he did not bubble because he is still in with 11 left.
There we go. And 2 players here still in. We're going to see a limp here from Ty. 7-6 off. And King 10 from Jitten. He's leaning towards that stack. He's grabbing the largest denomination of chips available to him. And we're going to see a little raise here. It's looking like it might be 700,000.
Yeah, bumping it up here. Do want to go a little bit bigger oftentimes with the offsuit combinations heads up. Just trying to make a smaller SPR with less barrel ability. And this is one that Ty, I'm sure he would come along if it was suited. The offsuit version going to be a lot closer. Going to come down to personal preference.
Yeah, it is a pretty hand when suited, but he's going to say, do you know what, actually, I quite like 6-7.
I mean, sevens have been hot. We've mentioned this several times this stream. Sevens have been hot. Do you know what else is quite hot, by the way? 42 runners in the high roller here at Pipe Poker Tour Birmingham.
It's also hot to hit the top pair when you are heads up. And a pretty good kicker there in the king, but the 8, the lucky 8 gut shot is there available for time. We're going to see a c-bet here from Jitten. Try and protect his hand to the tune of 700. So the same that he bet pre-flop. And a decision for tie now. Four outs. Some aggression shown. Jitten trying to wrestle the chip lead back.
Wow, an 8 here on the turn could potentially end things here in Birmingham.
Back to a hearts an option as well, if Ty wants to stick around.
It's a 9.
The cross bar.
This could slow down Jitten. It could put him into check call mode here. He does unblock a bunch of the draws. No hearts in his hand. None of the immediate straight draw blockers.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look at the other tournaments that are going on now, as you say.
Oh,
Masters
we've got a
Norway.
shove.
He shoved. Oh wow. Okay. Well, we can't see Ty doing anything here. Clearly,
Yeah.
Jitten just saying, right, I'm happy with my hand. I'm going to go for it. I want what's in the middle.
Yeah, just happy to get the momentum back there. And he will go up to almost 6 million. Ty still with about a 2-1 chip lead overall here. They are going to do a little bit of colouring up here, heads up, which will give Ben a chance to update us on some other tournaments running. I had just mentioned there is 11 left in the PLO. There is 24 left from a 42-player field in the high roller.
No, 23.
23? Okay. What
We've
other
lost
events have we
another.
got going on? There is a couple of more fun side events going, right?
Yeah, there is indeed. The 456 PLO is running, I can confirm. And I believe late reg is over in that. We've got 8 players left, it looks like.
Can we reg anything, Ben? That's the question.
I'm trying to find out. 4 are paid in that. Let's see. Oh, last chance turbo, the very last chance.
Hell yeah.
I believe registration is still open in that tournament for at least half an hour.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, so if heads up ends this next hand,
Oh, imagine.
we could potentially get in.
Yeah, and we're seeing a
Maybe.
few names in there that did actually play the day 2 here. There's the odd Florin in there. And we've also got Dennis, of course, Manchester champion.
What a grinder.
James Buckley, fresh off the announcement of the In-Betweeners reunion. And Angelo, who made day 2, and I had the chance to speak to earlier. He's come all the way from London.
Yeah, great to see.
I think you might have seen Rebecca there as well in the turbo. I have to check. And the high roller, looking for some names in here.
Oh, there are some names in that high roller, I can tell you. There is a certain Rob Doris who finished 4th here today. And obviously, champion of the mini main, trying to go for another trophy. He is short stacked currently, but 24 players left. And the way he's been running this week, you wouldn't put anything past him. Another name that you have struggled to pronounce.
Oh, he's not still there, is he?
He is there. Our friend Heribert, the king of the
Heribert.
slow roll on the
Yep.
stream earlier this week. From Germany, he is still kicking. My guest in the stream earlier this week, David Lappin,
Yeah.
still in there, flying the flag for Ireland, along with his podcast mate, Dara O'Kearney.
Lapping the chips up. And we've also got a Poly Poker ambassador. And you know what? For the Staples name, he needs to lift a trophy this week. Jamie Staples is in the high roller.
Yeah, and he's going to be gunning for those points, right? He's second in the Party Poker Tour leaderboard currently.
That's right.
And should he ship that high roller, he would be very close, if not jumping to first place.
Yep.
As we've discussed already, a lot of added value in that Party Poker Tour leaderboard. £5,000 of tournament tickets up for grabs for the winner. And remember, guys, there's nothing taken from the prize pools for that leaderboard. It is all added value. I will come back back to that, because in terms of value, Jitten has some fist bump value on this flop. Flopping top pair here, tie, absolutely whiffing.
And he is out of position as well, so you've got to imagine most of the time here, Jitten just going to be making a bet, taking it down, and moving the needle closer. $450,000 is the bet. Probably going to let this one go. Yep, doesn't smell weakness, and rightly so. I feel like the trophy's getting bigger. Maybe the camera zoomed in on one. I'm sure it's huge. I'm lucky to hold that. Two hands, honestly, and obviously the name engraved on the bottom of the event we are playing. But yeah, Jamie Staples is second at the minute on the leaderboard. Alexander is top, who won the Svitten, and I'm not explaining the rules. A couple of nights ago, Dennis, the Manchester champion, in third. And they've all got packages there. 2K, 3K, 5K package for first for the Party Poker Tour for the stops. And you will hear announcements about the next few stops on the tour if you stay connected with the social media that Party Poker puts out. So follow them on Instagram, find them on X, and some things will be tweeted or posted. God, I'm so youthful. And we're going to see Ty now roll back and make a call with Queen 10. Jitten's got a nice hand as well, 8-9. Both of his suits are dead. However, his pair's alive. And that's still the case after this flop. It's a dry 2-3 king. Neither player has a backdoor flush draw on the account of both being offsuit. And you've got to imagine here, it would have been taken down if Ty found the c-bet. I'll say the c-bet, he limped. But instead it's going to go check-check.
It is referred to in the business as a stab when it's a limp pot, by the way, heads up. It's the old stab in position.
Would we be referring it to as a donk, though, if it was Jitten?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, actually, more of a lead, but
A
sure.
lead, yeah, that
lead
sounds
or
less.
a donk.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I think a lead is a bit more, politically correct.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
respectful, isn't it?
Ty probably going to take his showdown here with Queen High.
It'll be good, a good percentage of the time.
Yeah.
We'll go check.
Not a run out. Jitten fancied bluffing. So Ty will maintain 2-1 chip advantage here.
And I believe if we zoom out slightly, yeah, lovely. I can see the green chips there. And that looks like we still have the majority of this level to play. I'd say at least a dozen hands left at this blind level. 200k. Big blind, and it's a big blind ante like we say. So 400k going into the middle from the big blind every single hand. And 100k from the small blind. That's how you maths. And Jitten again with the best hand pre-flop. It looks like he's counting out a raise here with the dominating jack, and he's going to be making it 450. Min raise with a little bit of juice, and a jack heads up, but nothing nice along with it. Jack 6 here. What are the options, Guy?
Normally just going to come in with a defend. Doesn't really have the properties for a free bet. Close to the bottom of the defend range, but with big blind ante in play, you do just have to battle it out a bit harder heads up. And it's Jitten that will flop best here. Nothing really going for Ty this time. Gonna come in with a c-bet, pretty hefty one. Sure, that will probably do the job here.
Yeah, you'd have thought with the...
Dare say though, if he had Jack 6 of clubs, there would be some scope in check raising with some backdoors there. And obviously the Jack would be blocking some of the best Queen X and King X that Jitten could have. But yeah, that combo not going to cut it for Ty. He'll let Jitten take down another one for now.
No major backdoors, so it is going to be the very next hand of heads up play. And what an event it's been. What a story it's been for Jitten, who we have seen at various points throughout the day, and he has kind of got that look in his eye occasionally when I see him around the casino going, I'm just enjoying myself, kind of can't believe he's come this far. When he came into the final in 8th place, look at that there, Ty just nodding to the fans, saying, yeah, do you know what? I fancy better than silver in this one. I quite like that trophy.
Yeah, Ty, the local favourite here. Not favourite for this hand though. A slight statistical advantage for Jitten. Sure, Ty will come along here. Jitten just going to knuckle it with the King 6 offsuit. Ty will flop best, but there's a pair for both players here. Ty way ahead, top pair, and a medium-sized flush draw. Got both options open, really. Could set a trap. Could just start building it now. And this will definitely get looked up for at least one street by Jitten, but no. Quick fold.
Wow.
Yeah, not fancying his chances there.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, you would see a continue there. Perhaps sensing that he was going to face multiple barrels and waiting for a better spot, but you can only wait so long heads up.
Yep, and it does tick closer to a new blind level. So here we go, Jitten back on the button. I get those cards scanned and see that he does have a suited 10 up against a suited 9 for a tie. And you find yourself playing so many hands heads up that you just wouldn't bother with when you are in a full ring situation or the last few players of a table. Are there any major tips, Guy? Because you do love a bit of heads up, don't you? That you can tell us about hand selection or just in general, really, for people that may not see too much heads up.
Well, I mean, the thing is nowadays, because you've got the big blind ante in heads up, you just end up having to play super wide ranges, and that kind of carries on down the game tree. So you just end up looser on every street than you would used to be, because you just have to battle so much harder. I mean, like you say, you are going to end up playing hands that you wouldn't normally. I'm very happy to say that I actually won a tournament a few years back with a 7-3 offsuit.
There is less than 20 minutes remaining to register
remember
for
that one?
today's prize draw.
7-3 offsuit. I think I've seen the picture, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was a few heroes in that winner's photo, one of whom was on our final tables today.
Any entry
Oh,
after 9
yeah.
PM will
There
not
you
be
go.
accepted.
Yeah. And Ty here with 9-4 suited. Gonna go for a bet here. Try and fold out the kind of combo that Jitten's got. Targeting a queen high or a 10 high. And he'll get it through.
Did get there. It wasn't the one that Ty held, but sometimes you don't actually need to hit to win the hand. Jitten there, reluctantly looking at the stack at the other end of the table. And we haven't got any bigger chips in play just yet. Not quite needed. And I can assure you, heads up has been going for quite a while.
That graphic faded away rather quick. Rightly so.
And just checking there, I'm pretty sure Rachel is adding the green chips to the correct side just so we can keep track of how many hands we have played in this heads-up battle, so we know when to be putting the blinds up. And Ty knows that an ace is a very good card to have when you are heads up and on the button.
Yeah, he'll come in for a raise. Jitten, I'm sure we'll see a flop here with the connected 6-5. Just double checking the raise size. It is a slightly larger open than normal from Ty here. Just trying to lean on his opponent an extra bit. And there is a 4 on there for Ty. We'll be a bit concerned about Jack 10 high board. There is going to be a lot of continues from Jitten's range facing a 2.5x that are going to connect here. And check back from Ty, pretty understandable. And queen on the turn. And Ty now with a gut shot to the nuts. Jitten not falling for the bait here. Just 6 high. He's going to check it, assuming that he's got no route to victory here. And Tai going to put in a small bet and take it down here. North of 12 million for the man from Vietnam.
And it looks like Jitten there just remaining nice and calm and controlled. Going to pop his blind in. Back on the button. You don't play the button so often. Almost every other hand, isn't it, Guy?
Heads up, it certainly is, or it should be if the dealer's doing their job, which they certainly have done this week.
Yeah, big shout out to our stream table dealers. They are doing a fantastic job. And it's certainly a little bit more pressure than when you are dealing on the outer tables. Got to follow along all the action and let the stream team know on the headset everything that's going on. So yeah, big round of applause to Rachel and everyone else involved on the stream team dealing squad.
Yeah,
There we
shout
go.
out to Tyrone, who is
Yeah.
also on there.
I don't know everyone's name. Feel a bit bad there, but I have seen
There is another one.
green chips are going across. There's been several actually.
Yeah, it looks like we're about halfway through this level based on those green chips you'll see
Yeah.
there, guys. Counting the number of hands per level played. I think the next blind level will be 250k.
That's
Big blind,
correct.
and
Yeah,
that
can
is
confirm. Yeah.
pretty darn big. I did predict that this tournament would end on this blind level though, so we'll see if I'm correct.
When did you do that?
A little earlier.
Did you? I don't
Yeah.
remember that. Sorry. I'll take your word for it. There were no tiramisu bet on
Yeah,
that.
I am still owed a tiramisu,
Oh,
guys.
get over yourself.
Those of you that were in the stream yesterday will remember I won the bet. And yeah, still no justice for Guy. No tiramisu has been delivered.
Justice for Guy. Please, no protests in the streets of Birmingham.
Mm.
Where's Guy's tiramisu? We're going to go... yeah, was that Ray's call?
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
Ray's
Ray's
call.
call, yeah.
Is a hand that Jitten could shove pre-flop here, heads up, with the offsuit ace-x. Just doesn't do great out of position. And with the ace blocker, can get shoved through fairly often. And as I aforementioned, with the big blind ante, you just have to widen those free-bet shoving ranges, heads up. So, given how Ty's been opening so many buttons, wouldn't be opposed to a jam here from Jitten, but he does just play in flow and probably planning to check call one street at least here with the gut shot to go with the ace high.
Yeah, of course, diamonds are possible. Lots of combinations of straights as well on this river. 1.2
Yeah.
million.
And if it's checked over to Ty, he will have a decision as to whether to bluff this queen high. Might be thinking he could get a king high to fold or even an ace high. In this particular line though, unlikely that any pairs would fold. That's a chunky bet from Ty, and we'll see if Jitten can sniff this one out.
700k the size.
Getting an alright price, but in this line, kind of looks like a rivered 8.
Ooh.
And Jitten looks like he sniffed this one out. Probably thinking, in terms of his overall range, he's still pretty high up with an ace high.
Yeah.
Having only called pre-flop, and yeah, it does stick in the call. Good instincts from Jitten.
Ooh, sitting up a bit straighter in his chair there. That's a hoodie he's wearing, not a cape. But he has made the correct call here, and he's going to add to his stack. We're getting a bit more even here, and Jitten's not going down without a fight.
Yeah, a little over 30 bigs for Jitten still.
I'm not going to let that deter him though. Still the man with the majority of chips. Like we say, the media team there poised and ready to capture as many shots as possible. All the action going on here. So we're going to be playing a lot more hands. 10's a pretty powerful card, but a king and a queen, yes, they're higher. I've checked, and I imagine Ty probably want to put some more chips in the pot here.
Yeah, we've already seen this scenario once, facing a limp, Ty bumping it up with King Queen. For the second time, heads up. Going to be a 3x ISO. Jitten, last time this happened, did limp call the Jack 7. He's got the 10-7 this time, and history is going to repeat itself.
Well, we might see a slightly more interesting flop.
Oh, and you've called it.
Yeah.
Top pair for Ty, middle pair for Jitten. Backdoor hearts for both players, and this one could get a little messy on the appropriate run out.
We've seen a few flops go check, check, but this not going to be one of them.
Yeah, Ty with dollar signs lighting up in his eyes on this board. Knows he's going to get action fairly often on such a connected texture. I expect a big bet on the turn. Oh, but maybe not that one. Kind of turn that you want to size down a little bit on. Any of the stuff that Jitten's calling the flop with is now going to be a bit more concerned with this board texture. I do think Ty will fairly often barrel though. Just get some value out of some 10x and some 6x and some of those draws. But can't get as greedy as he would have. Close to $1 million slid out there, 900k.
Yeah, that is close to $1 million, just over a third pot bet.
I'd say that's pretty much the perfect bet size from Ty, who's continuing to play close to perfect today. But Jitten gets out of the way on that scare card.
It's a good turn for Jitten to save himself some chips there, and the pendulum swings back in Ty's direction. Stacking the... Are they orange chips? Yeah, we'll say orange. They're not yellow, are they? Then again, the actual table's relatively orangey red, so...
Yeah, they're sort of party poker brand colour chips, right?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
They're certainly not gold.
There is probably, I mean, terracotta one time.
I hardly know.
Is that terracotta?
I don't think it's terracotta. That's
No.
too orange to be terracotta.
Okay.
Well, I'm not an expert on terracotta or oranges. What I am an expert on is reading, and I can say, right, oh, it's gone. I couldn't read fast enough.
I was about to say, favourite form of orange, chat? Never mind.
Favourite 9, one of them is 8-9 suited, but it's going to pay in comparison to the 9-10 off here, heads up.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you could see, I was going to say, if Ty raised, you could end up getting raised off it by the 9-8 suited here, but it does elect to find a well-timed limp, which will allow him to limp call a raise here from Jitten with a dominating hand. So, on certain boards, this could be some action, but that's not one of them.
No, probably not going to see all the money go in on this board.
I'll tell you what though, Jitten will definitely want to see bet here on such a dry board and not going to be worried about too much. And it wouldn't be out of the question for Ty to float here, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straights. He isn't a man that likes folding too much. We've seen him get really creative with some of these backdoor float plays and finding some well-timed bluffs on the rivers throughout this final table. Instead, he's going to go for the raise right off the bat, sensing that Jitten would just have to fold a lot of his king highs and queen highs to this.
It's 1.2 million, I believe.
Yeah, really nice play from Ty again. Could have some draws in this range, but against those, Jitten's still going to be behind a lot of the time and does let it go. So Ty bluffing with the best hand there, but timing it really well.
Speaking of timing, we've definitely crossed the point of no return in terms of the timing of going up to the next blind level. As you can see, Rachel's trade nearly full on the right there, so we will be going to 250k soon. And it has come around quite quickly if you are Jitten. As we look at this zoomed out shot, you'll see he's now down to just 3 stacks of chips. I believe it's the first time he's gone south of 4 million in this heads-up battle. And he is going to have to start running as well as he did earlier if he wants to turn this round and take home the trophy, which is within arm's reach. You could say at this point, Ty has one hand on it.
Oh, but I tell you what, this could be.
2 hands? As in 2 hands on it, not just 2 hands. I know there are 2 hands. in
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and Jitten's gonna limp in with the Queen Jack suited, and this is actually a combo that fairly often is limp called for any size rather than limp jammed
Okay.
in the heads up ranges. But with big blind ante out there, wouldn't be surprised if it does a bit more limp jamming. Ty just gonna send it all with the ace free suited. And Jitten, I don't imagine he's limp to limp fold here.
Big intake of breath there, it looked like, and he's thinking this could be the one.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we're
The
gonna
nod and
be
the smile.
all in and cool here, and Ty with one hand on the trophy.
He is the favourite, only just 55%. It's a beautiful hand to have a trophy lift with the ace 3 of clubs, and the hood is off for Jitten.
He might be sensing his doom here.
Let's go to a flop. We could be seeing the final hand. It's looking at the minute like the ace 3 is holding. Falling down to 22% there for Jitten. He's going to need a queen or a jack. There are no backdoors for him.
Yeah, just 6 outs there in the top left. A 4 on the turn. No help for Jitten. A wry smile from him. Standing up for his extra 2%. What's the river going to be?
The 9 of spades there, so we have crowned a champion. It's going to be Ty. Silver on Thursday, gold today. He's going to be taking home £27,000 and the trophy here on the Party Poker Tour in Birmingham at Resorts World. And look at that, handshakes all round. I don't know who that man is. And Jitten is going to be very happy when the dust settles with the silver medal. Honestly, a personal best score there. Look, some handshakes for him as well. And wow, enjoy your water, Ty. You deserve it.
Yeah, smiles all round at the end there. A great performance from Ty. A well-deserved victory, particularly after having finished second in the mini-main on Thursday. Goes one better here with the trophy. But Jitten, as you say, going to be delighted with his run. Coming in today, 8 thin chips of 9 on the final table and finishing second. And there is your confirmed payouts. We do believe it is definitely Jitten that came second
Yeah,
there.
it is. Yeah. He was not in disguise. Some
Yeah.
absolute heroes here as well. Look at it. We've seen some fantastic hands on this final table.
Yeah, it's been a really entertaining stream throughout the entire week, and all the gremlins that were in the sound system early in the week been ironed out today. So I hope you guys and girls in the chat have enjoyed the coverage of Party Poker Birmingham here at Resorts World. It's been great to be back at this amazing venue. They're just going to set up for the winner's photo here. Tai Huang of Vietnam taking it down for a very profitable week for him. But some amazing performances all round on this final table. A lot of players will be proud of what they've achieved here. And I think the Party Poker team will be proud of the event they put on, because it's been a great vibe since we've been here. Everyone enjoying themselves. All the guarantees have been hit. Some beautiful trophies have been handed out, and a lot of added value for the players with extra activities and yeah, smiles all round. Apart from Tom there in the foreground, looking very
course.
serious.
No matter how many guarantees we smash, Tom will never smile. But a lot of players smiling this week at Birmingham. Oh no, he's thinking about a smile. There we go. All that remains for us to say is thank you so much for tuning in throughout the last 4 days. Hoping the photographer there, Joe, doesn't drop the trophy on the way. We are going to see Tai Huang, the man from Vietnam, lift that trophy very shortly. And of course, all of the footage will be on our social media channels. All that remains for me to say, it's been an absolute pleasure being in this cupboard with you, Guy, for 4 days and actually being broadcast for a change rather than just being in the cupboard like we normally would have.
Well, yeah, speak for yourself.
Okay.
I don't find myself in a cupboard with you too often, but yeah, I am extremely happy that I flew back from Vietnam to actually commentate on this event, and I've somehow commentated on a Vietnamese man taking it down in the UK.
You
How the hell
could
does that
not.
work?
You could not write it, and confirmation there, of course, some at the start and some at the end of the stream. That Guy has just come back from Asia, and who knows where the Party Poker Tour will be going next. You're going to have to stay tuned to the Instagram, to the X, and we are going to call it a night right there. From myself, Ben Shannon, thanks so much for joining us. You will hear from us again, Guy.
Goodbye from me, TaylorMade Poker, and goodbye from
Ben Shannon. See you again, guys. It's the Party Poker Tour. Goodbye from Birmingham Resorts World.
we're gonna be so we're gonna take a couple of picture with winner alone and the video alone, and then you here get the trophy. Okay? Thank you. Then with this we are done. What we are missing is no whole time. We need to wait for the little winners. You are so evil, you know that.
I'm not evil.
You are. Come vogliamo scegliere? Visto che non volevo intervista. Picture lesson. Solo picture. Ma tu ti fai qualche ripresa mentre scappi? No, faccio prima il video. Cioè prima il video e poi io scappo, ok? Sean, we want to move this one